I should have walked away the second she said it. The way her voice slid past me like I wasn't even real, like I was just a shadow, something in the background, not worth making eye contact with. "There's no seat for you at the main table," my sister said without looking up, swirling champagne with her bridesmaids like some dollar store royalty. Then she pointed behind her without a hint of irony, toward a lonely plastic chair shoved against the wall by the kitchen doors. "Staff usually sits there." I didn't argue. Not then. But something cracked in me. "My name's Alex. I'm 30. I don't usually post on Reddit, but tonight I need to get this off my chest." This story didn't start at the wedding. It started way before that. But the wedding was where everything started to unravel, where the mask slipped, and where I stopped letting myself be treated like a second-class citizen in my own family. Growing up, I was always the responsible one, the fixer, the quiet kid who handled things so my parents didn't have to. My sister, Lindsay, was the golden child, 2 years younger than me, and somehow always the center of attention. Whether she was winning something or throwing a tantrum, the spotlight found her. My parents used to joke, "Alex keeps the house running, but Lindsay lights it up." I used to laugh with them. I don't anymore. Our family wasn't rich, but we were comfortable. My dad worked in IT, and my mom taught middle school English. We lived in a modest house in the suburbs, had birthday dinners at Olive Garden, summer road trips to see relatives in Pennsylvania, that kind of thing. I wasn't bitter about it. I didn't need much. I liked fixing old computers, taking things apart, learning how they worked. I always figured if I stayed out of trouble and worked hard, things would balance out in the end. But here's the thing no one tells you about being the responsible sibling. Your effort becomes invisible. Your reliability turns into expectation. You do something right, and it vanishes into the background, like it was never hard in the first place. Meanwhile, Lindsay could forget to feed her goldfish for a week and somehow get praised for being so busy with cheerleading. I didn't resent her. Not really. Not until college. I got into a state school on a full scholarship, studied engineering. I kept my grades up, worked 2 campus jobs, and even built a small freelance side hustle fixing busted laptops for students and staff. Meanwhile, Lindsay barely scraped into a private university with laughable entry requirements, and my parents co-signed a bunch of loans to send her there. She switched majors 3 times, partied every other weekend, and when she failed 2 classes in her sophomore year, my mom called me crying because she just isn't motivated like you, Alex. That was the first time I said, maybe she's not motivated because you never make her face the consequences. My mom went silent on the phone. I remember that silence more than anything she's said since. Still, I stayed in my lane. Graduated. Got a job at a decent firm doing software engineering. Lived cheap, saved aggressively, started investing. I wasn't flashy about it, never have been, but I was building something. Something real. I kept it quiet from my family, though. I had learned early that sharing good news around Lindsay had a way of backfiring. When I bought my first condo at 26, I didn't tell them for a full month. When I did, the first thing my dad said was, "Wow, guess that engineering degree paid off." Then, after a pause, "You think Lindsay could crash with you for a bit? She just broke up with her boyfriend, and the lease is a mess." She ended up staying 6 months, rent-free, and when she moved out, she left her room a disaster. Dirty dishes, half-empty makeup bottles, a cracked mirror I still don't know how she broke. I didn't say anything. I just cleaned it up. That's what I did. That's what I always did. So when she got engaged, I was cautiously optimistic. Her fiancé, Eric, seemed decent enough. Kind of quiet, soft-spoken, a little too agreeable. But he treated her well, or so it seemed. The family made a big fuss over it. My mom hosted a huge engagement dinner. My dad gave a toast, and Lindsay basked in it like she was accepting a Grammy. I brought a bottle of wine and stayed out of the way. That's how I handled family events. I showed up, smiled, and counted down the minutes until I could go home. At some point during dessert, Lindsay turned to me and said, "You're gonna love the venue. It's stunning. Very exclusive. We're not doing a huge wedding, just close friends and family." Then she added, with a little smirk, "But no plus ones unless you're actually dating someone. No random guests." I wasn't even seeing anyone at the time, so I nodded and let it slide. But something about her tone, dismissive, almost smug, stuck with me. Then came the planning. Or rather, the deluge of group chats, spreadsheets, wish lists, and passive-aggressive texts from my mom about how it would mean the world if you could help your sister with the flower arrangements. Somehow, despite not being in the wedding party, I was roped into half the errands. Pick up custom napkins, drive across town to check out a bakery, rewire some lights in the reception hall because the planner was charging way too much. I didn't complain. Not really. But the night before the wedding, something shifted. We were at the rehearsal dinner. Everyone was drinking, laughing, taking selfies. Lindsay was in full bride mode, wearing a white cocktail dress like she was already walking down the aisle. She made a toast, thanked her bridesmaids, thanked our parents, thanked Eric's family. Then, turning to me, she raised her glass and said, "And of course, my big brother, who's been a total lifesaver. We should have made him the wedding planner, honestly." Everyone laughed. I smiled. But then she added, "Though we had to rein him in a bit, he wanted to add Ethernet ports to the venue. Such a tech nerd." Laughter again. Louder this time. I laughed too, but it felt hollow. The kind of laugh you give when you've been made into a joke in front of people who don't really know you. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the times I had bent over backward for her, all the weekends I'd given up, the money I'd spent, the effort, and how it all amounted to a punchline at her dinner. Still, I told myself to let it go. It was her day. She was under stress. People say dumb things. Just get through the wedding and move on. Then came the wedding day. I showed up on time, wearing the suit I had tailored just for the occasion. I brought the projector Lindsay had asked me to set up for the slideshow, carried 3 boxes of wedding favors in from the car, helped Eric's uncle with the sound system. I was sweating before the ceremony even started, but I smiled through it. I smiled when Lindsay made a dramatic entrance. I smiled when the officiant flubbed Eric's name and everyone laughed. I smiled when our mom cried during the vows. Then came the reception. I walked in, looked for my name card at the main table, and didn't see it. "Hey," I said, tapping one of the bridesmaids. "Do you know where I'm sitting?" Lindsay overheard. She turned, eyes already glossed from champagne, and said, "Oh, right. There's no seat for you at the main table." I thought she was joking, but she didn't laugh. She didn't even look at me, just sipped her drink, pointed lazily toward the back of the room, and added, "Staff usually sits there. Plastic chair, by the kitchen doors." I stood there, holding the wedding gift I'd wrapped myself, a customized photo album with pictures from our childhood, printed on premium paper, with notes scribbled in the margins. It suddenly felt ridiculous, small, like a high school project no one asked for. I didn't argue. I just walked to the back. But something in me was done. Because the truth is, what no one in that room knew was that none of this would have been possible without me. The venue, the flowers, the designer dress, the custom cocktails, all of it was paid for by a check I'd written 6 months ago when Lindsay called me crying, saying the budget had fallen apart and she didn't want to look poor in front of Eric's family. My parents were tapped out. Eric's folks weren't helping. And she knew. She knew. I had the savings. So I gave it to her. No questions asked. No strings attached. Until now. Because as the lights dimmed and the MC grabbed the mic to kick off the evening, he said something that made the entire room pause. "And now, before we dive into dinner and dancing, we want to give a very special thank you to the person who made this night possible." And that's when everything changed. You know that feeling when your face is hot, but your hands are cold? When you smile so hard your jaw aches, but your stomach feels like it's sinking in slow motion. That's what I felt as the MC said those words. "We want to give a very special thank you to the person who made this night possible." Lindsay turned her head, eyebrows twitching just enough to register confusion. Eric looked up from his plate. My parents froze mid-conversation. And then it happened. My name lit up on the projector behind the MC in soft golden cursive. "Thank you, Alex." The applause came slow at first. A few polite claps. Then it grew. People turned to look around, trying to figure out who I was. The guy in the back. The one in the plastic chair next to a stack of folded linens. I raised a hand slightly, nodding once. Nothing dramatic. I wasn't about to stand and take a bow. But Lindsay's face, I'll never forget it. Her expression melted into something twisted, confused, betrayed. And under it all, a flash of something darker. Something entitled, like I'd stolen her thunder. The MC wrapped up the shout-out with a cheery, "Let's give it up for the best big brother in the world," and the DJ transitioned into the first dance track. As the music swelled, the lights came back on, and people started talking again. Laughing. Moving. I didn't move. I watched Lindsay stare at the projector like it had personally insulted her. She didn't come over. Not right away. Instead, her maid of honor, our cousin Haley, approached me during the salad course. You didn't tell anyone? She asked, leaning down. About the money? I shook my head. Didn't think I needed to. Haley's lips tightened. She's furious. Why? I asked. I didn't ask them to announce it. She thinks you're trying to upstage her, she whispered. I almost laughed. Upstage her? I'm sitting in the shadows next to the kitchen. Haley blinked. Yeah, that's a good point. Lindsay made her move during dessert. She didn't even say my name. She just walked up, heels clacking against the hardwood, and hissed through her teeth. What the hell was that? I looked at her, trying to stay calm. You mean the thank you? I didn't plan that. You told them. She snapped, eyes burning. You told the MC or the planner or someone. Don't play dumb. I stayed seated. I didn't. I'm not the one who printed it onto a slideshow. She looked like she wanted to scream, but couldn't risk making a scene. You're ruining my day. I stood slowly, placing my napkin on the chair. I didn't say anything. But maybe if you hadn't shoved me next to the dishwasher, people wouldn't be asking questions. You're unbelievable, she muttered. This was supposed to be my moment. And you made sure it was, I said. Every second of it. I didn't ask for credit. I didn't ask for thanks. I asked for a chair. You couldn't even give me that. She stared at me, unblinking. I'll fix the seating. Come sit at the main table. I raised an eyebrow. Now that everyone knows? She didn't answer. I didn't move. And from that point on, something in her shifted. I could see it. Her smile got faker. Her voice higher pitched. The kind of strained performance that only people who need to be adored put on. I thought that was the worst of it. I really did. But I was wrong. Because the next morning, I woke up to a text from my mom. Just one sentence. Call me. Now. No punctuation. No emoji. That was how I knew it was serious. I sat up, heart pounding, and dialed her. She picked up on the first ring. Alex, what did you do? What are you talking about? I asked, already exhausted. Lindsay's in tears, she said. She says you tried to humiliate her. That you bribed the MC to announce your name like some kind of hero. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I didn't bribe anyone. I didn't tell anyone. And even if I had, what does it matter? I paid for the wedding, Mom. Every flower, every glass of champagne, every rented chair. She went quiet. I waited. Finally, she whispered, You didn't tell us that. Because I didn't want it to be about me, I said. I did it for Lindsay. I thought she'd appreciate it. She does, Mom said, but her voice sounded uncertain. No, she doesn't, I snapped. She stuck me at the back of the room like I was a busboy. She's just overwhelmed, Mom said. Weddings are stressful. I let out a breath. If I treated her the way she treats me, you'd never forgive me. Silence again. You're not wrong, Mom admitted, finally. But she's still your sister. I didn't respond. The next week was tense. Lindsay didn't thank me. Not once. Not a text. Not an email. Nothing. But what really got me, what broke me, was what happened 2 weeks later. I got a letter in the mail. Not a card. Not a thank you note. A legal letter. It was from a lawyer representing Lindsay and Eric. Some generic firm with a cheap logo and a lot of capital letters. The letter stated that Lindsay and Eric had reason to believe the financial contribution made by Mr. Alex, last name, was intended as a loan, not a gift. That unless I could provide written documentation to the contrary, they would assume the money was given with expectations and would be treating the funds as a loan under dispute. It said they were uncomfortable moving forward in their financial life with that uncertainty hanging over their heads and would be open to a mediated resolution. I reread it 3 times. My hands were shaking. I hadn't just been disrespected. I was being rewritten, erased, painted as the villain in a story where I was the only one who had stepped up. I didn't call her. I didn't text her. I called my own lawyer. Not out of spite. Out of necessity. I gathered the receipts. The bank transfers. The emails. The text messages. Every piece of evidence showing that I had given the money freely and that she had begged for it. But as I was going through all that, something else hit me. Harder than anything. I found a text thread from 8 months ago. From when she first asked me for help. One message stood out. I know Mom and Dad can't help, and Eric's parents are strapped. You're doing great. I just need someone to believe in me. This is the biggest day of my life. And then, another one. Please don't tell anyone. I just want to feel like I did this on my own. I stared at that message for a long time. Because it wasn't just about money. It was about image, reputation, control. She didn't want people to know because she wanted the illusion that she had it all together, that she had pulled off the perfect wedding on her own, that she was the star. And I had shattered that. Accidentally. But I wasn't going to be shamed for helping her. I wasn't going to be erased. That letter was the breaking point. I wasn't angry anymore. I was focused. I didn't want revenge. Not in the petty sense. But I wanted the truth to come out. And once it did, I wanted to make sure she never had the power to rewrite me out of the story again. So I started preparing something. Something she wouldn't see coming. Something quiet. Surgical. But before I could finish it, something happened that blew the lid off everything. Something that changed how the whole family saw her. And it started with a phone call from Eric. One that would take this from personal to nuclear. The voicemail came on a Thursday night, just after 10 p.m. I almost didn't check it. I'd silenced my phone for the evening and was halfway through boiling water for pasta when I saw the missed call from Eric. I stared at the screen for a moment, confused. We'd barely ever spoken one-on-one. In fact, the last time we'd interacted was at the wedding, when he gave me an awkward side hug and thanked me for helping out with the tech stuff. The voicemail was short. Just a few words, his voice low and shaky. Hey, Alex. I think we need to talk. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. Can you call me back when you can? I let the water boil over before I moved. Something about the way he said it, like he'd uncovered something rotten, sent a chill down my spine. I didn't call him back that night. Instead, I sat on my couch, phone resting on the coffee table, and just stared at the wall while the hum of my air conditioner filled the silence. I'd been so locked in on protecting myself, gathering receipts, drafting timelines for my lawyer, that I hadn't thought about what might be happening inside their marriage. I'd assumed Eric was just another extension of Lindsay, complicit, silent, entitled by proximity. But that voicemail cracked something open. The next morning, I called him. Hello. His voice was groggy, like he hadn't slept. It's Alex. Oh yeah? Thanks for calling back. There was a pause. Then he said it. I saw the letter. I didn't say anything. I waited. She didn't tell me she was sending it, he added. She asked me to sign some documents a few days ago. Said it was a prenup clarification thing. I trusted her. My stomach turned. I asked her about it last night. She broke down crying. Said you were trying to steal attention. That you were manipulating everyone. That you only helped because you wanted something in return. I closed my eyes. I didn't believe her, he said, voice quieter. Because I found the texts. From before the wedding. The ones where she begged you. Where she promised it was just between you two. Still, I said nothing. I wanted him to keep talking. I'm sorry, Eric continued. I didn't know. I swear. And I wanted to tell you something. Off the record. She's been like this since we got engaged. Obsessed with how things look. The image. Not the reality. She kept saying this wedding had to be perfect because it was the first time her parents actually paid attention to her again. I frowned. What do you mean again? He sighed. Apparently when you bought your condo, it was all your mom and dad talked about for months. How proud they were. How you were doing everything right. She said she felt invisible. Like she was losing her spot. That hit harder than I expected. Because I remembered that time. I remembered my mom calling me after I closed on the place, telling me how proud she was, how grown up I sounded. I'd brushed it off as just a nice compliment. I didn't realize Lindsay had internalized it as a threat. She wants to win, Eric said, even if no one's keeping score. I let out a breath. So what are you going to do? Another pause. I don't know, he admitted. But I thought you should know the truth. I'm sorry she turned on you. You didn't deserve that. We hung up after a few more words, stilted, awkward, but it left me with something I hadn't felt in weeks, validation. I wasn't crazy. I hadn't imagined the shift in her. The entitlement. The bitterness. Someone else saw it. Someone inside her life. But that didn't change the fact that the damage had already been done. The letter was still real. The tension with my parents was still simmering. Lindsay had already spread her version of events to half the extended family, and the silence from most of them was deafening. I got one vague text from my aunt a few days later that said, "Hope everything's okay between you and Lynn's red heart," which only made me want to throw my phone out the window. I felt isolated, angry, and worst of all, tired. For a couple of weeks, I went quiet. Didn't reply to texts. Stopped answering calls. I ghosted a few friends I normally played chess with on Saturdays. I even skipped work a few times, calling in sick when really I just couldn't bring myself to open my laptop. It wasn't just about Lindsay. It was the years of bending, stretching, shrinking myself for the sake of keeping the peace. And for what? So I could be smeared as the villain the moment I stopped playing along? I hit a low I hadn't hit in years. My condo felt too quiet. My thoughts too loud. I started wondering if I really had done something wrong. Maybe I had made her feel small. Maybe that's why she lashed out. Maybe. No, I caught myself. That's how people like her win. They spin you in circles until you start questioning your own reality. So I made a decision. If I was going to be painted as the bad guy anyway, I might as well stop living like a ghost. I started small. I got my hair cut. Not a trim, an actual style. Something sharper. Something I wouldn't have had the confidence to wear before. I hit the gym, not out of spite, but because I needed to move. To sweat. To stop thinking. I dug out an old passion project I'd abandoned the year before, a budgeting app I'd coded on weekends, and started rewriting it from scratch. Cleaner interface. Smarter backend. Within a month, I was in a groove. Not just surviving. Building. I posted the app on a few niche forums. A couple finance subreddits. Just for feedback. But to my surprise, people liked it. A lot. I got DMs asking if I'd consider making a paid version. A few weeks later, a small personal finance blog featured it in an article called 5 Tools That'll Make You Feel in Control Again. Downloads spiked. I added premium features. And for the first time since college, I felt something I hadn't in a long time. Pride. Not for being useful, or reliable, or the responsible one. Pride for doing something that mattered to me. Meanwhile, Lindsay was imploding. Eric didn't give me the details, but word got around. A few family members started reaching out again, asking questions, poking around, trying to check in under the guise of small talk. I didn't indulge them, but I noticed the shift. The whispers. The way some of them started treating me with cautious politeness again, like they'd realized maybe they'd backed the wrong horse. One day, I got a call from my dad. No text first. No warning. Just a call. I almost let it ring out. But something told me to pick up. Hey, I answered. Alex, he said, voice stiff. Do you have a minute? Sure. He cleared his throat. Your mom and I have been talking. We're sorry about what happened. With the wedding. With everything. I waited. We didn't realize how bad it had gotten, he continued. We thought Lindsay was just stressed. We didn't know about the letter until after she sent it. I kept my voice calm. And what do you think now? Another pause. I think you've always been there for this family, he said. And we didn't always show you that we saw it. That hit me. Because my dad wasn't the kind of man to apologize easily. He wasn't cruel, but he was old school. Stoic. A deal with it and move on kind of guy. Hearing that from him cracked something loose inside me. Thanks, I said quiet. We'd like to come by sometime, he added. See your place. Really see it. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Yeah, that'd be good. After we hung up, I sat there in silence for a while. Not happy, not triumphant, just grounded. I'd spent so long chasing their approval, trying to keep everything running, thinking if I just gave enough, worked hard enough, stayed quiet enough, they'd notice. But it wasn't until I stopped trying, until I focused on myself, that they finally did. And that was just the beginning. Because while Lindsay thought she'd buried me with that letter, she'd only planted the seed. And what I had planned next was going to be something she'd never see coming. A funny thing happens when people stop seeing you as the family doormat. They start watching you. Carefully. Nervously. Like they're not sure what you'll do next. Like you might suddenly grow teeth. After that call with my dad, the air shifted. I wasn't invisible Alex anymore. I was a question mark. A variable. A potential threat in a story where everyone had already cast their roles, and mine was supposed to be quiet, dependable, and harmless. But I had rewritten that script, and Lindsay could feel it. She didn't reach out directly. Of course not. That wasn't her style. Instead, she used our mom as a messenger. A peacekeeper. A buffer between her ego and the possibility of owning up to anything. She wants to talk, my mom said one afternoon, her voice brittle on the phone. Not about the money. Just everything. She misses her brother. I sat on my balcony, letting the early spring breeze run through my hair, watching the sun slip behind my condo building's rooftop. I'd just come back from a meeting with a small angel investor who was interested in scaling my app. Nothing massive, but enough to start thinking about hiring a second dev. My life was blooming, and now here was my sister's shadow creeping back in. She misses me? I said slowly. Interesting. She sent lawyers before words. She panicked, Mom said, sighing. She thought you were trying to take credit for her wedding. I paid for her wedding, I replied, voice flat. She thought I was trying to steal the spotlight because she'd rather invent a villain than admit she needed help. I'm not defending her, Mom said quickly. I don't want this family falling apart. Too late for that, I thought. But I didn't say it. Instead, I gave her what she wanted. Tell her I'll meet, I said. Neutral ground. Somewhere public. Mom exhaled, clearly relieved. That's good. That's really good. But I want you and Dad there, I added. No more private corners. No more twisted narratives. If we're doing this, it's with witnesses. Mom hesitated. Then, okay, I'll set it up. We met at a quiet Italian restaurant 2 towns over. Neutral territory, like I said. A place with cloth napkins and low lighting and no chance of anyone making a scene. I showed up 10 minutes early, as usual. Ordered a coffee, sat by the window, and waited. They arrived as a group. Lindsay leading the pack, dressed like she was doing damage control for a fashion blog. Oversized sunglasses, high-waisted beige trousers, a blazer that probably cost more than my old car. Eric trailed behind her like a nervous dog. My parents brought up the rear. She took off her sunglasses as she sat down, and for a moment, I thought I saw something real flicker behind her eyes. Not guilt, not remorse, just uncertainty. Hey, she said softly. Hey, I replied. The silence stretched. My dad cleared his throat. So, Lindsay began, smoothing her blazer. I wanted to talk. Face to face. I feel like things got out of hand. I waited. She glanced at Eric, then back to me. I didn't mean to hurt you, she said. I felt so much pressure. With the wedding. With expectations. Everyone kept asking how we were pulling it off. I got scared people would think we were mooching off you. But you were, I said. Calm. Controlled. She blinked. I know. But I didn't want it to look that way. My dad shifted uncomfortably. My mom said nothing. You asked me to keep it quiet, I said. And I did. You told me you wanted it to feel like you'd earned it, and I respected that. But then you shoved me to the sidelines and treated me like help. That wasn't, she started. It was, I cut in. You don't get to rewrite it. Eric looked down at his hands. Lindsay folded her arms. I was embarrassed, she said finally. I didn't want people to think I needed my big brother to bail me out again. I tilted my head. When exactly was the first time I bailed you out? You make it sound like a pattern. Her face flushed. College. Rent. That time I stayed at your place. I laughed, sharp and humorless. You mean the time you trashed my guest room and left without saying thank you? She looked away. I leaned forward, my voice dropping. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to get an apology. I just want to make something clear. I'm done playing the quiet support act in the Lindsay show. My mom started to say something, but I held up a hand. I'm not cutting you off, I added. But I am setting boundaries. No more favors. No more secret bailouts. And if you ever try to weaponize a lawyer against me again, we're done. Lindsay opened her mouth, closed it, and for the first time, I saw something new on her face. Fear. Not of me. Of losing control. The meeting ended in uneasy silence. No hugs. No resolution. Just nods and murmurs and a quiet understanding that the balance of power had shifted. And that's when I started planning. Not revenge in the traditional sense. I wasn't looking to destroy her life. But I wanted something better. A reckoning. A moment where she'd be forced to sit in the truth, my truth, for once. Not her version. Not her spin. The real story, told where it mattered most. And I knew exactly when it would happen. You see, my parents had an anniversary coming up. Their 35th. Lindsay, in one of her more recent text messages to Mom, had offered to host the party. She wanted it to be classy. Sophisticated. Like a mini wedding, but less pressure. Mom had gushed about it to me on the phone. She's really stepping up, she said. Trying to make things right. I said nothing at the time. But a plan started forming. I reached out to a few of my parents' oldest friends. A couple aunts and uncles. People who still saw me as the tech-savvy, quiet one, and didn't know much about the wedding fallout. I offered to help coordinate the AV setup for the party, photos, video messages, a highlight reel. Everyone loved the idea. Then I reached out to Eric. He didn't hesitate. I'm in, he said. Whatever you need. We met for coffee 2 weeks before the party. He looked worse for wear. Pale, jittery, like someone who'd been sleeping with one eye open. But he was clear-headed. She doesn't know I'm helping you, he said. And if she finds out, she won't, I promised. We made a list. Photos, screenshots, messages. Not malicious. Not cruel, just truthful. I crafted a short, tasteful video, a timeline, really, showing my parents' journey through the years. Milestones, family moments, achievements. Sprinkled in were quiet nods to the people who'd helped behind the scenes. One slide read, "To those who lifted others without ever asking for credit." Then a series of photos. Me helping Dad patch the roof. Me setting up Mom's new laptop. Me holding a baby Lindsay at her first birthday party. No voiceover. No name tags. Just images. But the final frame said it all. Some heroes don't need a spotlight. But sometimes they deserve one anyway. Cue soft music. Fade out. I didn't sign it. I didn't announce it was mine. But people would know. And Lindsay? She'd know most of all. Because for once, I wasn't trying to disappear. I wasn't downplaying my role. I was standing in it. Calm, clear, and unbothered by her reaction. The night of the party, I stood in the back, drink in hand, watching her flutter around in a fitted navy dress, laughing too loudly, greeting guests like a politician. Eric stood beside me. "She thinks she's running this," he muttered. I smiled. "Let her." That makes the moment hit harder. He looked at me, curious. "You sure this isn't petty?" I shook my head. It's not about pettiness. It's about balance. Because the thing about truth, it doesn't need to shout. It just needs to be heard once. And in about 15 minutes, it would be. The party started just as you'd expect. Fake smiles, modest wine, and half-hearted toasts recycled from years past. It was held in a rented garden hall with string lights draped across exposed beams, glass lanterns lining the walkway, and those overpriced grazing tables Lindsay loved to brag about. Her fingerprints were on everything, from the color-coded seating chart to the gold foil napkins printed with cheers to 35 years. And sure, the guests were impressed. She floated through the room like a politician on election night, air-kissing cheeks and accepting compliments like she'd cooked every canopy by hand. My mom beamed, soaking in the attention. My dad wore the same stiff smile he always did during family events, holding a tumbler of something brown and quiet. I stayed in the back. I didn't want the spotlight. I just wanted her to feel it when it turned on someone else. As the evening wore on, Lindsay began orbiting closer and closer to the AV table, probably making sure everything was in place. She gave me a tight-lipped smile when she passed, the kind you give a coworker you're trying not to fight with at the holiday party. I gave her a nod and kept typing, adjusting the final cues. Eric stood nearby, pretending to check his phone. He'd been tense all evening, ever since we arrived separately and played our parts. But now he was watching her. Closely. "Showtime in 10, I murmured to him. He just nodded. At exactly 8 p.m., the lights dimmed slightly. A gentle clinking of glasses brought everyone's attention to the projector screen hanging above the head table. Lindsay stood at the front, mic in hand, ready to introduce this special surprise video. She thought it was a montage she had approved, edited by one of her friends from work. Something generic, safe, and flattering. Something that reflected her taste. But I had gotten there first. She smiled at the room. "I just want to take a moment to celebrate the best parents in the world. Everything I know about love, commitment, and family, I learned from them. This is a small tribute. Enjoy." She nodded to me, giving the go-ahead. I pressed play. Soft music swelled. Familiar photos faded in. Mom and Dad in their wedding outfits, holding baby Lindsay. Then came a slide from their first house. Peeling paint. Dad shirtless on a ladder while I stood at the base holding a bucket, maybe 10 years old. A few guests chuckled. Then more pictures. Me fixing the fence at 17, setting up a Christmas tree while Lindsay sat on the couch texting, me adjusting Mom's Wi-Fi router during her online teaching days. The music shifted to something warmer. The slideshow rolled through holidays, birthdays, and blurry candids of me holding the camera. Always in the background. Always helping. Then came the text slide. To the ones who give quietly. Who carry the weight without asking for thanks. Lindsay shifted. Her smile faltered. The next few slides were subtle. A photo of me handing Mom a wrapped gift on her 50th. A screenshot of a bank transfer labeled Wedding Venue, Alex, with the amount blurred just enough to raise eyebrows. A still from the wedding itself. Me, behind the projector, setting up equipment while the bridesmaids posed for photos. Then came the final frame. Just text, in gold script on a black background. Some people build the stage. Others take the bow. Tonight, we thank the one who built it. Then, silence. For 3 full seconds, not a single person moved. Then someone clapped. Just one. I think it was Aunt Marcy. Then another. And suddenly the room erupted. The applause was thunderous. Genuine. People turned to look around, trying to spot me. I didn't stand. I didn't wave. I just sat there, still, letting it happen. Lindsay was frozen. Her cheeks were pale. Her hands gripped the mic like it might run away. She tried to speak, but nothing came out. Mom stood up, dabbing her eyes. She walked straight across the room and hugged me. Tight, like she hadn't hugged me in years. Then Dad followed. He didn't say anything, but he clapped me on the back twice. And in that moment, I realized something. This was never about humiliating her. It was about reclaiming my place. But Lindsay, she couldn't handle it. The second the attention shifted, she panicked. She whispered something to Eric, who just shook his head. That set her off. I didn't hear what she said, but I saw the venom in her face. And then, in front of everyone, she stormed off the stage. People glanced around uncomfortably. My mom tried to smooth things over by proposing a toast. The party carried on, awkwardly at first, then with increasing warmth as the open bar worked its magic. But the damage was done. She'd made her choice, attention or dignity. She couldn't have both. Eric found me near the back patio an hour later. He looked lighter somehow, like someone who had been holding their breath for too long and had finally exhaled. She cornered me in the car, he said. Said I betrayed her. That I let you steal her moment again. I raised an eyebrow. Did you? I don't think so, he said. But even if I did, I'm not sorry. We stood there a while, watching fireflies blink in the trees. She's not gonna forgive this, he added. I shrugged. That's not up to me. He looked at me, his expression unreadable. You know, I used to think she was the strong one. Loud, confident, certain. But it takes a different kind of strength to be quiet and still make a difference. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. A few weeks passed. Lindsay went dark. No calls. No texts. She didn't return my mom's messages. Eric moved into a short-term rental. He said it was temporary, but I knew better. He'd seen her without the filters now. Seen what it cost to stay in her orbit. Word got around. Extended family started reaching out again. Curious, nosy, trying to figure out what happened. I kept it vague. Let the slideshow speak for itself. I didn't need to retell the story. I didn't need to fight anymore. The truth had done the job. Mom invited me over for dinner one night. Just the two of us. She cooked my favorite, chicken parmesan, even though I hadn't asked. Halfway through the meal, she put her fork down and said, I watched the video again. I looked up. I didn't realize, she whispered, how much you were there. All those years. All those moments. I didn't respond. Because what do you say to that? I'm sorry, she said. And for once, I believed her. After dinner, I went home to my condo. My space, my rules, my life. I watered my plants. Checked on my app metrics. Sales were up again. A small finance YouTuber had just featured it in a video. My inbox was flooded with questions, compliments, collaboration offers. I sat on my couch, feet up, and let the silence settle around me. For years, I thought being the strong one meant being the quiet one. The helper. The background character in someone else's story. But now I knew better. Strength isn't silence. It's truth. It's knowing when to step back and when to step forward. It's knowing your worth, even if no one claps for you. Especially then. Lindsay never apologized. Not really. But she didn't need to. Her absence was apology enough. Her silence, finally, was honest. And I didn't need her spotlight. I'd built my own. I was 22 when I passed out in the middle of the student union food court after my last final exam. Stress, dehydration, 2 straight nights without sleep, and the crushing weight of knowing that no matter how well I did, it would never be enough for them. It all finally caught up. 1 second I was trying to sip my cold brew and scroll through celebratory memes. And the next thing I knew, I was waking up under bright lights with a nurse holding a clipboard and in 4 already in my arm. Carter, you're in the hospital. You collapsed, she said, voice calm but firm, like she'd said it 100 times. You're going to be okay. She had kind eyes, the kind that immediately made me feel both safer and strangely embarrassed. I nodded, dazed, trying to remember what day it was. My throat was dry. My whole body felt like a balloon someone had let the air out of. I wanted to ask her what time it was, maybe even joke that finals really had taken years off my life, but I could barely speak. They told me later it was sheer exhaustion, compounded by stress-induced dehydration. The kind of thing that sneaks up on you slowly, then pounces. They'd called my emergency contact, my mom, and then my backup contact, my brother. No answer from either of them. Not even a text. That part didn't surprise me. Not really. It stung, but it didn't shock. My family had a habit of only showing up when it benefited them. I was the golden ticket, as my brother Josh used to call me. Always sarcastically, always with a sneer. I got the grades, won the scholarships, earned the approval of distant relatives who didn't know better. I wasn't the oldest, that was Josh, 25, full of noise and ego, or the youngest, that was Lexi, 17, endlessly babied. But I was the one who'd gotten out. The one who didn't flunk classes, didn't get caught sneaking beer into the basement, didn't mouth off at family dinners. So, naturally, I was the one resented the most. Mom used to say things like, "Carter, you're our easy one," as if that meant she didn't need to worry about me. As if I didn't need support. As if being the good one was permission to ignore me completely. So when the nurse told me no one had come, I just smiled a little, nodded, and said, "Yeah, that tracks." The only reason I knew they were even aware I was hospitalized was because, later that night, when I finally got access to my phone, I checked my notifications and found one of Josh's Instagram posts. A photo of his feet propped on the coffee table, a beer in one hand, Xbox controller in the other. The caption read, "Peace and quiet at last." I stared at it for a long minute. I wasn't tagged or mentioned by name, but I didn't have to be. He'd posted it 3 hours after the hospital called him. It didn't make me angry. Not yet. Anger's something that needs energy. What I felt was something colder. Emptier. I set the phone down and turned my head toward the window. There was a crack in the blinds, just wide enough for a sliver of moonlight. That night, I didn't cry. I just stayed quiet. A week passed. I didn't leave the hospital. My vitals were stable, but I was still on fluids. My blood pressure was a yo-yo, my appetite vanished, and the doctors didn't love the way I flinched every time someone opened the door too loudly. Turns out, when your body breaks, it doesn't just bounce back. It mourns itself, slowly, quietly, and the silence from home continued. No visits, no calls, not even Lexi, who used to be my little shadow before she hit high school and suddenly decided I was boring. I thought maybe it was better this way. Maybe I needed the silence. No guilt trips. No passive-aggressive "we miss you" texts. Just space. Until the 8th morning. That was the day I woke up to 42 missed calls. Most were from Mom. A few from Josh. One from Lexi. But it was the text that followed that made my stomach twist. From Mom, "We're in trouble. Call now." I read it 3 times. I don't know what I expected to feel. Panic, worry, fear. But what I actually felt was something much darker. Something deep and still, like the bottom of a lake just before a storm. Because I did call her back. But not for the reason they hoped. And if I'm going to tell you that story, the full story, you need to understand exactly who these people were. Not just what they did to me that week, but what they'd been doing my entire life. You need to know how it felt to be Carter, the invisible child who never fought back, who never asked for more, who thought love meant staying silent so everyone else could speak. Because this isn't just a story about hospital calls or final exams. It's a story about waking up. And it all started years before that call. You know what's funny? When I was a kid, I thought all families were like mine. I thought it was normal to get grounded for getting a 91 on a math test when your brother barely scraped by with CS and still got taken out for burgers. I thought it made sense that I had to babysit Lexi for free every weekend. But Josh got $50 just for not forgetting her at the mall once. I thought, "You're the responsible one," was a compliment. Like being ignored was a reward for good behavior. That's the thing about growing up inside dysfunction. You learn to calibrate your expectations around it. You learn to shrink your voice so it doesn't echo too loud, to walk softly when you're already doing everything right. You learn that being low maintenance isn't a survival tactic. It's a role, one you don't get to leave. So by the time I left for college, I wasn't bitter. Not yet. I was just tired. Tired of always being the one who gave, who bent, who covered for everyone else. I thought getting away would fix it. That if I studied hard enough, graduated fast enough, maybe I could come back home and finally be seen. But home didn't miss me. It just replaced me. Let me rewind a little. Josh, he was always the loud one. Life of the party, Mr. Charisma. He didn't care about rules, and he didn't care who cleaned up his mess. He got arrested once at 19 for shoplifting with his friends. Mom bailed him out with money from my college savings. She didn't even tell me until I noticed the statement. Her excuse? It's just money, Carter. He needed help. Don't be selfish. Lexi, on the other hand, was the baby. Fragile, dramatic, always on the edge of some new disaster. When she started failing classes in high school, guess who got roped into tutoring her every evening via FaceTime while juggling my own midterms? And when she cried about how, "You're so lucky, Carter, you're good at everything," guess who had to comfort her instead of snapping? I kept telling myself I was the glue. That if I just held on a little longer, kept doing the right thing, they'd notice. They'd come around. They didn't. By junior year of college, I'd stopped coming home for the holidays. I told them it was to save money, but the truth was, I couldn't stomach another Thanksgiving where Josh showed up late, reeking of weed, and still got to carve the turkey while Mom asked me to take more photos of the family. As if I was the hired photographer, not a member of it. They stopped asking me questions. They stopped calling unless they needed something. And then came senior year. Finals. Pressure. Panic attacks I didn't tell anyone about. A part-time job at the campus library. 2 research papers, a presentation, and a capstone project. I had no time for myself, no margin for error. I was running on fumes. The morning I collapsed, I'd been awake for almost 40 hours. I remember thinking, as I handed in my final paper, just a few more hours and you can breathe. Funny. I guess my body decided it couldn't wait. I've already told you about waking up in the hospital. About Josh's peace and quiet post. But what I didn't say, what I didn't want to admit even to myself, was that I still hoped they'd come. Day 2. I kept the curtain cracked, just in case someone walked in. Day 4. I told myself maybe they didn't know which hospital. The nurse confirmed they did. Day 6. The nurse asked if I had any friends who could bring me a change of clothes. That one hurt. I didn't have the energy to reach out to classmates. I barely spoke to people outside of group projects. I was always too busy for parties, too focused to waste time dating. It hit me that the only people who ever depended on me, ever expected anything from me, were the ones who weren't here now. Then came day 8. The phone call. 42 missed calls. Mom, Josh, Lexi. The text from Mom. We're in trouble. Call now. I remember staring at it for a full minute, debating whether I should even bother. But curiosity's a funny thing. It doesn't care if you're hurt. It just wants to know. So I called. Mom picked up instantly. Oh, thank God. Carter, she said, like I was the one who vanished. We need you to come home. Now. No greeting. No, how are you? No acknowledgement of the hospital call. I waited a beat. I've been in the hospital. A pause. Yes. Well, we figured you were okay. They didn't say it was life-threatening. I said nothing. Just let that sink in. She rushed on. It's Josh. He's in trouble. Serious trouble. Of course. Apparently, Josh had racked up $12,000 in credit card debt under Dad's name. Dad passed away when I was 16. Another story entirely. And the bank had frozen the family account. Mom had just found out when trying to pay the mortgage. Lexi needed tuition for her private school next month. Bills were piling up. They needed help. And that's when she dropped it. We know you've been saving your stipend, sweetheart. And you got that scholarship refund last semester. Can you come home and help us sort this out? She said it like it was obvious. Like I owed them. I sat up in my hospital bed, the 4 tugging slightly at my arm. You're asking me for money? No, she said quickly. Well, yes. But just for now. Josh made a mistake. You know how he is. He panicked. He's still your brother. Still my brother. The same brother who once locked me in the garage for 2 hours because I wouldn't do his homework. The same brother who went to prom with my crush in senior year, just to mess with me. The same brother who, 8 days ago, posted about peace and quiet while I was unconscious in a hospital bed. I didn't say anything. Just let the silence drag. Mom filled it with guilt, as always. Carter, we've always supported you. We paid for your first semester. We've been here for you. You used my college fund to bail Josh out of jail. She didn't respond. I've been here alone for over a week, I said, my voice flat. No calls. No visits. I passed out, Mom. You're strong. You always have been. I almost laughed. That's the problem, I thought. You think my strength is infinite. That it means I don't need anything. But I was done being strong for people who only noticed when I became useful. She kept talking, making promises. If I helped them now, they'd pay me back. Josh would apologize. Lexi would call. We could be a family again. I told her I needed to think. I hung up. Then I scrolled through Josh's feed again. He'd deleted the peace and quiet post. But the internet never forgets. I'd taken a screenshot. And right below it, a newer post, a photo of him sitting in the driver's seat of a new car. Grinding pays off, the caption said. That car? Registered under Mom's name. I remembered because I helped her apply for the loan last summer. That was the moment something shifted. The moment the dam broke. I wasn't just hurt. I was angry. But not the loud, explosive kind. Not the kind Josh was famous for. This was the cold, quiet kind of anger. The kind that sees patterns and starts making plans. I closed my phone, leaned back in bed, and I started to think. Because if they wanted my help, if they thought I was still the quiet, compliant, selfless, good son who would always come home when called, then maybe it was time they learned what silence really sounds like when it breaks. And the best part? They had no idea what was coming. Not yet. After I hung up that call with Mom, I sat in the hospital bed for a long time and just stared at the wall. The 4 bag above me was half drained, humming with a soft, mechanical rhythm that somehow made the silence around me louder. I watched the drip, drip, drip like it was hypnotizing me. Not thinking, not planning, just absorbing. Because as much as I'd love to say I felt empowered after that call, like I finally stood up for myself, that would be a lie. I felt broken. I felt empty. Like I had just opened the last door in a house that had no rooms left. And all I'd found inside was dust. It's one thing to know deep down that your family doesn't care. It's another thing to have it confirmed. Out loud. Repeatedly. And the worst part? A part of me still wanted to help them. A part of me still ached to be wanted, to be appreciated, to be told, just once, thank you for holding it all together. But I knew now, that wasn't coming. I stayed in the hospital 2 more days. They wanted to monitor my blood pressure and run tests. I didn't mind. It was the first time in years anyone checked in on me for more than what I could do for them. Nurses asked how I was sleeping. Doctors listened when I said, I'm still not hungry. One of the interns brought me a Sudoku book because I mentioned I liked puzzles. It was weird, getting that kind of quiet attention. It made me realize how starved I was for basic human care. On my final day, I signed the discharge papers myself. I packed my stuff slowly, folding my worn hoodie and laptop charger into the same backpack I'd carried since sophomore year. My shoes were still crusted with salt from the snowy sidewalks. I didn't even have a winter coat with me. I'd been too focused on surviving finals to think about weather. As I walked out of the hospital, I passed a woman being wheeled in by her teenage son. She was pale and shaking, clearly frightened, but he held her hand the entire time. I tried not to stare, but I couldn't help thinking, that could have been me, if I'd mattered. I took the bus back to my off-campus apartment. My roommate, Luis, was gone for winter break, so the place was dark and quiet. I dropped my bag and just stood in the middle of the living room for a minute, disoriented. The silence used to be a comfort. Now it felt like a vacuum. I opened the fridge. Empty except for mustard and an expired container of Greek yogurt. I closed it again. Then I sat on the floor and cried. It wasn't loud. Just quiet, miserable shaking. The kind where your ribs ache and your breath keeps catching. I didn't even wipe my face. I just sat there, curled around my knees, letting the loneliness finally pour out of me. It was the lowest point I'd ever hit. No family. No food. No one texting to ask if I was okay. And even though I had just passed all my exams and technically finished my final semester early, I didn't feel victorious. I felt disposable. Like I'd built my entire life trying to prove I was worth loving, and all I had to show for it was a degree and a hollow chest. But the thing about rock bottom is, once you hit it, you stop being afraid of falling. Because you're already there. So that night, still sitting on the cold tile floor of my kitchen, I opened my laptop and started making a plan. I didn't tell anyone. Not Luis. Not old classmates. Definitely not my family. I decided I was going to disappear, not physically, but emotionally. No more updates. No more calls home. No more second chances. They wanted me to be the strong one. Fine. They could see how strong I'd become when I stopped using that strength to prop them up. The first step was simple. Cut contact. I blocked Josh. Blocked Lexi. I didn't block Mom. Yet, but I muted her. Put her on silent. I wanted to see what she'd say when she realized I wasn't replying. She didn't say much. A few guilt-laced texts. One, we really need to talk. Then radio silence. Then I transferred the last of my stipend into a new savings account with a digital bank, one they didn't know I used. Next, I applied for an internship I'd been eyeing for months. a nonprofit education foundation in Boston, remote, flexible, mission-driven. I'd bookmarked the application weeks ago, but hadn't dared to apply. I didn't think I had the time, or the guts. But now, I had nothing but time, and guts were all I had left. I submitted it at 2:17 a.m., along with a cover letter I rewrote 4 times. I poured every ounce of quiet fury and resilience into that letter. Told them how education had been my lifeline, how I wanted to help students like me, the forgotten ones. The easy kids who never got the support they needed because they weren't loud about their pain. I didn't expect to hear back. So when I got the interview email 2 days later, I almost didn't believe it was real. The interview was over Zoom. I wore the only blazer I owned and set my laptop on top of a cardboard box to get the right height. I was shaking the whole time, but I channeled the version of myself I wanted to be: confident, focused, sharp. They hired me on the spot. 3-month internship, part-time, with the option to go full-time after graduation. I didn't tell anyone. It felt good, clean, to have something just for me. The next few weeks were a blur. I still didn't have much money, so I stretched every dollar. Rice and frozen vegetables. Free coffee from campus events. I sold my old textbooks and used the cash to buy a decent secondhand coat. I taught myself how to cook simple meals. I made a rule: 1 hot meal a day, no matter what. I read books. Not for class, just for me. I reread The Catcher in the Rye and realized I related to Holden way more than I ever admitted. I started journaling. Just a few sentences a day. Mostly things like, didn't cry today, or ate lunch with protein. It wasn't poetic, but it was mine. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, I started to rise. Not dramatically, not with fanfare, just little wins. A day without checking my phone every 5 minutes. A moment of silence that didn't feel like abandonment. A night where I fell asleep without thinking of Josh's smirk or Mom's voice in my head. I didn't talk to my family. Not even when Lexi texted, "Hey," one night out of the blue. I didn't answer. She didn't follow up. Mom sent a Happy New Year message. "We hope you're doing well. We miss you." She attached a photo of the family dinner table, my chair empty. I stared at it for a long time, then deleted it. Because I wasn't missing anymore. I was rebuilding. And by March, I was thriving. The foundation offered me the full-time position. Remote, $55,000 a year, benefits included. I accepted it within 10 minutes. It was the most money I'd ever seen on a contract. I moved out of the apartment in April and got a studio by myself. Small, bare walls, but it was mine. My name on the lease. My groceries in the fridge. My life. I got a gym membership. Not to bulk up, just to feel strong in my own skin again. I started therapy through the foundation's health plan. My therapist's name was Elise. She didn't ask about my family for the first 3 sessions. Just asked what I wanted. I didn't know how to answer that. I'd never been asked before. But little by little, I figured it out. I wanted peace. I wanted distance. I wanted to stop feeling like I owed everyone something just to exist. By summer, I felt like a different person. Not healed, not entirely, but solid. Which is why, when the letter arrived, the physical letter, not an email, I almost laughed. A thick envelope with my mother's handwriting on the front. No return address. Just my name. Inside was a card. One of those generic, thinking of you, ones with a watercolor flower on the front. And a note inside, scribbled fast, like she was afraid of what she was writing. "Carter, we're really in trouble now. Josh did something serious. Please call. We need you. You're the only one who can fix this." No apology. No acknowledgement of the months of silence. Just need. Always need. Always me, the fix-it man. But this time I wasn't just stronger. I was ready. Because I had a plan. And they were about to learn the difference between the Carter who kept quiet and the Carter who watched everything, remembered everything, and finally had nothing left to lose. And when I say I called them back, I did. But not the way they expected. Not even close. I didn't call them back right away. I let the letter sit on my desk for 2 days. Every time I walked past it, I felt like I was walking past a fire someone else started, a fire they now expected me to put out. I knew what it was. Another crisis. Another self-inflicted disaster. Another desperate reach for the person they'd spent years ignoring until it was convenient. And I'll be honest, for a split second, I almost tossed it. Straight into the trash. Because I was doing well. I had a job I loved. I had peace. I'd gone from nearly collapsing under pressure to rebuilding my entire life from scratch. But this wasn't just about me anymore. This was about setting something straight. See, I'd spent most of my life thinking silence was safety, that staying quiet kept the peace, that if I just worked hard, stayed invisible, and kept my head down, the universe would reward me. It doesn't. Silence isn't safety. It's just the space entitled people fill with their own voices when yours is missing. And I was done giving them that space. So I picked up the letter one final time. Reread the sloppy ink. You're the only one who can fix this. Funny, considering I hadn't heard from any of them in over 4 months. Not a happy birthday. Not a check-in. Just another emergency, another demand. I didn't call. I emailed. It felt cleaner. Sharper. More formal. Like drawing a boundary in pen instead of pencil. Subject. Family emergency. Hi, Mom. I received your letter. I hope everyone is safe. I'm not sure what serious thing Josh did this time, but I can't promise I'll help. Not until I have more information. I'm very busy with work and have commitments I can't drop. If you want me to hear you out, you'll need to tell me everything first. In writing. No games this time. Carter. I sent it, closed the laptop, and made lunch. Didn't even check for a reply until the next morning. When I did, I had 3. One from Mom, one from Josh, and one from an unexpected source, Lexi. I opened Mom's first. Carter. I don't appreciate the cold tone, but I'll do as you asked. Josh was caught forging checks in Dad's name again. He used old documents from the safe in the garage. The police came to the house last week. They're investigating possible fraud. If they file charges, it could mean jail. The account is frozen. The mortgage is 2 months behind. My credit is tanking. We need money to pay legal fees and fix this mess. We thought maybe you could talk to a lawyer friend from college, or see if there's any way to spin the situation. You always had a way with words. Spin. That was the word she used. Not solve. Not understand. Not take accountability. Spin. Like I was a PR firm. Like this was just another temporary embarrassment to sweep under the rug. Josh's email was shorter. Bro, Mom says you blocked me. Fine. But this isn't my fault. Those checks were old and no one was using the money anyway. I'm not going down for this. If you don't help, it's on you. Jay? There it was. No apology. No acknowledgement of what he did. Just the same smug entitlement he'd always had. As if he was the victim, and I was the unreasonable one for not rushing in to save him. But the real surprise? Lexi's email. Carter, I know I don't have the right to ask you for anything. I know I haven't been there. But I didn't know how bad things were getting until the cops showed up. Mom's freaking out. Josh is blaming everyone. I don't know what to do. I graduate next year, but Mom says we might have to sell the house. And she keeps saying Carter will fix it. I don't think that's fair. You shouldn't have to. I'm sorry. For everything. I just wanted you to know I don't expect anything. I hope you're okay. Lexi. It wasn't a full apology. But it wasn't a demand, either. That meant something. I didn't reply to any of them right away. Instead, I started gathering my cards. Step 1 was legal knowledge. I wasn't a lawyer, but I was methodical. And one thing you learn from growing up in a family like mine is how to observe. How to file away little details. How to read between the lines. So I went digging. I started with Dad's estate. He'd passed away 6 years ago, when I was 16. Heart attack. Sudden. He wasn't perfect, distant, strict, but he had been the only one in the family who didn't treat me like furniture. He'd leave notes in my lunchbox. Taught me how to budget. Let me stay up late to watch Nova documentaries. He was the one who called me the calm in the storm. When he died, Mom took over all the finances. She told us everything was under control, that the house was in her name now, that Dad's accounts had been consolidated. But I remembered something. Something small. A conversation from years ago, just days after the funeral. I was sitting at the kitchen table, still in my black slacks, barely eating my mashed potatoes. Josh was whining about not getting Dad's watch. And Mom, clearly exhausted, snapped. You'll get what's yours when the trust says so. The trust. Not the will. Not the estate. The trust. That word stuck with me. I never asked about it again. I was a teenager, grieving. But now, it clicked. So I called a lawyer. Not a friend. I didn't have many, but a colleague from the foundation who used to work in estate planning. Her name was Danielle. She agreed to a quick consult. I told her the situation in broad strokes. No names. Just hypotheticals. What happens, I asked, if someone sets up a trust for their kids, and one of the kids never sees any of it? She asked a few questions. Age of the kids, who the trustee was, whether the trust had an expiration date. I told her everything I remembered, including that I was 16 when he died, and Mom took over everything immediately. That sounds like a family trust, she said slowly. Irrevocable, possibly. You may still be a beneficiary. If your name was on that trust and it never dissolved, there's a legal paper trail. And if the trustee mishandled funds or denied you access, that's actionable. Actionable. That word hit me like caffeine. Could someone, say, a sibling, have committed fraud using that trust info? Absolutely, she said, especially if documents were misused. If someone forged checks using trust assets, that's criminal. She paused. But it's also leverage. Big leverage. I ended that call and immediately went looking for paperwork. I didn't have much, but I had an old shoebox and storage labeled Dad. Inside were cards, photos, and, buried at the bottom, a copy of his memorial service program. Tucked into it, folded into fourths, was a letter from the lawyer who'd handled his estate. On the top corner, Trust ID hashtag 7983 LLC. Below it, trustees, primary, Margaret Avery, spouse, secondary, Carter Avery, upon 25th birthday. I stared at it. My 25th birthday was 4 months away. For months, and I became co-trustee. And that, right there, was the crack I'd been waiting for. The house, the bank account, any remaining investments, if they were tied to that trust, and Josh had used it fraudulently, and Mom had allowed it, then I had more than leverage. I had control. I spent the next week doing what I did best, working quietly in the background while everyone underestimated me. I emailed Danielle again. She agreed to help me file a formal inquiry into the trust. We'd start with a records request. No accusations yet, just paperwork. A legal toe in the door. I researched our family property. Found out Mom had taken out 2 helics on the house, both within the last 5 years. Both tied to the same frozen account she mentioned in her email. I checked Josh's public records. Nothing yet, but the county website showed a pending case number. That meant law enforcement was investigating him. Fraud. Forgery. White collar, but still a felony. And then, when everything was lined up, when I had enough dots to draw a very ugly picture, I made the call. Not to them. To Lexi. She picked up on the second ring. Carter. Hey, I said. A long silence. Then she whispered, I didn't think you'd ever call me again. I'm not calling to fix things, I said. I'm calling to offer you a choice. She listened as I laid it all out. The trust. The pending charges. The financial trail. I told her what would happen if I went public. Not just with the legal filing, but with the family's dirty laundry. But I'm not doing this to hurt you, I said. I just wanted to stop. And you're the only one who might understand that. She was quiet. Then, what do you want me to do? Nothing yet. Just be ready. Because when I pull the pin on this, it's going to blow. And I needed someone on the inside who wouldn't flinch when the dust settled. Someone who, like me, was done pretending everything was fine. When I hung up, I sat back in my chair. The pieces were in place. The truth was locked, loaded, and ready. And if my family thought they could drag me back in just to clean up another mess, they were about to find out what it felt like when the quiet one finally speaks. The day everything finally broke open wasn't dramatic. No storm clouds. No thunderclap. Just a quiet Tuesday morning in June, sunlight spilling across my studio floor while I sat at my desk with a cup of instant coffee. The cheap stuff, the kind I used to guzzle during finals week. But this time, I drank it slowly, calmly, steadily, because I knew what was coming. The trust records request had been processed. Danielle emailed me everything. Balances, transfers, signatures, scanned checks, even timestamps. It was like opening a door into a room I didn't know existed, except everything inside the room had my name on it. Turns out, Dad had set up the trust for both of his kids. Plural, equal shares. And the moment I turned 25, I became co-trustee, but only if the primary trustee, Mom, had acted in good faith. She hadn't. The documents made it clear. Thousands pulled out over the years. Some transfers labeled home improvements, but clearly used for other things. Several checks written to Josh directly, signed sloppily in a shaky imitation of Dad's handwriting. And then the nail in the coffin, a scanned check Josh had written only 4 months earlier. The signature didn't even remotely match Dad's. It looked like he'd scribbled it with his non-dominant hand. In the dark, while sneezing. Fraud. Clear as day. But I didn't file charges immediately. I set the stage. That was always the part they underestimated, the patience. I scheduled a meeting through Danielle's firm. She agreed to host it at her office, acting as a neutral mediator. Mom was told the meeting was about discussing solutions. Josh was told it was about helping his case. Lexi wasn't required to attend, but when she asked if she could, I told her yes. She arrived first. When she walked into the conference room, her shoulders were slumped in a way I'd never seen before. Not dramatic, not defeated, just tired. She sat across from me with a small, sad smile. "You look different," she said. "So do you." "I'm sorry," she whispered. I nodded. "We'll talk after." Then Mom arrived. She hugged Lexi first. She hugged me too, which startled me because I couldn't remember the last time she'd done that. She smelled like laundry detergent and stale anxiety. "You look thin," she murmured. "You should take better care of yourself." I didn't respond. Josh showed up last, wearing cologne strong enough to knock out a small animal. He didn't look scared. He looked annoyed. "Let's get this over with," he muttered. Dropping into his chair like this was some huge inconvenience to him. Danielle began the meeting calmly. Professionally, she explained the purpose: to review the trust status, the investigation, and potential legal outcomes. Mom's fingers tightened around her purse strap. Josh rolled his eyes. I sat back and let the silence guide things. Danielle projected the documents onto the monitor. Line by line, she walked them through the discrepancies. The withdrawals, the forged signatures, the accounts tied to the house. Mom's breathing became shallow. Josh shifted uncomfortably for the first time. Then Danielle clicked to the last page. The trust clause indicating that if the primary trustee breached fiduciary duty, authority transferred immediately to the secondary trustee. Me. Mom's face drained of color. "Carter," she whispered. And that was the moment, the exact moment, the roles shifted. I wasn't the quiet one anymore. I wasn't the dependable child or the emotional punching bag or the convenient solution to everyone's problems. I was the trustee. I was the one holding the pen this time. I folded my hands on the table. "I've reviewed everything," I said calmly, "and I've made my decision." Mom shook her head. "Carter, please don't do this. Don't humiliate us like this." "You did this," I said quietly. "I just found the paperwork." She winced like I'd struck her. Josh leaned forward. "Okay, so we messed up a little." "A little," I repeated. Danielle pulled up the projected total. $68,413 stolen or misused. $32,000 directly linked to forged checks. $12,000 tied to the frozen account from Josh's credit card stunt. All of it documented. All of it under trust jurisdiction. Josh swallowed hard. Mom whispered, "We were trying to stay afloat. Your father didn't leave us much. We did what we had to do." "No," I said. "You did what was easiest." She covered her face with her hands. Then I turned toward Josh. "You know they can charge you," I said. "Right? Not maybe. Not possibly. They can. And given your track record, you'd probably get the maximum." His voice cracked for the first time. "Carter, come on. We're brothers. Brothers don't forge each other's futures," I said. He went silent. Mom reached across the table. "Please, whatever you want, we'll make it right. Just tell us what to do." I looked at her hand, then at her, then at the life they had built on my silence. And I finally, fully, let go. "Here's what's going to happen," I said. Their heads snapped up. "You're both going to sign the trustee transfer form today. Effective immediately, I take over all decisions regarding the trust." Mom's mouth opened, then closed. She nodded. "You will also sign a repayment agreement," I continued. "Every dollar misused will be repaid into the trust over the next 10 years. Monthly installments. Legally binding." Mom's eyes filled with tears. Josh looked like he wanted to flip the table, but he didn't move. "And if we don't," he muttered. Danielle answered for me. "Then the trust files a civil suit, and the district attorney proceeds with criminal fraud charges." He sank back in his chair. Lexi watched quietly, shoulders shaking a little, but not from fear, from relief. I wasn't done. "The house," I said. "It's trust property. That means if payments aren't made, I can force a sale." Mom's voice trembled. "Carter, that's our home." "It was Dad's home," I corrected. "And you used it like an ATM until it nearly collapsed." She looked down. "And one more thing," I added. They braced. "You will stop telling everyone I'm the one who fixes things. I'm done being the family safety net." Silence. Mom nodded first. Hesitantly. Shamefully. Josh, after a long minute, muttered, "Fine." The documents were signed that day. All of them. Not because they wanted to, but because, for the first time in their lives, they had no leverage over me. And for the first time in my life, I had leverage over them. When the meeting ended, I didn't stay for hugs. I didn't stay for apologies or promises or desperate attempts to pull me back into the cycle. I walked out. Lexi followed me into the hallway. "Carter," she said softly. I turned. "I meant what I wrote," she said. "I don't expect anything. But, thank you. For not letting them swallow me whole too." I studied her face. She looked scared, but she also looked free. "You're the only one who tried," I said. "That counts." She nodded, eyes wet. I walked her to the elevator. She squeezed my hand before the doors closed. When I stepped outside, the sun felt warm in a way I hadn't felt in years. Real warmth. Not obligation disguised as love. Not pressure disguised as responsibility. Just sunlight. Just air. Just freedom. I didn't look back. I moved forward. I moved on. I took over the trust officially a week later. Sold off a few small assets to stabilize things. Put the house on a structured repayment plan. Set boundaries so thick a bulldozer couldn't push through them. Mom sent a few messages after that. Apologies. Invitations to dinner. Check-ins. I responded politely but distantly. I wasn't cruel, just unavailable. Josh didn't contact me at all. Lexi did, though. Small messages. Updates. Photos of her graduation cap, doodled with planets and tiny stars. A picture of her acceptance letter to a college 3 states away. A simple line under it. "Thank you for helping me get out." I replied to those. But the best moment, the moment I didn't even know I'd been waiting for, came on my 25th birthday. A single letter. No return address. Inside, "You're the calm in the storm. I knew you'd find your own life someday. I'm proud of you, son." Dad. I don't know when he wrote it. Maybe years before he passed. Maybe meant to be given to me later. Maybe forgotten in a desk drawer until it somehow found its way to the mail. But holding it in my hands, I realized something I'd never fully understood. I hadn't rebuilt myself alone. A part of him had been there the whole time. And now, the storm had finally passed. And for the first time in my entire life, I was standing in the sunlight on purpose. I never thought I'd be sharing my own story here, but after what happened recently, I figured this was the place to do it. I need to get this off my chest. My name's Luke, and let me start by saying I wasn't born into money. Everything I have, I built from the ground up. It took years of hard work, sacrifices, and setbacks to get where I am today. I never had a safety net. No rich parents to bail me out if things went south. Just me, a laptop, and an idea that turned into something bigger than I ever imagined. I started my own tech company in my mid-20s. It wasn't some overnight success. I spent years grinding, working 16-hour days, living in a tiny apartment with barely enough to pay rent. There were times I thought about giving up, when it felt like I was throwing everything into a dream that wasn't going to happen. But eventually, the work paid off. One good deal led to another, and before I knew it, my company was taking off. By the time I turned 30, I was officially a millionaire. Not billionaire rich, but comfortable. I could afford a nice house, a luxury car, and vacations whenever I wanted. But even with all that, I never really changed. I still preferred wearing hoodies over suits, still ate at the same local diners, and still kept a small, close circle of friends who knew me before the money. That's when I met her. Let's call her Emily. She was gorgeous, the kind of woman who turned heads when she walked into a room. But more than that, she was charming, the kind of person who made you feel like you were the most interesting person in the world when she talked to you. We met at a charity gala I was invited to, not my usual scene, but a friend dragged me along. She approached me first, striking up a conversation about my company. At first, I thought she was just genuinely interested, but looking back, I should have noticed the signs. She laughed at all my jokes, even the bad ones. She made sure to casually mention that she wasn't like other women who cared about money. And she moved fast. We went from dating to engaged in under a year. I won't lie, at the time, I thought I hit the jackpot. Here was this beautiful, intelligent, fun woman who seemed to love me for me, not just the wealth. My friends warned me to slow down, but I was caught up in it. We got married 6 months ago, and for the first few months, things seemed fine. Sure, there were little red flags. She never really showed interest in my work once we were together. She quit her job a month after the wedding, saying she wanted to focus on our life together. She started spending a lot, designer bags, expensive spa days, trips with her friends. When I mentioned maybe slowing down a bit on the spending, she'd get upset, saying, "What's the point of money if we don't enjoy it?" But I brushed it off. I wanted to believe she loved me. I wanted to believe I wasn't just some wallet to her. Then came the day everything changed. It was last Friday. I was supposed to be out of town for a business meeting, a last-minute trip that was meant to take the whole weekend. Emily knew I was gone, so she made plans with her friends, one of her regular girls' nights, where they drank expensive drinks and gossiped about people they barely knew. But the meeting got canceled. I decided not to text her right away and just head home. I pulled into the driveway around 8 p.m. The house was quiet, but as I walked inside, I heard voices coming from the living room. At first, I thought she had some of her friends over, but as I got closer, I realized she was on the phone. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but the second I heard my name, I stopped in my tracks. I'll never forget what I heard next. Emily let out this laugh, one of those fake, high-pitched laughs she always used when she was showing off. And then she said, "Oh, please. Luke's just a temporary fix. Once I have his money, I'm gone." I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. She kept talking, completely unaware I was standing just a few feet away. "No, seriously. You really think I'd stay with him if he wasn't rich? He's not my type at all. But hey, might as well enjoy the ride while it lasts, right?" Her friend laughed on the other end. Then Emily said something that made my stomach drop even further. "I give it a year, maybe less. By then, I'll have enough saved up to make a clean break. And let's be real, divorce means I'll be set for life." I just stood there, frozen. My own wife, the woman I thought I'd spend my life with, was openly admitting she was using me, that she never loved me, that I was nothing more than a bank account to her. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, my hand shaking, and hit record. Because if she thought she was about to play me, she had another thing coming. I stood there for a moment, staring at my phone as Emily's words echoed in my head. She was planning to take me for all I was worth, and I couldn't believe I'd been blind to it for so long. It hurt, but more than that, it made me angry. So angry that my fingers nearly shook as I slipped my phone into my pocket. But I wasn't going to let her see that. No, I couldn't give her the satisfaction of seeing me fall apart, not when I'd finally figured out what kind of person she really was. I took a deep breath, pushed my emotions aside, and walked back into the living room. Emily and her friends were still chatting, a little more quietly than before, but the moment I entered, the conversation paused. They all turned their heads toward me with a mix of smiles and slightly nervous glances. Emily's smile was the widest, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Hey babe," she said, trying to sound casual. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," I replied, keeping my voice level. "Just needed to grab something from the office." I looked around at the group, offering a polite smile. "I'll be upstairs if you need me." Emily nodded, her smile still plastered on her face. "Okay, I'll be up to join you later," she said, but I didn't miss the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I ignored the unsettling feeling creeping in and gave a nonchalant wave before heading upstairs to my study. I tried to tell myself that I needed to stay calm, that I shouldn't rush anything. But I couldn't help it. The tension was unbearable. Once inside, I leaned against the desk, breathing deeply and collecting my thoughts. I still had Emily's conversation fresh in my mind, but the weight of what I just learned was making it hard to focus. I needed to act, but not out of impulse. I had to be careful with my next steps. So, I pulled out my phone and scrolled to my lawyer's contact. I'd been through enough legal matters to know that when you're dealing with something this serious, it's better to act quickly and with precision. I needed my lawyer's advice to make sure I did everything by the book. I hit the send button, firing off a quick message, "We need to talk. Get back to me as soon as possible. I'm available tonight." Then, I sat back in my chair, staring at the screen, waiting for the reply. Minutes passed, and then an hour. I checked the time again. Still nothing. I felt the itch of impatience start to creep in. How long did it take to read a text and send a response? I glanced at the screen again, nothing. I had a gut feeling my lawyer was busy, but I didn't like waiting, especially not with the weight of this situation hanging over my head. It was another half hour before I heard the ping of a new message. My heart skipped a beat as I checked my phone. It wasn't the response I was hoping for. The message came from my lawyer's office, not my lawyer himself. It said, "Sorry for the delay, Luke. Your lawyer will be able to meet with you first thing tomorrow morning. We'll review your case then." Tomorrow morning. I let out a frustrated sigh, but there was nothing I could do to change it. The waiting was killing me, but I had to respect the process. I couldn't rush things, especially not when I was so close to everything I needed to secure. I put the phone down and took another deep breath. Emily would still be downstairs, oblivious to the storm that was about to hit. I wasn't about to give away my next move just yet. She had no idea how much I knew now, and I was going to let her enjoy her little game for just a little bit longer. I spent the next few hours in my study, scrolling through legal documents, reviewing the prenup we'd signed years ago. That had been my biggest safeguard all along, and now it was going to be the key to shutting down her plans. If there was anything I learned from building my wealth, it was that you always protect your assets first, whether that meant investments, property, or, apparently, marriage. The time passed slowly, and I could hear Emily's footsteps upstairs as she walked in and out of the room, preparing to get ready for bed. Her friends had left by then, so I figured she would try to come check on me soon. I heard a knock at the door. Luke. It was her voice again, soft, careful. Can we talk? I didn't jump at the chance to open the door immediately. Instead, I took a moment, sitting back in my chair and composing myself, before I finally stood up and walked toward the door. I opened it, not giving anything away. I had to play this right. Hey, I greeted her coolly, keeping my expression as neutral as possible. What's up? She stood there in the doorway, wearing one of my old shirts, her hair still damp from the shower. I noticed her eyes were slightly red. I just thought we could relax tonight. Maybe catch up on some shows or something. I feel like we haven't had any time together lately, she said, her voice soft, almost pleading. I looked her over, trying not to show any emotion. Sure, sounds good, but I've got a lot of work I need to finish. Rain check. Her smile faltered for just a second, but she recovered quickly. Of course. I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. You've been acting a little distant lately. I nodded, giving her a tight smile. I'm fine. Just been busy. I'll be downstairs soon. She nodded slowly, clearly wanting to say more, but didn't. Instead, she gave me a soft, forced smile before turning and walking back down the hallway. I didn't move for a moment, just staring at the closed door. My chest tightened, a mix of anger, frustration, and something else I couldn't quite name. It was hard to look at her and still see the woman I had married, but that was the game now, wasn't it? She was playing me for a fool, and I wasn't going to let her get away with it. Tomorrow, things would change, but tonight, I had to wait. The next morning felt like it took forever to arrive. I had barely slept, tossing and turning as I thought about what I'd overheard the night before. I couldn't get the image of Emily's smirk out of my mind, how confident she had been, how she thought she had me all figured out. That was the part that stuck with me. She didn't know I'd figured her out. By the time the sun was up, I was pacing around my study, reviewing everything in my mind again. The prenup, the lawyer, the steps I had to take to make sure everything went smoothly. I wasn't going to give Emily a chance to ruin me. She wouldn't even see it coming. I grabbed a quick breakfast, trying to push the nerves away, but they were still there, fluttering in my stomach. The last thing I wanted was to go through with this. Divorce was messy, no matter how justified you were. But this was different. She had crossed a line. I wasn't going to let her manipulate me into giving her everything. When I finally arrived at the lawyer's office, I was greeted by my attorney's assistant, a friendly but no-nonsense woman who quickly ushered me into the meeting room. My lawyer, Mark, was already there, flipping through a stack of papers. Luke, good to see you again. Thanks for coming in on short notice. I know this isn't the easiest situation. Mark offered me a handshake before sitting down across from me. I sat down too, leaning forward. You have no idea. I need your help with something important. Mark's eyes narrowed in concern as he folded his hands. What's going on? I took a deep breath, steeling myself. It felt strange, even after everything that had happened, to talk about my personal life in front of someone else, but I had no choice. My wife, Emily. I think she's been planning to leave me once she gets everything she wants. She's been talking about taking me for my money, and I overheard her saying she's only with me for the financial gain. Mark raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of caution. That's a serious accusation, Luke. Do you have anything to back this up? I hesitated for a moment but then nodded. I recorded part of the conversation. She was talking to one of her friends about how she's going to get everything from me when the time comes. She thought I wasn't around. Mark leaned back in his chair, nodding slowly. I understand. I'll take a look at the recording in a minute, but let's talk about the specifics. You mentioned a prenup earlier. Do you have it with you? I reached into my bag and handed over the prenup papers, feeling a sense of relief that everything was already in place. The prenup had been something I'd insisted on, even when Emily wasn't happy about it. She had called me paranoid at the time. I guess she was right to think I was paranoid, except I wasn't paranoid about her cheating. I was paranoid about her greed. Mark skimmed over the prenup, nodding as he read through it. This is solid. You're protected. If what you say is true, she's not going to get any of your assets, and she might even owe you in the end. But this situation is delicate. We'll have to proceed carefully. I could feel my stomach tighten. This was real now. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. I had the evidence. I had the legal protection. I had the strength to do what needed to be done, but it still didn't make it any easier. After a few more minutes of talking strategy, Mark handed me a set of divorce papers. These are ready to go. You can serve them at any time, but I suggest waiting for the right moment. If you want to catch her off guard and ensure she doesn't make a scene, you'll need to do this at the right time. I took the papers from him, feeling the weight of them in my hands. It was like holding a ticket to a new life, one that didn't involve manipulation or deceit. It was the moment of truth. I'll give her the papers when the time is right, I said quietly, making sure my voice didn't waver. But I need to make sure everything is in place first. I don't want her to get away with anything. Mark gave me a reassuring smile. You've got everything you need. Just make sure you stay calm and collected when you serve the papers. It's going to be emotional, but you're in control. I nodded, standing up. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate all your help. No problem, look. Keep me posted if anything changes. We'll make sure this is as clean as possible. I left the office, the papers safely tucked in my bag. My mind raced as I drove back home. I couldn't believe this was really happening. I was about to confront Emily, about to end a chapter of my life that I'd never imagined I'd be ending. But I had to do it. I had to stand my ground. When I got home, the house was eerily quiet. Emily's car was in the driveway, but I didn't hear any sounds coming from inside. I took a moment to compose myself before walking in, making sure my expression was calm and neutral. I could hear her moving around upstairs, probably getting ready for the day. I paused for a second, then walked into the living room. I took a deep breath and sat on the couch, tapping my fingers on the armrest as I waited. My heart was racing, but I kept telling myself to stay calm. This was it. The moment I had been preparing for. The moment when I would stop pretending, stop playing her game. A few minutes passed before Emily came down the stairs, her usual bright smile on her face. Hey, babe, good morning. How'd your meeting go? I looked at her, my heart pounding, but I didn't let her see it. I gave her a small smile, the kind that didn't reach my eyes. It went fine. I need to talk to you about something, though. Her expression faltered for just a second, but she quickly recovered. Of course. What's up? I reached into my bag and pulled out the divorce papers, sliding them across the coffee table toward her. I know what you've been planning, Emily. I overheard everything. The games are over. Her smile disappeared as she stared at the papers in front of her. For a moment, there was silence, thick and suffocating. She reached for the paper slowly, her fingers trembling just slightly. I leaned back, watching her carefully, my mind already racing through what would come next. The ball was in her court now, but I didn't think she was prepared for this. Not at all. She stared at the divorce papers for what felt like an eternity. Her eyes flickered between the papers and me, a mix of disbelief and confusion flashing in her expression. It was as if she couldn't quite process what was happening. Finally, her hand shot out to grab the papers, her fingers trembling as she picked them up, glancing at the top. The color drained from her face when she saw the heading, Petition for Divorce. What is this? She asked, her voice coming out shaky, though she quickly tried to mask it with an irritated tone. Look, this isn't funny. You're being ridiculous. I didn't respond, letting her squirm. She needed to fully process this. She needed to see the reality of what I had done. She flipped through the papers, her face flushing as she saw the terms. Her eyes widened when she reached the part about the prenup, where it was clearly stated that I was entitled to the majority of our shared assets due to her breach of trust. She stood up abruptly, pacing the room as she clutched the papers in her hands. Her voice began to rise, shaky at first, but gaining strength with every word. You can't be serious. Look, this is insane. We've been together for 4 years. You can't just throw everything away like this. I'm not throwing anything away, I said calmly, standing up and crossing my arms. But you've been planning this for a while, haven't you? Using me, pretending to be someone you're not, all while you worked your way into my life, my bank account, and now you think you're entitled to everything I've worked for. She opened her mouth to speak, but then she closed it again, her hands fidgeting with the edge of the papers. She was panicking now, and I could see her mind scrambling for some excuse or way to explain her actions. "No," she said after a long pause, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're making a mistake. Look, I wasn't using you. I love you. I've always loved you. Please." Her voice cracked slightly as she took a step toward me, her expression pleading. "Please, let's talk about this. We can work things out. I swear, I was just stressed. This isn't what I meant." I wasn't moved. The pleading, the change in tone, this was the exact manipulation I'd been expecting. The exact kind of thing I had known would happen once I called her out. She had no idea that I wasn't just some naive fool. I'd seen it all before, in her eyes the night I overheard her. "I'm not interested in hearing your excuses, Emily," I said flatly. "I heard what you said to your friends. You thought I wasn't listening. Thought you could play me. Well, you were wrong. I've known for a while, and this," I motioned to the papers, "this is the result." Her face twisted in confusion, then anger, as she stomped her foot in frustration. "You think I'm some gold digger?" Her voice broke as she shouted. "You think I'm just using you for your money? How dare you?" I remained calm, watching her rage as she circled the living room. This was the part where she'd try to turn the tables, where she'd try to make me feel guilty or question my decision. But I wasn't going to fall for it. "Do you remember that conversation you had last night? When I wasn't home?" I asked, finally breaking my silence. Her face immediately paled. "What? What are you talking about?" I leaned forward, watching her carefully. "The one where you told your friend that once you got my money, you'd leave me. How I was just a stepping stone to you. And once the wedding was paid for, you'd be done with me." Her eyes widened, her lips trembling as she took a step back. She looked like a deer caught in headlights, her earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. You were listening? You were spying on me?" Her voice rose in disbelief. "I wasn't spying on you, Emily," I replied, my tone cold now. "I just wasn't as oblivious as you thought I was. And unlike you, I don't make decisions based on lies." She stood frozen for a moment, as if trying to process everything. Then, in a desperate attempt to save face, she tried to laugh it off, but it sounded hollow and forced. "Oh, come on, Luke. This is ridiculous. You know I was just joking around, right? It was nothing serious. You can't just throw our whole relationship away over a stupid conversation. You've been overreacting to everything." I didn't laugh. I didn't flinch. I wasn't going to let her deflect anymore. "You're right about one thing. You were joking around. But the joke's on you. You really thought you could manipulate me and get away with it, didn't you? But I'm not the one who's going to walk away from this with nothing." Her face twisted in frustration as she took a few steps toward me, suddenly putting on a false smile. "Luke, please. I can't lose you. We've built so much together. You can't just walk away from everything we've created. Please, let's not do this." I finally stood up, my eyes narrowing. "You had your chance, Emily. This is over." Her expression shifted to something colder, more calculating, as she realized what I meant. "You think this is over? You really think I'm just going to let you keep everything? You have no idea who you're dealing with, Look. You signed that prenup, yes, but you think I don't know how to fight back? You think I won't take you to the cleaners in this divorce?" She smirked, as if she had won already. "I'll get my money one way or another." "Don't think I won't." I just smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction build up inside me. "That's where you're wrong. You won't get a cent from me. Not a penny more than what you deserve." I reached into my bag and pulled out the prenup papers. "I know the terms better than you do, and I'm not going to back down." The moment her eyes scanned the document, her smirk faded, replaced by panic. She took a few steps back, her mind racing as the reality of what was happening hit her like a ton of bricks. You think I can't find a way around this?" She spat, her voice cracking now with anger. "You think I'm just going to let you win?" I shook my head. "I don't need to win, Emily. I just need to make sure you don't get away with it." With that, I turned and walked out of the room, not giving her a chance to respond. I could hear her shouting behind me, but I didn't care. The worst was over. I had everything in place. She wasn't going to get away with it. She had already lost. It's been a few months since that day, and honestly, it's surreal to look back at it all. The whole process took a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of emotional strain, but I knew I was doing the right thing. The day I handed Emily those divorce papers, everything shifted. I wasn't just walking away from a failed marriage. I was walking away from a manipulation I had been blind to for far too long. The divorce itself was a bit of a mess, as expected. Emily fought tooth and nail, trying to get as much money as possible out of me, using every trick in the book. But the prenup was airtight. She couldn't touch anything I had worked for. It didn't stop her from trying, though. The drama was endless. Phone calls, emails, late-night texts begging me to reconsider, threats of ruining my reputation, and even her lawyer making some baseless accusations. But I had prepared myself for all of that. I didn't buckle under the pressure. Eventually, Emily realized she was getting nowhere. The court granted the divorce in my favor. I got to keep everything that mattered to me, my house, my business, my assets. And she got her freedom, but it wasn't quite the fairy tale she expected. I found out later that she tried to spin the narrative to her friends and family, claiming that I was the one who didn't care, that I was cold and controlling. But none of them believed her for long. My close friends knew what happened, and the people who knew her best could see right through her. There were no tears of sympathy from anyone. Everyone just kind of moved on. I can't say I was surprised. I'd heard those same friends laugh about how she was just waiting for the right time to get out, while pretending to be the perfect wife. As for her, well, I don't think she's fully recovered. There were rumors about her bouncing from one guy to another, trying to latch on to a new target, but I honestly don't keep track of her anymore. She's not my problem. Every so often, I hear from her mom, who still occasionally reaches out, wondering if I'll take her back or give her a second chance. But I never respond. The truth is, I'm happier now than I've ever been. I finally have the peace I always wanted. I've been living my best life. I've had more time to focus on my business and travel the world, checking off things from my bucket list that I'd put off for far too long. I've met new people, real friends, people who actually care about me, not what I can offer them. I've even started dating again, but this time, I'm smarter about it. No more pretending. I'm not settling for anyone who thinks they can take advantage of me. And the best part? I don't have to worry about anyone pretending to love me for my money anymore. I can finally relax and enjoy my life without the constant weight of manipulation hanging over me. It's amazing how much lighter life feels without that toxic cloud following me around. I'm not angry anymore, either. I'm just grateful. Grateful that I saw through the lies before it was too late. Grateful that I had the strength to walk away. The moral of the story? Never let anyone take advantage of you, no matter how good they make you think they are. You'll always be worth more than their manipulative schemes. And if you ever find yourself in a similar situation, don't be afraid to take control of your life. Trust your instincts, get out before it's too late, and remember, you deserve better. I'll be just fine. And I'm living proof that sometimes, things really do get better after you walk away from the toxic people who try to bring you down. I'm Alex, 31 years old, and I run a startup that, against all odds, recently closed a $25 million Series B funding round. It's still surreal to say out loud, especially since I come from a family that always treated me like the backup option. You know, the kid who isn't the star athlete, the valedictorian, or the golden child. Yeah, that was me, and I was fine with that, mostly. I grew up with average grades, quiet hobbies, and a low-key personality that didn't exactly shine next to my cousin Landon, the walking embodiment of parental pride and family investment. If my life was a group photo, I'd be the blurry background character, while Landon's face would be in perfect focus, framed by metaphorical sparkles and jazz hands. Landon's parents, my Uncle Todd and Aunt Melissa, had money. Not billionaire, yacht club level money, but rich enough to afford a different kind of childhood for him. Landon got piano lessons, fencing, private school, and skiing trips every winter. Meanwhile, I got the public school cafeteria's Friday fish sticks and secondhand cleats for soccer. It wasn't jealousy, not exactly. It was more the way everyone else treated him, like his wins were somehow the family's wins, and the rest of us were just lucky to be adjacent. My mom, bless her heart, worked 2 jobs and never once complained, but I could see it in her eyes whenever the family would start fawning over Landon, like she was silently apologizing to me for not being able to keep up. And it wasn't just the big stuff. Landon never had to ask for rides. He had his own car by 16. When he graduated college, some overpriced East Coast school with ivy on the buildings, my uncle gave him a position at his firm right away, no questions asked. Entry level and title only. I once overheard my aunt bragging about how he was reviewing contracts and sitting in on high-level meetings within his first month. I didn't even get a job interview after college. I ended up freelancing in tech, building websites, taking whatever gigs I could find while renting a studio apartment the size of a parking space. For a long time, I swallowed it all. I kept my head down, worked hard, and focused on what I could control. I got good, really good at what I did. I met some brilliant people along the way, and together, we built something amazing from scratch. We didn't seek media attention, and I certainly never brought it up at family gatherings. I didn't need the approval, and honestly, I didn't want the spotlight. But sometimes the world has other plans. Thanksgiving had always been tolerable. I wouldn't say enjoyable, but there was a routine to it. Every year, my mom and I would show up with store-bought pies. No one ever touched them, but she insisted, and we'd sit through Uncle Todd's long-winded speeches about work ethic and family values. He'd usually wrap it up by toasting Landon's latest promotion or some vague achievement that sounded more impressive than it probably was. Meanwhile, I got the occasional "So, are you still doing computer stuff?" from relatives who couldn't be bothered to remember my job title. But this Thanksgiving felt different before we even walked through the door. My mom was quieter than usual on the drive over. She kept adjusting her blouse in the mirror and muttering under her breath. I asked if everything was okay, and she gave me a tight smile and said, "Just brace yourself." I didn't press. I figured it was just the usual family stress. When we arrived, the house was already full. Todd's mansion had one of those massive open floor plans, with tall ceilings and hardwood floors that echoed every step. The kitchen smelled like butter and garlic, the kind of rich aroma that makes you hungry even when you're not. People were milling around with drinks, balancing appetizers on tiny plates. I recognized most of the faces, relatives I saw once or twice a year, but I noticed something strange. A few people kept glancing at me, whispering, not in a hostile way, but curious, intrigued, like they knew something they weren't supposed to. I caught up with a couple of cousins, made small talk, and tried to ignore it. But then Landon spotted me. He walked over with that trademark smirk of his, the one that made it seem like he was about to sell you a timeshare you didn't want. Well, if it isn't my favorite second-string cousin," he said, clapping me on the back a little too hard. "Still working from home? Or did you finally join the real world?" "Still working," I replied with a polite smile. "Things have been busy." "Right," he said with a wink. "Tech stuff, apps or crypto or whatever the kids are doing now." I shrugged. "Something like that." Before I could move on, Uncle Todd sauntered over with a whiskey in hand. "Alex," he boomed, "glad you could make it. Your mother said you've been doing all right." He said it the way someone might say, "I heard your goldfish is still alive." I nodded. "Yeah, it's been a good year." Todd chuckled. "Good to hear. You know, if you're ever looking for something more stable, Landon could always use an assistant over at the firm. Could be a great learning opportunity." I blinked. "Thanks, but I think I'm okay." "Oh, come on," Landon added, sipping his drink. "We could get you a desk next to mine. You'd finally get to see what a real office looks like." My jaw clenched, but I kept my tone even. "Appreciate it, but I'm not really looking for that kind of role." It was classic Landon. Offer a fake olive branch just to make himself look generous. I was used to it. What I wasn't used to was my mom stepping forward and placing a gentle hand on my arm. "Actually," she said softly, "Alex has had a big year. He's being modest." Todd raised an eyebrow. "Oh." My mom hesitated for a split second, then said, "His startup just raised $25 million. The air shifted. I felt it instantly, like someone had opened a window and let a cold draft sweep through the room. Conversations dipped around us. A few people turned their heads. Landon blinked slowly, the smirk on his face faltering just a hair. Todd looked stunned, then forced a laugh. $25 million, he repeated. "Like Monopoly money? Or real dollars?" "Real," I said quietly. "From a few VCs and a strategic partner." Landon scoffed. "Come on. No offense, but that's not even real money. Those deals fall through all the time. Half of those startups crash and burn within a year." Todd nodded. "Exactly. It's not the same as a stable career. You know, with structure. Real clients. Benefits. You'll see. It's a bubble. It always is." I didn't respond right away. I just looked at them, then glanced at my mom. Her face was flushed. She looked down at her hands, embarrassed. And that's when she whispered it, barely loud enough for me to hear. "You were never supposed to outshine him." I froze. She wasn't angry. She wasn't even bitter. She said it like it was a fact. Like this was the natural order of things, and I had accidentally broken the rules. My chest tightened. All those years of being overlooked, talked down to, sidelined. It wasn't just me imagining things. It had been by design. I stood there, stunned, while Landon poured himself another drink and laughed with his dad. My hands were shaking slightly, not from anger, but from something deeper. A kind of betrayal I didn't even realize I could feel. All I had ever done was stay in my lane. Work hard. Be quiet. And now that I had something to be proud of, it was met with condescension, dismissal, and that whispered confession from the one person I thought had always been in my corner. That's when something shifted in me. A small click, like a lock turning. I slowly pulled out my phone from my pocket, turned the screen toward myself, and opened a folder I had bookmarked for this exact moment. My voice was calm, almost too calm. Then let's really ruin his night. And that's where things started to spiral. I didn't know exactly what I meant when I said it. Then let's really ruin his night. The words just came out, quiet, pointed, deliberate, but even I wasn't sure what I was about to do. I wasn't angry in the traditional sense. Not red-faced, loud, and boiling. No, this was colder. Like someone had flipped a switch inside me, and the years of quiet tolerance had finally run out of rope. The funny thing is, nobody seemed to hear me except my mom, who gave me a confused glance but didn't say anything. I pocketed my phone and plastered on a smile like nothing had happened. The rest of dinner moved in slow motion. The long mahogany table was set like something out of a magazine. Turkey perfectly golden, potatoes fluffed and whipped, cranberry sauce sliced into identical discs. Todd sat at the head of the table, carving the turkey like a smug Roman emperor. Aunt Melissa complimented everything with a practiced tone, always loud enough for guests to hear how grateful she was. And Landon? He was in full performance mode, holding court like usual. He had some story about negotiating a deal at his firm, something about leveraging synergy and upstream visibility. I tuned it out. I'd heard it all before, just different buzzwords each year. At one point, Landon raised his glass and said, "Here's to family, and to learning from those of us who know how to succeed." There was a light chuckle around the table, the kind that wasn't really laughter, just a social reflex. I noticed my mom look away, fiddling with her napkin. I reached for my water, but my hand was trembling. It wasn't the toast that got me. It was the smirk on Landon's face right after, the slight tilt of the head, like he was daring me to respond. So I did. "I actually had a funny call last week," I said casually. "One of our investors is pushing us to expand into enterprise partnerships. They brought up licensing our back-end architecture to 3 major fintechs in Q1. Pretty wild." The table went quiet. Not because anyone really understood what I was saying, but because I had the audacity to speak with authority in a space Landon considered his territory. Landon leaned forward, lips twitching. "That's cute," he said. "But that's not the same as a real acquisition. We're talking about valuation, not actual revenue. Your company might be worth $25 million on paper, but that's not money in your pocket. It's speculative. You could lose it all tomorrow." I nodded slowly. "That's true. But we have 8-figure term sheets on the table, and I still own majority equity. So yeah, not exactly sweating." My uncle coughed into his hand. "Let's not turn this into a pissing contest, all right? We're here to enjoy a meal." That would have been fine if it had ended there, but it didn't. Aunt Melissa chimed in, her voice thick with syrup. "It's just so refreshing to see Landon's stability, though. He's always been grounded. He didn't run off chasing some app dream or Silicon Valley pipe fantasy. He stayed close to family, built something real." I blinked. "Did you just?" She meant it kindly. Todd cut in quickly. "You've done well for yourself, Alex. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Startups crash every day." "Yeah," Landon added. "And if they don't crash, they get bought and gutted. Either way, it's not sustainable. You're lucky you even got that far. It's not really repeatable." I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. I didn't know how to explain that this wasn't luck, that I'd built something from the ground up, that I'd pulled all-nighters for years, eating canned soup and debugging code until my eyes burned, that I'd taken risks and made decisions that no one else in that room would ever have the guts to make. But I could see it on their faces. They didn't care. And that's when the real betrayal happened. Dessert had just been brought out, some pristine pecan pie that looked like it came from a bakery with a 3-month wait list, when Todd cleared his throat and clinked his glass with a fork. "I have an announcement," he said, standing. "Melissa and I have been thinking a lot about legacy lately, about how to pass on not just wealth, but wisdom to the next generation. So we've decided to bring Landon into the company as a full partner. Effective January." There was polite applause. Cheers. Smiles. Even my mom clapped, albeit weakly. But Todd wasn't done. We're also restructuring some assets and shifting parts of the firm under his name. That includes the rental properties in Phoenix, the consulting arm, and the Lake Geneva retreat. Wait, what? The Lake Geneva retreat wasn't just some vacation spot. It was the one place that held good memories for me as a kid. My mom and I used to go there when Todd let us borrow it during off seasons. It was a modest A-frame cabin near the water, nothing flashy, but it was ours for a few days each year. We'd play cards, cook together, swim if it was warm enough. It was the only place in the family where I didn't feel like I was borrowing air. Isn't that a bit much? I heard myself say. Todd looked at me like I was a fly buzzing near his ear. Excuse me. The Geneva property. You always said that was for the whole family, that it wasn't part of the business. Landon smirked. Well, it is now, and I already have plans for it, to be honest. Probably a teardown. Might rebuild it into something modern. Throw some solar panels on it. My mom flinched. I looked at her, hoping, begging, for her to say something. But she didn't. She just sat there, lips pressed tightly together, as if she'd already accepted it. As if she'd known. You can't be serious, I said, my voice rising. Todd narrowed his eyes. Alex, don't make a scene. This is a business decision. You wouldn't understand. You mean I wouldn't be allowed to understand? That's enough, he snapped. You should be grateful you were even invited tonight. That was it. The dam broke. Years of biting my tongue, of swallowing condescension and forced smiles and second-string cousin jokes. All of it came crashing down in that moment. I built a company from nothing, I said, standing. From nothing. No handouts. No family firm. No private school network. And you're telling me I wouldn't understand a business decision? You think giving your spoiled son a bundle of assets is wisdom? You're rewarding mediocrity because you're afraid of what real work looks like. Sit down, Todd growled, before you embarrass yourself further. No, I said. You want to talk legacy? Let's talk legacy. You handed Landon a career. You bought his success. I earned mine. There was a stunned silence. Aunt Melissa reached for her wine. And then my mom, quiet, exhausted, and clearly cornered, said, Alex, please. Don't. I turned to her. Why didn't you tell me? She didn't respond. Just looked down. That hurt more than anything Todd could have said. Landon stood too. And for once, the smirk was gone. You're blowing this way out of proportion. If you're so rich, then buy your own lake house. No one cares. I felt my chest tighten. You don't get it, do you? It was never about the property. It was about what it represented. You already had everything, and now you're taking the last piece of anything that ever felt safe. Todd tossed his napkin on the table. You're being dramatic. I pulled out my phone again. Same folder. Same bookmarked file. You want to talk business? Fine. Let's talk business. I've been quiet out of respect, but maybe it's time I share a few details. Like the fact that our biggest investor? He used to be one of your clients. Until you dropped the ball, and he came to me. Todd's eyes widened. And maybe I should tell you what we're planning to launch in January. Because if you think the consulting arm you just gave to Landon is safe from competition, well, let's just say you'll be seeing my name in your inbox soon, along with a few of your clients. My uncle went pale. Landon looked between us, confused. Wait, what is this? I looked him in the eyes. This is what happens when you mistake silence for weakness. The room was dead quiet. You could hear the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Somewhere, a fork clinked against a plate. And just like that, the power dynamic in the room shifted. I could feel it, a weight lifting off my chest. Not because I had won, not yet, but because I had finally stopped playing their game. But the night wasn't over. Not even close. The fallout from that night was immediate. My mom didn't speak to me on the ride home. Her hands stayed clenched in her lap the whole time, and when I tried to say something, anything, she just gave this tired, empty look that said, not now. I didn't press. I watched the streetlights smear against the windshield and listened to the soft clicking of the turn signal as we drove back to her place in silence. When we got inside, she went straight to her room. No hug. No thank you for defending me. No, I'm proud of you. Just the sound of her door shutting softly behind her like the closing credits to a scene I hadn't even realized was over. I stood in her hallway for a long time, phone still in my hand, thinking maybe she'd change her mind and come back out. She didn't. And the next morning, she was gone. Left a note on the counter saying she went to run errands and needed space. No apology. No explanation. Nothing about what she said at dinner, or what I'd said back. Just need time. That one stung more than I wanted to admit. Because here's the thing. When you grow up as the quiet one, the overlooked one, your victories are always half sweet. You get used to winning quietly, to clapping for yourself in empty rooms. And that's fine when you choose that solitude. But when someone you love chooses it for you, when they look at your success and say, "You were never supposed to have that," it carves something open in your chest that doesn't close so easily. Over the next week, the family group chat imploded. At first it was passive-aggressive. Aunt Melissa posted a Bible quote about humility and those who exalt themselves. Uncle Todd dropped a link to an article about startup culture arrogance. And Landon sent me a private message that just said, "Hope it was worth it." I didn't reply. I told myself I was done with all of them, that I had said what needed to be said. But deep down, I was spiraling. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus. I kept replaying that moment at the dinner table. My mom's whisper, Todd's smug face, Landon's condescension, the eerie silence after I stood up. It didn't feel like justice. It felt hollow. I even second-guessed myself. Was I too harsh? Was I trying to prove something that didn't need proving? Was I becoming exactly the kind of person they always accused me of being? I stopped checking the group chat, stopped answering texts from cousins. Even my co-founder, Jared, started to notice. "You good, man?" he asked during a late-night Zoom call. I shrugged. "Fine." He raised an eyebrow. "You look like you haven't slept in a week." Thanksgiving was complicated. He leaned back in his chair. "Family. Yeah, they don't get it. They think all this, what we're building, is fake. That it's some bubble I'm riding." He nodded. "You want to know what my uncle said to me when we got our first funding round?" "What?" "Guess you're lucky some sucker believed in you." I cracked a smile. "Sounds familiar." Jared leaned in. "Let me tell you something. We're not lucky. We're resilient. Lucky people win lotteries. Resilient people grind for 10 years and get called lucky when it finally pays off." That hit harder than I expected. Because for a while, I'd started to forget that. I was so tangled in proving myself to people who never even wanted to understand that I stopped seeing the people who already did. People like Jared. Like our team. Like our customers. Real people who used the thing we built every single day. So, I turned off my phone. I gave myself 2 full days away from the noise, and then I got back to work. And something wild happened. For the first time in months, I started coding again, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. I locked myself in my apartment with coffee and a whiteboard and rewrote the back end of our core product. Streamlined it. Gave it new life. And when I demoed it to the team, their eyes lit up. "This is insane," one of the devs said. "It runs twice as fast." Jared just grinned. Guess Alex got his groove back. And that groove didn't stop. In the weeks that followed, we hit our first major profitability milestone. One of our beta clients turned into a full contract, then referred us to 3 others. The product that Todd and Landon had mocked for being speculative was now bringing in more real revenue than the entire consulting arm of their firm. And the kicker? Our new lead investor. Yeah, the one who dropped Todd's firm a few years back. He offered to host a private networking dinner in Manhattan with several of his VC contacts, and wanted me to speak. That invitation sat in my inbox for a few days. Not because I didn't want it, but because I was still wrestling with that part of me. The kid who used to sit at the Thanksgiving table, hoping for a scrap of recognition. The one who still wondered if success mattered if no one clapped for it. But the truth is, people were clapping now. Just not the ones I'd been performing for. Around that same time, I got a text from my mom. "Can we talk? I've been thinking a lot." I stared at it for a long time. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to protect the peace I had finally started to rebuild. But another part of me still missed her, still wanted her to understand. We met at a diner 2 towns over. Neutral ground. Middle of the afternoon. She was already there when I arrived, sitting by the window, hands wrapped around a coffee cup like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. She smiled when she saw me, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I wasn't sure you'd come," she said. I wasn't sure either. We sat in silence for a minute. The waitress came and went. I didn't touch my drink. "I owe you an apology," she said finally. "For what I said. At Thanksgiving." I didn't say anything. She kept going. "I wasn't trying to hurt you. I've spent so many years keeping the peace. Playing nice. Watching Todd and Melissa take up all the space. I thought if I kept my head down, you'd be left alone. I didn't expect you to shine." Her voice cracked on the last word. I didn't expect it, she said again. But I should have. That did something to me. It didn't fix everything. Not right away, but it opened a door. Why didn't you say anything when they gave Landon the lake house? I asked. She looked down. Because I already knew it was gone. Todd told me a month earlier. I didn't want to ruin the holiday. You think pretending everything's fine makes things better? No, she whispered. I think I was scared. We sat there for a while. Two people who had been surviving for so long we'd forgotten what it felt like to just feel. Finally, I said, they don't get to write the story anymore. You know that, right? She nodded. You built something from nothing, she said softly. I should have said it sooner. But I see it now. I left the diner with a lighter chest. It wasn't a full reconciliation, not yet, but it was a start. And sometimes, that's enough. Over the next month, things kept moving. We secured another round of funding. We hired new staff. And that Manhattan dinner? I went. I stood in a room full of venture capitalists and CEOs and told the story of how we built our product in a rented garage on the wrong side of town with nothing but laptops and caffeine. I talked about resilience, about failure, about being overlooked. When I finished, someone from the back called out, "So what's next?" And I smiled. Next, I said, we show the people who doubted us what real growth looks like. There was a standing ovation. As I flew back home that night, I opened a document I'd been slowly piecing together. It wasn't a business plan. It wasn't an investor pitch. It was a different kind of plan. One that would change everything for Todd. And for Landon. Because while they thought the Lake Geneva retreat was just a cabin, just some aging property to tear down, I had discovered something about it. Something that wasn't in the papers they signed. A loophole. An opportunity. And a chance to deliver the kind of lesson that money can't buy. But that is where the real revenge begins. I didn't start out wanting revenge. After Thanksgiving, I just wanted distance, mental, emotional, physical. I deleted the family group chat. I stopped answering any calls from numbers I didn't recognize. I went ghost. And for a while, it worked. Life was quieter, clearer. But the more I settled into that silence, the more I realized something. It wasn't over. Not for me. Not for the part of me that still heard Landon's smug voice in my sleep, or the way my mom's whisper had sliced through the air like it was always meant to hurt. I had moved on, sure. But they hadn't. I knew their type. They'd rewrite what happened. They'd turn me into the villain of the Thanksgiving table, a bitter outburst from the jealous cousin who couldn't handle success the right way. And that narrative? That would stick. Because they were the ones with the spotlight. With the Christmas cards, and the family reunions, and the group chats I'd been unofficially erased from. So I decided I wasn't just going to move on. I was going to rewrite the narrative. And that started with the cabin. Lake Geneva. It was more than just a symbol. It was my childhood. One of the only places I ever felt safe, and not because of who owned it or how big it was, but because it was quiet, peaceful. Mine and my mom's. We used to call it the reset button. Whenever things got too hard at school or work or home, we'd drive up, bring a stack of books, play board games, and just exist without anyone interrupting. The idea that Landon, of all people, was planning to bulldoze it into some modern abomination lit something inside me I hadn't felt in years. Not rage. Something sharper. Resolve. So I went digging. At first, I just wanted to know when the transfer happened. Who signed what? When? But as I started pulling property records, digging through archived deeds and tax documents, something didn't add up. The property had been transferred to Todd's firm a few years ago, but the land rights were still held in a dormant family trust from the 1980s. My grandfather's name was still listed as the grantor of the land, and the trust hadn't been fully dissolved. That might sound like a technicality, but in legal terms, that's gold. Because while the structure on the land now belonged to the firm, and therefore, to Landon, the actual dirt it sat on was still technically under the oversight of the trust. And guess who was named as a secondary beneficiary on that trust? Me. I stared at the scanned document for a long time, not even breathing. It was like watching a ghost from the past rise up with a hand on my shoulder, saying, "You're not done here yet." I immediately called a lawyer. Not just any lawyer. Tasha, an old college friend turned real estate attorney who owed me a favor from back when I helped her firm rebuild their client portal after a ransomware scare. "Tasha," I said, "I have something weird, but I think it might be real." She took one look at the documents I emailed and called me back within 10 minutes. "Alex, you're sitting on leverage." I thought so. How strong? strong enough that if they try to develop, you could legally block construction. What about kicking them off the land? Trickier. You'd need to activate your claim through the trust and prove misuse or abandonment. But it's doable. That was all I needed. Now the question wasn't if I'd act. It was how. I didn't want to walk into court guns blazing. That wasn't my style. And it would only give them ammo to spin the story. Alex is bitter, trying to steal property from Landon after his Thanksgiving tantrum. No, this had to be subtle, strategic. I had to let them walk into the trap on their own. So I waited. And while I waited, I started gathering intel. The first thing I did was hire a local photographer who lived near the lake. A hobbyist I found through a Geneva neighborhood Facebook group. I told her I was interested in documenting changes to the property for a family archive. She agreed, no questions asked. Over the next 2 weeks, she sent me weekly photos of the cabin. The first batch looked normal, quiet, untouched. The second batch? A dumpster appeared in the driveway. Then scaffolding. Then a sign for a construction firm. Perfect. They were starting renovations. And based on the photos, they hadn't even filed the required notice with the township's historical committee, a group I'd learned had jurisdiction over certain lakeside properties, especially older ones. So I made a few phone calls. One to the local zoning board, another to the historical committee, and then one more to a local reporter who ran a tiny blog that covered Geneva property disputes. Within a week, an official stop work order was posted on the cabin door. But that was just the appetizer. I needed something more theatrical, something poetic. So I went back to the trust. Tasha helped me file a formal motion to reopen and review the trust usage clause, something that hadn't been touched in decades. It triggered an automatic 60-day review period, which legally froze any long-term development or sale of the land. Todd received the letter at his office. And that's when the calls started. First, it was him. Voicemail. Then Aunt Melissa. Then Landon. I didn't answer a single one. Instead, I booked a meeting room in downtown Chicago, reserved under a neutral LLC name. I had Tasha join me, along with my firm's legal advisor, just to watch the fireworks. Then I sent one simple email to Todd's office. You have questions? I have the land. Let's talk. They arrived in suits. Tired eyes. Tension crackling off them like static. Todd tried to take control immediately. This is absurd, Alex. You're holding up an entire development plan over semantics. We own that property. You own the building, I replied calmly. Not the soil it's built on. Landon scoffed. This is ridiculous. Tasha leaned forward. What's ridiculous is beginning construction without proper title clarity or zoning board approval. You've made several procedural errors, which my client is under no obligation to overlook. Todd's face was red. What do you want? I didn't answer right away. I looked at them. 3 people who had belittled me for years, who had taken and taken, assuming I'd never fight back, who thought I'd disappear into the footnotes of their success stories. And then I said, I want you to realize you never owned me. Todd blinked. What? This isn't about the cabin. It's not even about the land. It's about every table I wasn't welcome at. Every time you try to shrink me so your son could feel bigger. Every whispered joke. Every backhanded compliment. I stopped chasing your approval a long time ago. But now you need mine. The silence in the room was heavy. So you're doing this out of spite? Melissa asked. No, I said. I'm doing this because I finally can. And then I slid the folder across the table. Inside were 2 options. Option 1. I retain partial control of the land through the trust and allow seasonal access with written permission. No construction. No sale. No teardown. The cabin stays intact. A line drawn in the sand. Option 2. I buy out the firm's stake in the cabin entirely. Full ownership reverts to me. The land, the structure, everything. Market value plus 15%. Cash. They looked at each other. They didn't like either option, but they understood the implication. They no longer held the pen. I did. They left without signing. I knew they'd drag it out. Try to counter. But the clock was ticking and the law was on my side. And in the meantime, I had something even better in motion. Because the Manhattan investor dinner had led to a second dinner. And a third. And then a casual lunch with a former executive from one of Todd's top consulting clients. He didn't like Todd. Said he always found him arrogant. I smiled. Because I knew exactly what I was going to do with that. But that's the next chapter. I waited 2 weeks after that meeting. Just long enough for the silence to become unbearable. Landon sent me a one-line email asking if I was done being dramatic. I didn't respond. Todd called my mom twice, hoping she could talk some sense into me, but she didn't pick up. She'd stopped defending him after the diner. After years of biting her tongue, she had finally started to see what I had lived with all my life. But the revenge itself? It wasn't about theatrics. It wasn't about one big speech or grandstanding in a courtroom. That's not how power works. True power is quieter, strategic, patient. It happens in rooms your enemies never get invited to, until it's too late. And I was in those rooms now. It started with a simple lunch in Manhattan. The former executive, Matt, was in his 50s, sharp, and surprisingly honest for someone who used to be CFO of a company worth $500 million. He'd left that role a year ago after a merger and was now doing advisory work and angel investing. "You said you used to work with Todd's firm?" I asked over coffee. He smirked. Briefly. Overpriced and underwhelming. They coast on old contracts and family name. I told my CEO at the time it was a waste of budget. That was all the confirmation I needed. "I'm building a new arm inside our company," I said. "Enterprise consulting, SaaS implementation, AI migration, pipeline analysis, high-level advisory. We need a flagship client." He raised an eyebrow. "You offering me a job?" "Offering you equity," I said, sliding a term sheet across the table. "If you can bring in your old contacts and help close one of Todd's top 3 clients, I'll match your old stock payout and give you full C-suite title in the new division." He glanced at the numbers and gave a low whistle. "You're serious?" "Deadly." He chuckled, then extended a hand. "Let's bury them." Within a month, Matt had done exactly what I hoped he would. He got in touch with a mid-sized financial services firm that Todd's consultancy had handled for years. A juicy contract worth around $800,000 annually, mostly for compliance support and implementation. Todd's team had been coasting for years. Copy-paste solutions, no customization, no evolution. The client was dissatisfied but too lazy to move. Until Matt reminded them what innovation looked like. I didn't even need to pitch. Matt did the talking. I just sat in the room, nodded where necessary, and let the product speak for itself. The client signed a 3-year deal with us. $1.5 million guaranteed, with performance bonuses stacked on top. That same day, Todd's firm got the termination letter. But I wasn't done. Remember the Lake Geneva cabin? The one they tried to gut and rebuild into a soulless McMansion? They kept dragging their feet, trying to stall the land review, hoping I'd back down. So I hit them from another angle. See, I had quietly contacted the Lake Geneva Historical Preservation Committee a few weeks earlier. Turns out, the cabin, my grandfather's cabin, was eligible for historical landmark status. It had original timber from the 1940s, a preserved layout, and even handwritten notes from my grandfather's architectural sketchpad nailed into the crawlspace, still intact. Tasha and I filed the preservation request. We added photos, family letters, receipts, even a photo of me and my mom from 1998, sitting on the porch, eating grilled cheese and reading books. The board reviewed it, approved it, and just like that, the cabin was untouchable. No renovations, no bulldozers, no future sale without state-level oversight. Landon's modern teardown plans? Vaporized. They received the notification via certified mail. Todd apparently called the committee to protest. They told him it was out of their hands. It all came to a head at another family dinner. Not Thanksgiving this time, Easter. Smaller crowd. Just a few cousins, a ham on the table, and a very awkward atmosphere. Todd wasn't talking. Landon showed up late, already fuming. I knew why. Word had finally gotten back to them that I'd poached 2 more of their long-term clients. That our new consulting division had overtaken theirs in quarterly earnings. That I was now considered a preferred vendor for a dozen of the clients they used to own. He pulled me aside before dessert. "You think this proves something?" he hissed. I didn't answer. "You think you're better than me now? You stole from us." "I didn't steal," I said calmly. "I competed, and I won." He stepped closer. "You're still a joke. You always were." I smiled, slow and easy. "Then why do you keep losing to me?" He opened his mouth, closed it, walked away without another word. Todd left shortly after. No goodbye, just the sound of the door closing harder than necessary. In the weeks that followed, things unraveled fast. Todd's firm lost another contract. This one was with a startup in the Midwest that Jared personally handled. Our tools ran better. Our support team responded faster. And unlike Todd's firm, we didn't treat young clients like they were disposable. I heard through the grapevine that they laid off 6 people. Landon wasn't one of them, but his role was quietly adjusted. No longer a partner. Now, just senior consultant. Meanwhile, the Lake Geneva cabin? I took full control of it after they agreed, begrudgingly, to sell their interest back to the trust. I paid the market rate. No tricks. Just numbers. Fair and final. The day the papers were signed, I drove up with my mom. She hadn't been there in almost a decade. We sat on the porch with 2 mugs of tea and watched the sun go down. The lake shimmered gold. The air smelled like pine and old memories. They really thought you'd just roll over, she said quietly. They always did, I replied. She looked at me. You didn't just prove them wrong. You did it without turning into them. That was the part one was proudest of. Because I never stooped. I never slandered. I never yelled or schemed or begged. I just used what I had, my mind, my work, my integrity, and let that speak for itself. And when it finally spoke, it roared. About a month later, I got a final email from Landon. You got what you wanted. Enjoy the cabin. You'll always be a parasite. I didn't reply. Didn't need to. Because a week later, I posted a photo to my social media. It was the front porch of the cabin. My laptop on the table. A coffee mug beside it. The caption read, "Built something real. No handouts. No apologies. Just peace." The post went viral in my little circle. Not because it was flashy, but because it was honest. And if Todd or Landon saw it, good. They deserved to know what peace looked like after everything they tried to take. And now, I don't think about them much. The cabin's quiet again. My company's growing. And my mom and I are closer than ever. She comes up once a month, brings pie, reads on the porch, and reminds me that we made it. Not because someone handed us power, but because we earned it. Every inch, every scar, every silence. They tried to write me out of the story, so I wrote my own ending. And this time, they don't get a single page. My name's Trevor. I'm 33, single, and work in finance. I'm not flashy about it. I don't post about my job, or the salary, or the long hours it took to get where I am. I've always believed in staying quiet and letting my actions speak. That's probably why my family never quite understood me. To them, if you're not loud, if you're not constantly showing off, you're invisible. And for years, I was just that, invisible. The quiet one. The odd one. The one who didn't come to every barbecue, didn't call every Sunday, didn't beg for a place at the grown-up table during holidays. But I was also the one who paid. Quietly. It started 4 years ago when my nephew, Jordan, got accepted into college. My brother, Clay, Jordan's dad, threw a whole party for it. Even made custom t-shirts that said "Proud College Family." My sister, Denise, baked one of those giant cakes shaped like a graduation cap. Everyone gave speeches, toasted Jordan, made a whole show of how proud they were. But no one mentioned how they were actually going to pay for it. That part came after, behind closed doors, when Clay asked me. No, assumed, I'd pitch in a little. I still remember that phone call. "Hey, Trev, you know we're so proud of Jordan, right?" he said, voice syrupy and fake. "Yeah, it's a big deal. Well, college ain't cheap. And you've got, no kids, no real responsibilities. I have a mortgage. Come on, man. You don't even use your vacation days. What are you saving for?" It wasn't even a question. It was an expectation. I could have said no. I should have. But I didn't. Maybe I felt guilty. Maybe I thought if I helped, I'd be seen differently. Maybe I believed that this time, they'd acknowledge me, thank me. So I agreed to cover the tuition. Fully. Anonymously. I told Clay and Denise I'd wire the money directly to the school each semester. No strings attached. Under one condition. Jordan wouldn't know. I didn't want him to feel weird or pressured. He was a good kid, bright, hardworking, and always kind to me, even when the rest of the family treated me like a placeholder. I wanted to do something good for him, something clean, and for a while, it felt worth it. Jordan sent the occasional thank you text to the mystery donor the school had on file. He'd write things like, "Whoever you are, thank you. I won't waste this." I saved those. Silly, maybe, but they mattered to me. They were honest. Real. What wasn't real was the way my family talked about it at gatherings. They told everyone Jordan had gotten a partial scholarship and that Clay had picked up the rest with some help from Denise. Every Thanksgiving, I'd sit there with a paper plate while they took turns bragging about how we pull together when it matters. My name? Never mentioned. Not once. Even when Jordan made the dean's list 3 semesters in a row, no credit. Even when he got a paid summer internship, no nod. And when he got invited to speak at a student leadership panel, they sent a group chat link where Clay said, "Proud dad moment." We raised a good one. Still, I stayed quiet. For Jordan. But silence has a way of building up. Like pressure in a sealed pipe. You don't notice until it's too late. Then came graduation. I didn't expect an invitation. But Jordan himself texted me a full month before. "Uncle Trev, I'd really love if you came to my graduation dinner. You've always been there for me. Please." I stared at that message for 10 minutes. That was probably the first direct thank you I'd ever gotten from a family member, even though he still didn't know the full truth. I said yes, booked a flight, even bought a new jacket. The dinner was held at some overpriced restaurant Clay had booked, all marble floors and waiters who looked like they hated you. They'd rented out the back section, and when I got there, my name wasn't even on the seating chart. No one greeted me. No hug from Denise. No handshake from Clay. I walked in like a stranger. Eventually, someone pointed me to a chair near the kitchen doors. Not even at the main table. I sat down while trays of roasted duck and sea bass passed me by, and the family snapped photos like it was a red carpet event. They even had those little gold name cards at the main table. Clay, Denise, Jordan, Grandpa Joe. Mine? Just a plain folded napkin. Whatever. I ate quietly. Didn't even finish my plate. Then Clay stood up with a wine glass and tapped it for attention. "Let's all raise a glass," he said, smiling. "To the people who really made this happen. The ones who actually helped Jordan get here." And everyone, every single person at that table, turned to smile at Denise. Some clapped. Someone even said, "Supermom." No one looked at me. Not even Jordan. And maybe he didn't know. Maybe he was just caught up in the moment. But something cracked open in my chest. Not anger. Not yet. Just disbelief. Then it happened. As they brought out the cake, a man in a dark blue suit approached our section. He looked completely out of place among the relatives. Taller, sharper, maybe late 50s. He scanned the tables and stopped at mine. "Mr. Trevor Lane?" he asked. I blinked. "Yes." He extended a hand. "Dean Carrington, School of Public Policy. I just wanted to say thank you. We've never had a student sponsored like this before. Fully paid, no requests, no tax write-offs, just quiet generosity. Remarkable." I swear the whole table went still. Forks froze midair. Denise's hand was halfway to a champagne glass. I stood slowly. "Thank you, Dean. But you must be mistaken. Nobody here seems to know anything about that." Jordan's eyes went wide. "Wait. Sponsored?" Dean Carrington glanced around. "You didn't tell them?" I shook my head. Didn't seem necessary. Apparently, I never helped. Clay's smile faltered. Denise's mouth pressed into a line. Someone whispered something, probably trying to cover the awkwardness. And then, I pulled a folded letter from my jacket pocket. Thick paper. Official seal. "This came for Jordan a week ago," I said. "From the foundation I work with. It's a postgraduate fellowship. Paid, full-time, year abroad. A big deal." Jordan reached for it instinctively. I didn't let go. "But now," I said, eyes locked on Clay, "I'm not sure he deserves it anymore." And that's when the room truly fell silent. The silence after my words wasn't awkward. It was suffocating. Like the room had been drained of oxygen, and everyone was waiting to see who would breathe first. Clay's mouth twitched, struggling to catch up with what was happening. Denise looked like she was trying to blink herself out of a nightmare. My sister had always prided herself on being the center of everything, but now she looked like a prop in someone else's scene. And Jordan? He was staring at me like the entire world had shifted beneath his feet. "Wait," he said quietly. "What do you mean you're not sure I deserve it?" I looked at him, and for a brief moment, I saw the kid I used to take to soccer practice. The one who always offered me the front seat on road trips. The one who thanked the mystery donor without knowing it was me. He was still in there, I think, but buried beneath years of influence from people who never wanted to give me any credit. I sighed and set the envelope on the table in front of me. "I mean that while you've been working hard, Jordan, and I do believe you've worked hard, the people around you have built a house of lies on top of your effort. They've taken my help, spun their own version of events, and then shut me out of it completely. I've been invisible at every turn. And now? Now they get to pretend they're the heroes. And I get a chair next to the kitchen." A waiter brushed past me with a tray of dirty dishes. The clatter made Clay flinch. "I didn't know," Jordan said. "I swear to God, I didn't know." I believe you, I said. But maybe the people who raised you didn't think you needed to. Clay slammed his glass down. Oh, come on, Trevor. You offered to pay. No one forced you. And what? Now you're trying to make this whole night about you. You always do this. Every time we try to celebrate as a family. Celebrate. I cut in, laughing once, short and bitter. You mean when you celebrated my money like it was yours? Or when you cut me out of every thank you speech, every toast, every photo, like I was the help? You want to talk about making it about me? It's never been about me, Clay. Not once. He stood up, chest puffed. You always had a chip on your shoulder. Just because you got a fancy job. Not fancy, I snapped. Just responsible. Something you might want to try. Denise cleared her throat like she was trying to keep things civil. Trev, this is a family dinner. Can we not do this here? No, I said simply. Because this is exactly where it needs to happen. Right here, in front of everyone who was happy to benefit in silence. You all want the rewards without the accountability. You want Jordan to succeed, but you want to pretend you built the staircase he climbed. You didn't. I did. I turned back to Jordan. You want this letter? You'll have it. But not until you decide whether you're going to keep pretending I don't exist, or whether you're ready to face some truths. He looked like he was about to cry, and part of me hated that. But part of me didn't. Because maybe he needed to feel this. Maybe they all did. Then, from the other end of the table, Grandpa Joe, who hadn't spoken a word all night, pushed back his chair with a slow screech and stood up. About damn time, he muttered. Everyone turned to him, stunned. I've been waiting 20 years for this one to grow a spine, he said, jabbing a finger in my direction. Your uncle's been the only one in this family with any sense. But none of you ever listened. You all laughed when he brought instant mashed potatoes to Thanksgiving instead of homemade. You rolled your eyes when he didn't join the poker games. But guess what? He's the only one who paid off his house, helped your kid go to college, and didn't ask for anything in return. Denise looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. Clay looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. Joe, my mom said softly, maybe this isn't the time. No, Marlene, it's exactly the time. Because if this family doesn't learn to shut up and listen for once, you're going to lose the one good man left in it. There was a beat of stunned silence. Then Grandpa Joe sat back down, calmly picked up his fork, and said, Now somebody pass me a damn roll. Jordan stood up slowly, his eyes still fixed on me. Can we talk? He asked. Outside. I nodded once and followed him out into the cool night air. The sounds of clinking glasses and awkward murmurs faded as the door swung shut behind us. He shoved his hands in his pockets, staring at the ground. I didn't know. I swear I didn't. And I'm sorry if it looked like I didn't care. I thought Dad had taken out loans or something. He never said anything. He didn't need to, I replied. That was the whole point. They wanted to take the credit and none of the cost. Jordan looked up at me. So what now? Do I lose the fellowship? I held up the envelope again and looked him dead in the eye. That depends. Not on whether you want it, but on whether you still think they're the ones who got you here. He didn't answer right away. He just looked back at the restaurant window, at his dad, still red in the face, at Denise whispering frantically, at my mom trying to smile like nothing had happened. Then he turned back to me and said, Can you tell me everything? From the beginning? I nodded. Yeah, I can. And just as I was about to hand him the envelope, the restaurant door opened again behind us, and out walked someone I never expected to see again, someone who would change everything. It took me a second to register who it was. Tall, narrow face, clean-shaven, same slicked-back hair I remembered from a decade ago, only now it was streaked with gray. He wore a navy blazer with an embroidered crest on the pocket, like he'd come straight from some exclusive club. His eyes landed on me with a flicker of recognition, then shifted to Jordan. Trevor Lane, he said with a knowing smile. Didn't expect to see you here. Jordan looked between us, confused. Do you two know each other? I felt my jaw tighten, just slightly. Yeah, I said. Jordan, this is Edward Colburn. He runs the foundation that offered you the fellowship. Jordan's eyes widened. Wait, this is Mr. Colburn. Edward laughed, extending a hand toward Jordan. You must be the famous scholar. It's a pleasure, really. Jordan shook his hand, still clearly trying to process what was happening. But what are you doing here? I came to meet the family, Edward said, glancing at me again. But more importantly, I wanted to speak with Trevor. He's not just your sponsor, Jordan. He's the reason we created this position. He pitched the idea 3 years ago, funded the pilot program last year, and convinced the board to expand it. You're the first full recipient. This whole thing exists because of him." The words landed like thunder. Even I hadn't expected Edward to say it like that. Not here, not now. But the impact was immediate. Jordan blinked, his mouth parting slightly. He turned to me, slower this time, as though seeing me properly for the first time in his life. "You built the program?" he asked. "I helped," I said, keeping my voice level. "It wasn't just for you. But when the time came, and they asked if I had someone in mind for the first fellowship, I chose you." Jordan didn't say anything. He didn't have to. His shoulders slumped just enough to tell me how much weight that truth carried. Edward, for his part, looked toward the restaurant window, where several of our relatives were now clearly peeking out, faces half hidden behind blinds and glass. His smile turned sharp. "They don't know, do they?" "No," I said. "They've always preferred stories where I'm a background character." He chuckled dryly. "Well, that's about to change." "What do you mean?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. He reached into his jacket and pulled out his phone. Channel 9's local education correspondent is coming by. They're doing a segment on the foundation and wanted to film a short piece. The first fellow is Minter, maybe a shot of the family. I figured I'd surprise you. "You what?" I said, blinking. "They should be here in about 10 minutes. I turned to Jordan, half expecting him to panic, but he was still stuck on the last few revelations, his brain trying to catch up. Edward leaned closer and added, "You okay with that? Or do I tell them to skip the family footage and just focus on the scholarship?" Jordan didn't answer. Instead, he looked through the window again, at his dad, now visibly pacing, and then at me. I think they need to hear it," he said. "All of it." The next few minutes felt like slow-motion chaos. Inside, the tension had exploded. Denise had stepped outside to fake a phone call, likely trying to fish for an explanation. My mom was trying to flag down a waiter to box up her dinner. Clay had started whisper yelling at someone. I think he thought the dean had tipped off a journalist. Nobody seemed to realize the story wasn't just about Jordan anymore. When the camera crew pulled up, just a small van, 2 people, a ring light, and a reporter in a beige blazer, you'd think a presidential motorcade had arrived. People started adjusting their posture, fixing their hair, sliding back into their seats as if nothing had happened. But the awkward tension remained thick in the air. Edward stepped back inside to greet the crew, while Jordan and I waited outside under the string lights. I could hear the clatter of silverware and muffled voices rising again. Some were already trying to spin the situation, probably crafting new versions of the story where they always knew I was the sponsor, but respected my privacy. I looked at Jordan and said, "You don't have to do this, you know." He shook his head. "No, I do. Not just for me, for you. For everything they refused to say out loud." I don't know what I expected him to do next. Hide, retreat, maybe ask me to take the spotlight alone. But he didn't. He squared his shoulders, took the envelope from my hand, and tucked it into his inner jacket pocket. Then he looked at the front door of the restaurant and said, "Let's go show them who actually helped me get here." We stepped inside together. The entire room turned to face us. Edward signaled to the camera crew that we were ready. The reporter smiled and said brightly, "Mr. Lane, Mr. Colburn said you're the reason this fellowship was created. We'd love to ask you a few questions. And Jordan, we're told you're the very first recipient. Mind telling us what it means to be chosen? And who helped you get here?" And that's when Jordan slowly turned toward the table, toward his father, his aunt, his grandmother. And what he said next shattered everything. Jordan didn't speak right away. He looked around the room, really looked. At Clay, who still hadn't sat down and was gripping the back of his chair so hard his knuckles were white. At Denise, who avoided his gaze, pretending to adjust her bracelet. At my mom, who gave him a weak, hesitant smile like she could still salvage the narrative with a soft expression. And then he looked at me. I gave him a slight nod. No pressure. His choice. He turned back to the reporter and said, in a calm but steady voice, "You asked who helped me get here?" He gestured to the table. It wasn't them. The silence was instant and loud. The reporter blinked, taken aback. One of the camera crew glanced at Edward, who just smiled and folded his arms, waiting. Jordan continued, his voice gaining strength. "All my life, I was told my family was pulling together for me, that we all made sacrifices, that we were some kind of team. But the truth is, The only person who ever made a real sacrifice was the one they tried to hide. He pointed toward me. This man, my uncle, paid for my tuition. Every cent quietly, without credit, without recognition. And while everyone else gave speeches and took credit and threw parties they couldn't afford, he showed up for me. Again and again. You could feel the room shifting. Chairs creaked as people subtly turned to look at Clay and Denise. Even my mom dropped her eyes to the tablecloth. And he didn't just write checks, Jordan went on. He believed in me. He made this fellowship happen. He created opportunities one didn't even know existed. I used to wonder who the anonymous donor was. I wrote thank you notes every semester, not knowing they were going to him. He paused and reached into his pocket, pulling out the envelope. When I got this letter, I thought it was just another stroke of luck. Another gift from the universe. I didn't know it came from someone who had been building the road ahead of me, step by step, brick by brick. He looked directly at the camera now. So if you're asking who helped me get here, it's Trevor Lane. And I want the world to know that I didn't do this alone. But more importantly, that I didn't get here on the backs of people who clapped the loudest. I got here because of someone who never asked for applause. The reporter looked stunned. The cameraman just gave a low whistle, and Edward, bless him, clapped, once, loud and slow. Jordan turned back toward me and extended the envelope with both hands. I want you to give it to me, he said. Formally. Because I want to earn it the right way, by acknowledging you. By being honest. I hesitated for a moment, then took the envelope back and cleared my throat. Jordan Lane, I said, trying to keep my voice from cracking. On behalf of the Colburn Fellowship and with the full support of its founder, it's my honor to present you with this offer. He took it, and we shook hands. Cameras clicked. The reporter began a few follow-up questions, but I wasn't listening anymore. My ears were buzzing, not with nerves, but with release. Years of being brushed aside, erased, overlooked, it all lifted like dust shaken from an old coat. Clay broke first. This is ridiculous, he snapped, pushing back his chair so hard it scraped the floor. You think this makes you a hero, Trevor? Buying your way into the spotlight? He's my son. Jordan turned on him. No, Dad. You don't get to pull that card. Not after what you did. Clay stepped forward. I gave you everything. No, Jordan said sharply. You gave me expectations. And guilt. You took money from Trevor and acted like it was your own. You told me we were scraping by, that I owed you everything. But you never said who was actually footing the bill. You wouldn't have understood. I would have thanked him, Jordan snapped. I would have known who to send those emails to. I would have known who to respect. But you made sure I didn't. Clay looked like he was going to argue again, but he didn't have the words. He turned to Denise for backup. She raised her hands. Don't look at me, she said coldly. I told you this would catch up to you. I said we shouldn't lie to the kid. What? He spat. You were the one who said it'd make the story cleaner. And now you're blaming me, she said. You're unbelievable. Jordan shook his head, stepping away. I'm done with this. I'm not going to spend another minute pretending like this family is something it's not. Jordan, my mom said, finally speaking up, her voice trembling. You're being too harsh. He turned to her. No, Grandma. I'm just being honest. Uncle Trevor was honest with his money, his time, his faith in me. He gave. You all took. She closed her mouth. Her hands folded in her lap, like she was trying to disappear into the chair. The reporter quickly wrapped up, sensing the awkward energy. The crew packed up. Edward gave Jordan a pat on the shoulder and quietly said, You handled that like a man. When they left, the tension didn't vanish. It lingered. Thick. Heavy. I stood there for a moment, unsure what to do, until Jordan said, Come on, let's go get some air. We stepped outside into the cool night again. I could still hear faint murmurs through the walls. Probably Clay ranting about how this wasn't fair, and he deserved better. I meant what I said, Jordan told me. About earning it. About knowing the truth. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it. I nodded slowly. It's not your fault. You were just surrounded by people who liked telling stories where they were the main characters. He smiled sadly. Yeah, but from now on, I think I'll write my own. We walked for a bit. I offered to give him a ride back to his apartment, and he accepted. On the drive, he told me more about his plans, how the fellowship would allow him to work abroad, how he wanted to give back, maybe start a nonprofit one day. And he asked me questions too, about my job, my life, even my regrets. No one had asked me that in years. When I dropped him off, he turned to me and said, Do you think we could keep in touch more? Like, actually hang out? My throat caught for a second. I just nodded. Yeah, I'd like that. He smiled, opened the door, and stepped out. Thanks for not giving up on me. Even when they made it really easy to. I watched him disappear into his building, envelope tucked under his arm, back straighter than I'd ever seen it. And as I pulled away, I realized something. Revenge hadn't come with shouting or slamming doors or someone getting kicked out. It came with the truth being seen, with the quiet being heard, and with finally being treated like family. Not because they had to, but because someone chose to. I'm Dylan. I'm 28 years old now, but this story starts a few years back when I was 24, freshly graduated, and too trusting for my own good. I've always been the kind of guy who plays it safe, steady job, long-term relationship, savings account, and a pretty average social circle. I wasn't flashy. I wasn't loud. I didn't crave the spotlight. That was always my older brother, Lucas. Lucas is 2 years older than me, and from the time we were kids, he needed to win. Everything. Games, grades, girls. If I had something, he wanted it, and he had to have it better. But I never thought he'd go this far. Never thought the worst betrayal of my life would come from both him and the woman I thought I'd marry. Growing up, our parents never really treated us equally, but I didn't notice how deep the favoritism ran until later. Lucas was the golden boy, the one who could do no wrong. Dad always said he had natural charisma and leadership instincts, while I was the quiet one, the bookworm, the one they praised for being stable but never celebrated. If Lucas skipped class or got into a fight, Mom would laugh it off as boys being boys. But if I brought home a B+ instead of an A, she'd give me that thin-lipped look that meant I disappointed her. I learned early to keep my head down, stay out of the way, and find my own peace. And for a while, I thought I had. I met Hannah during my second year of college. She was smart, sharp-witted, and stunning in a way that didn't feel unattainable. We met in a psychology class, ended up in the same study group, and clicked instantly. Our relationship wasn't some whirlwind romance. It grew quietly, steadily, like two people who knew where they were going and liked the idea of going there together. After we both graduated, we moved in together, got a modest apartment in the city, and started planning for the future, talking about marriage, saving for a house, all of it. Lucas met Hannah a handful of times at family events, but he was always weird around her. Flirty, in that way he did with every woman, even ones clearly not interested. He'd crack jokes at my expense, stuff like, "Can't believe you landed someone like her, Dylan. What's your secret? Hypnosis." It was always just a joke, of course, and Hannah would laugh awkwardly, but she never encouraged it. At least, I didn't think she did. That's the thing about trust. You don't notice the cracks until something slips through. It started small, subtle. Looking back, I can see the signs, but at the time, they barely registered. Hannah started spending more time out, saying she was picking up extra shifts or catching up with old friends. She changed her phone password, stopped asking me to join her on weekend plans. I chalked it up to stress. She was working in event planning, a chaotic, high-pressure job. I didn't want to be the suspicious boyfriend, so I let it go. Lucas, meanwhile, had just landed some flashy marketing job downtown. He'd brag about it every time we talked, how much he was making, the parties he was going to, how cutthroat the industry was, and how he thrived on the pressure. Our parents ate it up, of course. They were so proud of him. Whenever I came by the house, it was always, "Did you hear about Lucas's promotion? Or your brother's got a real future ahead of him." No one asked how I was doing. Not really. And when I mentioned Hannah, they'd smile politely, but never pressed. I think deep down, they never really thought I was enough for her. Then came the first red flag I couldn't ignore. It was a Sunday. I'd gone to visit my parents alone. Hannah said she wasn't feeling well, which was fine. I didn't push. We had dinner, the usual small talk, and just as I was about to leave, my mom said, "Lucas dropped by yesterday. With a friend." She smirked as she said it. A very pretty one. I froze. A friend? Yeah, tall girl, dark hair. I think I've seen her before. She waved it off. Maybe in one of your pictures? My heart did this uncomfortable flip. Was her name Hannah? Mom looked up at me, surprised. "Oh, you know her." I forced a laugh, trying not to seem rattled. "Yeah, she's my girlfriend." "Oh," she said again, this time a little slower. Well, maybe I was mistaken. But she wasn't. I knew it. Hannah had told me she was going to a conference that weekend, out of town. But if she was with Lucas, here, smiling in my parents' living room, then she'd lied. And not just a small lie. A big one. I didn't confront her right away. I needed to be sure. So I waited, observed, paid attention, and things started to fall into place. She was always texting someone and smiling at her phone when she thought I wasn't looking. She started dressing differently when she went out, more styled, more deliberate. One night, I casually asked her who she'd been texting all week. She barely looked up. Oh, just some people from work. I nodded. You ever text Lucas? That got her attention. She paused for half a second too long. Lucas? No. Why would I? No reason, I said. Just curious. From that night on, I started keeping track. I know it sounds paranoid, but when you feel something's off, you can't just ignore it. I wasn't scrolling through her phone or following her, just watching, listening, picking up patterns. One day, she left her laptop open in the kitchen while she was showering. Normally, she always closed it or took it with her. But this time, she didn't. There was an open tab, Google Maps, a saved location, Lucas's apartment. That was the first time I felt the floor drop beneath me. I didn't confront her that night, or the next. Honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I wasn't ready to accept it. To say it out loud would make it real. So I waited again, watched, and it got worse. She started working late every Thursday. Always Thursday. I checked Lucas's Instagram. He never posted much, but once or twice, he'd upload a blurry shot of dinner or drinks, just vague enough to avoid details. But one of them had a reflection in the glass behind him. Just a silhouette, but I knew it was her. The shape of her jaw, the bun she always tied her hair in when she wanted to look casual but cute. She used to wear that look for me. Still, I said nothing. And I think that's what really started to mess with me. How I let it go on. How I let it happen, like I didn't even believe I deserved to fight back. But then came the night that broke everything wide open. It was mid-November. Cold. Raining. I came home earlier than usual. My boss had let us out early before the holidays picked up. I was excited to surprise Hannah. Maybe cook something together like we used to. But when I walked through the door, the apartment was empty. No note. No message. Just quiet. Then I noticed the coat rack. Her jacket was gone. Her boots, too. I sat in the dark for an hour. Then two. Then I got a message. From Lucas. Just 3 words. You'll thank me. I stared at it for a long time. Hands shaking. Heart pounding. That was the moment I knew. I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't being paranoid. They were together. And they wanted me to know. What I didn't know, what I couldn't possibly have predicted, was just how badly it would all backfire for them. And how sweet it would be to watch. I didn't respond to Lucas's message. I stared at it, fingers hovering over my screen like I might find the right combination of letters to make it all go away. I didn't. I just locked my phone and let it fall to the couch. That message wasn't for a conversation. It was a declaration, a taunt. And I knew that if I responded, if I gave him even a crumb of a reaction, he'd win. So I waited. Hannah came home around midnight. Her makeup was too perfect, her hair still done, and she smelled faintly of his cologne. Not mine, his. That was the thing about Lucas. He always wore something expensive and heavy, like he wanted the scent to walk into the room before he did. I didn't say anything, just looked up from where I was still sitting on the couch, lights off, same position I'd been in for hours. She jumped a little when she saw me. Probably wasn't expecting to find me still awake. Oh, she said, voice higher than usual. You're up? I nodded. You were out late. She smiled, but it was tight. Controlled. Just a work dinner. You know how those go. Didn't take your work jacket, I said. She froze, barely for a second, but I caught it. Then she shrugged it off. It got too warm. Took it off on the way. I nodded again. Let the silence hang there. She moved around me toward the bedroom like she was being chased by ghosts, and for the next few days, we didn't talk about it. Not directly. We just coexisted. Like roommates. But the weight of that message, those 3 words from Lucas, sat in the air like smoke, choking out any chance at peace. I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. I wasn't ready. But I started detaching. Quietly. Pulling my money out of the joint account she didn't know I had access to. Backing up all my files. Looking into new leases, new jobs, new cities. I didn't want revenge. Not then. I just wanted out. But life had other plans. Thanksgiving was 2 weeks later. A family affair I hadn't missed once in 24 years. Even when I was sick, Even when I was swamped with work, I showed up. I brought food, helped set the table, played the peacemaker when our uncle got too political or dad got too drunk. This year, I plan to skip it. Make up some excuse about deadlines. Avoid the minefield. But then Mom called me. Don't forget to bring Hannah's cranberry tart, she said breezily. Lucas said she made it last year, and everyone loved it. I blinked. What? She's coming, right? He said you'd both be there. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Lucas said what? She sighed. Honestly, Dylan, I know things between you two are tense, but don't put us in the middle of it. If you're having a lover's quarrel, fine, but don't ruin the holiday for everyone. That's when I realized something. They knew. Maybe not the full truth, but enough. Enough to know she'd been spending time with Lucas. Enough to choose not to ask questions. Enough to prioritize the optics of a happy family holiday over my dignity. So I showed up. Alone. I walked in through the side door, holding a bottle of wine I knew no one would drink, and the room went quiet. My mom smiled first, one of those tight, social smiles that didn't reach her eyes. Oh, just you? She asked. I nodded. Hannah couldn't make it. Lucas wasn't there yet, which surprised me. He usually made a grand entrance, 20 minutes late, smug grin, something expensive in his hand to show off. But not this time. He arrived a few minutes after I did, with a girl on his arm. Hannah. She wore the green dress I bought her last Christmas. Our dad's eyes lit up. Well, there's our power couple, he boomed. And that was it. No one looked confused. No one asked questions. Not one family member pulled me aside to ask what the hell was going on. They knew. Every single one of them. And they were fine with it. Hannah walked in like she owned the place, kissed my mom on the cheek, laughed at something Lucas said, and didn't even look at me. Not once. Like I didn't exist. And the worst part? I didn't say a word. I stood there like some extra in a movie I was supposed to be starring in. Because I was still in shock. Still clinging to some desperate thread of dignity that said, don't cause a scene. Don't give them the satisfaction. Dinner was unbearable. Lucas made a toast halfway through, raising his glass like he was accepting an award. To new beginnings, he said, smirking right at me. My mother clinked her glass against his. My dad laughed, and Hannah leaned into him, whispering something that made him grin even wider. I left before dessert, drove home in silence. And that was the moment something broke inside me. Not sadness, not jealousy, something colder, sharper. I realized, in that drive home, that my family didn't just tolerate what they'd done. They endorsed it. They thought Lucas deserved her. That I was the stepping stone, the quiet brother, the practice run. But they didn't know everything. They didn't know what Lucas had really given up for her, or what Hannah had already started doing behind his back. Because the thing about people like Hannah, people who lie so smoothly, so easily, is that they don't stop once they've started. And I had seen the signs. The same signs she gave me when she started slipping away. The late-night texts. The new phone passcode. The suddenly long hours that didn't check out. And Lucas, for all his swagger, wasn't the observant type. He assumed if he won something, it was his forever. That assumption was going to cost him. The next few weeks were surreal. I stopped replying to family messages. They noticed, of course. My mom sent me little guilt trips in text form. We missed you at the cookie swap. Or, Lucas says you're not answering. Are you okay? I ignored them. Let the silence hang. I think that unsettled them more than if I'd yelled. Then, out of nowhere, Lucas called me. I almost didn't answer. But something made me press accept. Hey bro, he said. Cheerful. Too cheerful. We should talk. I said nothing. You mad? Still silent. He sighed. Look, I know it's not ideal. But you and Hannah weren't even. I mean, you guys were fizzling out, right? And we just kind of clicked. I still didn't speak. Come on, Dylan. Don't be like this. She's happier. I'm happier. You'll find someone. And then, the kicker. She was never really meant for you, man. You know that, right? I hung up. No yelling. No swearing. Just click. And I think that's what shook him. Because a few days later, I got a message from Hannah. I hope we can be friends again one day. Friends. Like she hadn't gutted me and danced in the remains. I didn't respond. But I started watching. Not them, her. Because something had shifted. She was moving different. Dressing flashier. Posting more on social media. But never with Lucas. Never a picture of them together. And the comments under her photos. Half from guys I didn't recognize. Half from accounts that felt curated. And then I saw it. A tag post from some random guy in a rooftop bar. Arm around a familiar silhouette. Hannah. She wasn't hiding it. Not anymore. And I knew Lucas didn't know. Yet, the temptation to blow it up was there. To screenshot everything, forward it to him, blow up the happy illusion he'd stolen. But that would be too easy, too impulsive, and it wouldn't be enough. I didn't want him just humiliated. I wanted him ruined. And I finally had the patience to wait for the perfect moment. Because when you let snakes eat each other, all you have to do is sit back and collect the skin. And that moment, it came faster than I expected. It started with a phone call from my aunt, one of the few family members who still had some decency. She sounded hesitant, nervous. Dylan, I don't know if I should say this. Say what? It's about Lucas. And Hannah. I held my breath. What about them? Well, they're getting serious. Your parents said Lucas might propose soon. My grip tightened on the phone. But here's the thing, she continued. Hannah, she came by the office. You know I work with Lucas's firm, right? HR department. I nodded, even though she couldn't see. She wasn't supposed to be there. But she showed up asking questions. Weird ones. About his salary, benefits, stock options. Almost like. She trailed off. Like she's planning something. I finished for her. She whispered, exactly. And that's when I knew. She wasn't just playing Lucas. She was targeting him. The same way she targeted me. Only this time, I wasn't going to stay quiet. I just had to make sure when it all collapsed, it echoed. I didn't sleep the night my aunt called. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling while the city outside my apartment hummed on without me, like it didn't care that my entire life had been gutted and set on fire twice. First when Hannah left me, then when I realized my family had handed her the matches. You'd think it would have felt good to hear she was circling Lucas like a vulture next, that the cracks were already forming in their little fairy tale. But it didn't. Not yet. All I felt was empty, like I was a side character in someone else's movie, quietly discarded the moment my role ended. I didn't recognize myself anymore. I had let people walk over me, let them rewrite my story without so much as raising my voice. And for what? To keep the peace? To avoid being dramatic? To preserve a family dynamic that never really protected me? No, that version of me was dead. And the man who took his place? He wasn't going to beg for justice. He was going to build it. The first thing I did was change my number. Not because I needed peace, I needed distance. Mom had started calling more, likely because Lucas or Hannah or both realized I was slipping away. The messages started polite. Hope you're okay, sweetie. And turned passive-aggressive fast. It's really immature to hold a grudge over a girl. Then she sent me a picture of her and Hannah at brunch. I don't know what hurt more, the smile on Hannah's face or the fact that my mom had taken the picture. After I changed my number, I gave notice at work. I'd been working in a mid-level analyst role at a finance firm. Not flashy, but stable. But I wasn't inspired anymore. The office felt suffocating, the people robotic. I needed a new purpose, not a desk to hide behind. I used the 2 weeks of remaining vacation time I had and drove upstate. Rented a quiet Airbnb on a lake. Took nothing but a laptop, a duffel bag, and a stack of books I hadn't touched since college. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. No social media updates. No forwarding address. I just vanished. For the first week, I didn't do much. I slept in, made coffee, sat on the dock, and let the silence clean the noise out of my head. I cried sometimes. I won't lie. Random, ugly crying at 2 a.m. when the weight of it all hit me. How I'd been humiliated by the two people I loved most, and how the rest of my family acted like I was the problem for not pretending it was okay. But in that silence, something strange started happening. I began to remember who I was before all of this. Before Hannah. Before Lucas. Before I started shrinking myself to fit into their world. I remembered that I used to build things. Not just spreadsheets or reports. I used to tinker, design, dream. In college, I'd built an app that helped students find study groups. It wasn't perfect, but it got attention. I even got an internship offer from a startup because of it. But I turned it down for a safer job. Stability had always been my North Star, until stability became a cage. One morning, I pulled out my laptop and opened a blank project file. I didn't have a plan. I just started sketching ideas. What if I built something again? Something just for me. No deadlines, no bosses, no pressure to impress anyone. Just code, coffee, and a little peace. It started small. A budgeting tool for freelancers, inspired by all the financial chaos I'd seen firsthand after Hannah dipped into our shared account months ago. Then I added invoice tracking. A built-in tax calculator. Slowly, it turned into something real. Something useful. I posted an early prototype in a few forums just to get feedback. The response shocked me. Dozens of messages. People asking if I had a version they could use. A woman messaged me saying it was exactly what I've needed for years. A guy in the UK asked if I was accepting beta testers. I had forgotten what it felt like to build something people wanted. Something that didn't have to go through Lucas's approval or fit into Hannah's expectations of me. I wasn't a placeholder here. I was the creator. By the end of that month, I'd soft-launched my tool under a new name, LedgerNest. I bought the domain, got a basic landing page up, and opened a waitlist. I kept it all anonymous. I didn't want anyone from my old life tracing it back to me. Not yet. I went back to the city in January. New year. New place. I didn't renew the lease on the apartment Hannah and I had shared. Instead, I found a loft a few blocks from the park. Exposed brick. Cheap rent because it was above a bakery. It smelled like croissants every morning, which I considered a bonus. I didn't reach out to anyone. Didn't update my family. Didn't tell Lucas or Hannah I was back. Let them wonder. Let them feel my absence. It wasn't revenge. Not yet. It was reclamation. I started freelancing to pay the bills. Tech gigs, mostly. App debugging, design consultation, anything flexible enough to let me focus on building LedgerNest. Every dollar I made, I reinvested into the project. I learned how to market it. Watched hours of videos on SEO, product launches, customer funnels. I'd never felt more alive. And then one night, something strange happened. I got a message request on Instagram from an account I didn't recognize. It was Hannah. Hey, hope you're doing okay. Just wanted to say I'm sorry for everything. I miss talking to you. I stared at it for a long time. No apology for what she did. Just a vague, soft-pedaled attempt to crack the door open again. I didn't reply, but I did check her page. Her photos were different now. No more flashy rooftop bars or shopping halls. No more smiling brunch selfies with Lucas. In fact, he was nowhere on her feed. And then I noticed a comment under one of her newer photos. From Lucas. Glad you're back to being yourself. Liked by one person, his mother. The mask was slipping. And I was ready. Not to go back, but to rise. The next few weeks were a blur. LedgerNest exploded faster than I expected. A popular finance blogger featured it in a top 10 tools for creators list, and overnight, the waitlist jumped from a few hundred to over 2,000. I got emails from angel investors. Interview requests. It wasn't just a side project anymore. It was real. But I kept my name off the public face of the company. Because I had a plan. One that required silence. One that needed them to forget me until the exact right moment. I'd been journaling every day since I moved back. Not just to process the mess, but to track it. My thoughts, my progress, my wins, my losses. I wanted to make sure that when I finally stepped into the light again, it wouldn't just be for revenge. It would be to show the world what happens when you try to break someone, and they build something better from the rubble. Lucas, meanwhile, was slipping. I heard through the grapevine, an old co-worker of his who followed me on LinkedIn, that his team had been downsized. He hadn't posted about it publicly, but I knew the industry. I knew what that meant. His flashy title was now paper thin. And Hannah? Well, her page had gone dark completely. No new posts. No stories. Nothing. But a quick search of her name in public databases told me what I needed to know. She'd recently incorporated a small LLC. Event planning. Operating solo. Which meant, like Lucas, she was vulnerable. Building something from scratch. No safety net. The irony was beautiful. They had torn me down thinking I was weak. And now they were the ones exposed. Because the moment you make someone feel like nothing, you forget they have nothing left to lose. And people with nothing to lose? They're dangerous. But people who lose everything, rebuild from nothing, and come back stronger? They're unstoppable. And I was just getting started. I don't think there's a more dangerous kind of person than someone who's been humiliated, disappeared, and quietly rebuild a life 10 times better than the one that got torn down. That's what I kept telling myself as I stared out my loft window one cold morning in March, coffee in hand, looking at the city that had once made me feel small. I wasn't small anymore. LedgerNest had crossed its first 10,000 users. I had 4 part-time contractors working under me, all remote, all vetted. The inbox was filling with questions about sponsorships, partnerships, and what's next. And still, I hadn't put my real name on any of it. No public profile. No LinkedIn updates. Not even a whisper on social media. Because all of this, Everything was part of the plan, and that plan was ready to begin. Let me walk you through it. Step 1. Control the narrative. To hurt someone like Lucas, you don't just take away their pride. You replace it with shame. And the best kind of shame? The public kind. The kind that spreads fast, leaks into every room he walks into, and follows him long after the echo fades. But I couldn't just expose him. That would make me look petty, emotional, like the scorned little brother. No, I needed someone else to light the match. Someone credible. And I knew exactly who that person was. Remember my aunt from HR? After she told me about Hannah snooping around the office, I made sure to keep a steady line of quiet communication with her. Never pushy, never too personal. I'd send her the occasional article I thought she'd find useful, or reply with a "thinking of you. Hope works treating you better" kind of message. Just enough to keep me in the picture. Just enough to stay relevant. When the time came, I sent her an email. Not from my main account. A clean, private one I created for this purpose. The subject line was simple. Concerned about a pattern. Thought you should know. The body of the email was even simpler. Screenshots. Not of Hannah's infidelity. I had those. But this wasn't about me. It was about Lucas. Screenshots of texts I'd quietly sourced from mutual contacts, showing Lucas bragging about how he used HR loopholes to poach clients. Him mocking HR policies. Making jokes about being untouchable. It was all real. Nothing doctored. Just curated. At the bottom of the email, I signed off anonymously. I used to admire him. Not anymore. That was all I had to say. Step 2. Destabilize the partnership. Lucas and Hannah weren't married, but I knew from my aunt that they'd moved in together. A new place downtown. Lucas had been paying most of the rent, probably flaunting his salary like a badge again. Hannah, from what I could tell, was still freelancing in event planning, but a little digging told me her business was floundering. No consistent clients. No real portfolio. She was coasting on charisma and leftovers from her old job. That gave me an idea. A friend of mine, Anya, worked in corporate event logistics. We'd done some small tech gigs together in the past, and she owed me a favor. I called her up. "Hey," I said, "you still doing client tests for new planners?" "Always," she said. "Why?" "I've got a name for you," I told her. "Hannah Weston." Anya paused. "Wait, didn't she?" "Yeah," I said, keeping my tone flat. "But she's working solo now. Might be worth seeing what she can do." Anya laughed. "You want me to mess with her?" "No. I want you to tempt her." We agreed to set up a test gig, something that looked like a high-profile opportunity but had very precise, high-pressure requirements. Nothing illegal, just hard. Logistics, deadlines, client expectations no amateur could meet. And Anya? She played it perfectly. Reached out under her company's name. Dangled a potential $10,000 payday for a test-run event at a boutique venue. Gave Hannah every chance to say no. She didn't. Hannah, of course, said yes. And she fumbled it. Blew half the deadline, forgot to secure permits, and double-booked the photographer. Anya was gracious. "Thanks for your time," she emailed afterward. "We'll keep you in mind for future opportunities." But we both knew she wouldn't. The fallout came fast. Hannah posted vague story updates on her private Instagram. Not everyone plays fair. Some people just want to see you fail. One of those classic, passive-aggressive pity posts meant to draw sympathy. But sympathy doesn't pay rent. Lucas was about to learn that. Step 3. Crack the foundation. I waited a week, then reached out to an old college friend, Jake, one of the few people I'd stayed in touch with after the breakup. Jake had always liked Hannah a little too much, which was why I never involved him before. But now I wanted him involved. "Do you still follow Hannah on Instagram?" I asked him. "Yeah, why?" "Ever notice how she posts weird cryptic stuff now? She and Lucas good." Jake laughed. "Honestly, I don't think so. Last time I saw her, she was with some dude that wasn't Lucas. Big guy. Full sleeve tattoo. Looked like a club promoter." That was all I needed to hear. "Do me a favor?" I said. "Next time she posts something shady, screenshot it." He didn't ask why. He just said, "Bet." A few days later, he came through. Hannah posted a picture of herself at a club. Low lighting. Cocktail in hand. Sitting next to a man whose face was turned away, but you could see the tattoo. Same guy. Not Lucas. I waited until the weekend. Saturday morning. Hungover brains. Emotional vulnerability. That's when I struck. Lucas got an envelope. No return address. Inside, a USB stick. On it, a PDF with every photo, every message, every timestamp I'd compiled from the last 4 months. I didn't sign it. I didn't need to. Lucas wasn't dumb. He'd know exactly who sent it. Step 4. Let the dominoes fall. I don't know what happened in their apartment that night. I didn't need to. But I saw the aftermath. Lucas deleted his Instagram within 24 hours. Hannah posted a black screen with the caption, "Some people only want to watch you burn." Their friends started whispering. Screenshots got passed around. Stories shifted. Suddenly, I wasn't the sad, heartbroken brother anymore. I was the one who escaped. The one who knew. And best of all, I never had to say a word. But I wasn't done. Not yet. Because now, it was time to show them what I'd built. And that required a stage. I decided to throw a launch party for Ledger Nest. The company had grown enough to warrant it. We'd just closed our first round of seed funding. I hired a PR firm, booked a venue, invited press, influencers, early users. I didn't need it for validation. I needed it for optics. For the story, I put my name on the brand for the first time. Founder, Dylan Weston. I knew the name would reach them. Knew it would sting. And then I did the final thing. The thing I'd waited months to do. I sent out formal invitations. One to my mother. One to Lucas. One to Hannah. No note. Just the date, the time, and the venue. Let them stew. Let them wonder if they were supposed to show up. Let them feel the weight of being outsiders at my event. The night of the party came. The venue glowed. The room buzzed. Cameras flashed. People mingled. And for the first time in years, I wasn't a background character in someone else's story. I was the main event. And as I stood on that stage, microphone in hand, giving my little founder's speech, I spotted them. Back of the room. Lucas in a wrinkled blazer. Hannah in a muted dress that didn't quite fit. They didn't clap. They didn't smile. They just watched. And I watched them. Watched as the reality sunk in. They didn't destroy me. They freed me. Because revenge? It's not about anger. It's about power. And the moment they realized I had all of it was the moment I knew. The fall was complete. And the rise had only just begun. They didn't approach me at the launch party. Lucas and Hannah stood near the back wall like guests who'd stumbled into the wrong room, but were too proud to leave. I never expected them to come. Not really. But maybe some part of them still thought I'd fall back into the old role. The quiet one. The forgiving one. The version of me they could guilt or gaslight back into silence. But that Dylan was gone. I didn't make a scene. I didn't even look their way after I spotted them. I gave my speech, smiled for cameras, took photos with investors and users. I let the new world I'd built speak for itself. The room was filled with people who respected me, not for being someone's brother or boyfriend, but for being me. When the night ended and the venue emptied out, I lingered by the balcony, drink in hand. I half expected Lucas to sneak over and try to pull me aside for one of his signature, let's talk man-to-man speeches. But he didn't. He left quietly with Hannah trailing behind him, looking far smaller than she ever had before. I watched them go, then went back inside and toasted with my team. But the real fallout hadn't even started yet. A few days later, I got a call from my aunt again, the one in HR. She sounded more flustered than usual. "Dylan," she said, "I don't know what's happening, but Lucas is under review." Serious review. I leaned back in my chair. What kind of review? Ethics. Misuse of company resources. Inappropriate client communication. HR's been digging through emails for weeks, apparently. Someone must have escalated it. I already knew someone had. I'd sent everything I had, quietly and anonymously, weeks ago. But all it took was a spark. And now the fire was finally catching. "Do you think he'll be fired?" I asked, careful to keep my tone neutral. There was a pause on her end. "I think he might be blacklisted." And there it was. Lucas had always seen himself as untouchable. Dad's favorite. The charismatic one. The golden son with the silver tongue. But charisma only gets you so far when the paper trail shows the truth. Word spread fast. The finance and marketing industries are small when it comes to gossip. The same people who used to laugh at his jokes during networking events started muting his name in group chats. His LinkedIn went from flashy updates to radio silence. Then, 2 weeks later, it disappeared entirely. He was gone. Hannah didn't fare much better. A friend who worked in event PR messaged me one morning with a link. "Isn't this your ex?" It was a Reddit thread. One of those industry-specific ones. Titled, "Event planner canceled a week before our gala. Do not recommend Hannah Weston." It had photos of the venue left in disarray. DMs between Hannah and the organizer showing her promising things she never delivered. She tried defending herself in the comments, blamed miscommunication, tech issues, everyone but herself. But the internet? It remembers. People piled on. Other clients came forward with bad experiences. Missed deadlines. No-shows. Budget mistakes. Within a day, she was trending in a way no one wants to trend. I never responded to the thread. Never liked a comment. Never said her name. But I saved the link. Because revenge is best when it looks like karma. Then came the moment I didn't plan for. A letter. Handwritten. Slid under my apartment door with no return address. But I recognized the handwriting immediately. Lucas. The letter was surprisingly short. Just a few lines. You won. I hope it was worth it. I lost everything. But you lost us. I stared at it for a long time. Folded it. Unfolded it. Read it again. He still didn't get it. I didn't lose them. I let go of people who never valued me. I walked away from a rigged game, built a new one, and invited everyone but them to play. The only thing I lost was the illusion that they ever cared. Still, I kept the letter. Not out of sentimentality, but as a reminder of who I was and who I'd become. In the months that followed, LedgerNest hit 50,000 users. We raised a second round of funding. I hired full-time employees. Moved into a real office, still modest, still gritty, but mine. Every inch of it. My family didn't reach out much after that. Mom sent one text in spring. Lucas is staying with us for a while. Things have been hard. You should call him. I didn't respond. Later, I found out from my cousin that Lucas had moved back into our parents' basement. No job. No prospects. A shell of the man who once stood over me at Thanksgiving, toasting new beginnings with a smug grin. And Hannah? She moved out of the city. Started a YouTube channel about healing from toxic relationships. Irony never goes out of style, I guess. Sometimes, I watch a few seconds of her videos. Not out of spite. Just curiosity. She talks a lot about forgiveness. About letting go of resentment. About finding peace. And I think maybe she believes it. But me? I found peace in something else entirely. Not in forgetting. Not in forgiving. But in rising. One night, about a year after the party, I stood alone in my office, lights off, city glowing outside the windows. I walked over to the wall where we'd hung our early team photo, the launch party team, all smiles and champagne and wide eyes. I stared at it for a while. Then I opened my drawer, pulled out Lucas's letter, and folded it into a small square. I tucked it behind the frame. A relic, not a wound, just a reminder of how far I'd come and how far they'd fallen. Because the truth is, they didn't just betray me. They freed me. And when you survive a betrayal like that, you don't just heal. You become fireproof. I never thought I'd have to deal with this again. My name's Emma, and I'm 26. I've spent the past few years building my life and finally achieving the peace I craved. My own apartment, no roommates, no family drama. That is, until my mom told me something that completely flipped everything upside down. I was sitting in my living room, sipping coffee and scrolling through my phone when the phone call came in. It was a Saturday morning, and I was still in my pajamas, just trying to enjoy a quiet weekend. I wasn't expecting anything big, maybe a grocery list from my mom, a random family update, or something trivial. But this call was anything but. Hey, honey, Mom's voice sounded a little too casual, like she was about to say something she knew would make me angry. What's up? I replied, trying to sound as relaxed as I could. Well, we've been talking, and we think it's time your brother moved in with you, she said nonchalantly, like this was a perfectly normal request. He's going through a rough patch, and it's just temporary, of course. I froze. Jake, my younger brother, the one who's never had to take responsibility for anything in his life, the one who's always bailed out by mom and dad at the slightest sign of trouble, the one who ruined everything for everyone just by existing in our house. And now, Mom was telling me he was moving in with me? I couldn't hold back the frustration that bubbled up in my chest. Wait, what? You're kidding, right? Why doesn't he stay with you guys? Sweetie, you know we have our hands full, she said, as though that explained everything. And your apartment is the perfect size for him. It'll only be for a few months, tops. I bit my lip, trying not to scream. Mom, I didn't agree to this. I live alone because I need space. I didn't sign up for this. Her tone didn't change. Emma, it's just for a little while. You'll be fine. It'll be good for you to have family around. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I felt like I was being cornered. There was no room for discussion here. No negotiation. The decision had already been made for me. I'll start preparing the guest room, I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. Thank you, sweetie, Mom said, her voice filled with relief. You're such a good sister. Jake will be so happy. I ended the call with a tight smile, trying to breathe through the sudden wave of anger flooding my chest. Jake had been given everything his whole life. No consequences for his actions, no responsibilities, just constant handouts from Mom and Dad. And now, I was expected to take him in as though everything was perfectly fine. I couldn't let this happen. Not in my space. Not in my home. Over the next few days, the anger didn't subside. Every time I walked into the guest room and looked around, I could feel my blood boiling. I hated the idea of him living here. Jake would take over everything, eat all my food, leave his stuff everywhere, and still expect me to take care of him like I always did when we were kids. Then, the worst part of it all came. On Thursday morning, when I was still trying to wrap my head around the situation, I saw my mom's name pop up on my phone again. Hey, sweetie, she said in a cheerful tone, completely unaware of the storm brewing in my mind. I just wanted to let you know, we made a copy of the spare key for Jake. He'll need it to get in when you're not around. I could feel my stomach drop. What? You gave him a key already? My voice cracked, and I could feel my grip tightening around my phone. Well, of course, honey. He'll need access when you're at work or out with friends. It's just easier that way. I couldn't believe this was happening. My parents had already planned it all out. They'd given him the key before even asking me. My personal space, my home, wasn't mine anymore. It was being handed over without a second thought. The old Emma would have just sucked it up, let things slide, and kept quiet. But not this time. Not anymore. I put my phone down, stood up, and walked over to the front door. The spare key was hanging there on the hook where I always kept it. I stared at it for a moment, the weight of the decision pressing down on me. I knew what I had to do. Without a second thought, I grabbed the spare key and walked to the lock. I wasn't just going to sit back and let this happen. If Jake was going to have a key, I was going to make sure he earned it. I didn't trust him. I didn't trust my parents to protect my space, my boundaries. It wasn't about being petty or spiteful. It was about maintaining some sense of control over my life. I got a new set of locks and changed them that afternoon. I'd already found a locksmith who could come over quickly. The feeling of power when the new locks clicked into place was something I couldn't quite explain. It wasn't the same as just getting angry and letting it fester. This time, I was taking action. I was protecting what was mine. As the day went on, I kept thinking about how I'd explain this to my mom. I knew she wouldn't understand. She'd probably call me selfish or accuse me of making things harder than they had to be. But I didn't care. This was my home. And if I had to fight for it, I would. The next morning, Jake was supposed to show up. My mom called to confirm he was on his way, and I could hear the excitement in her voice as she talked about how great it would be for us to spend time together. I didn't say anything. I simply replied, "Yeah, sounds good, Mom." When the doorbell rang later that day, I took a deep breath. I knew the moment had come. My brother would show up with his bags and his entitlement, expecting things to go just like they always had. But this time, he'd find out that things were different, that the key he thought he had didn't work anymore. I opened the door, ready to face him. Jake stood there, a smug smile on his face, and I could see the moment his smile faltered as he reached into his pocket and realized that the key he had wasn't going to help him anymore. Emma," he said, holding up the key. "It's not working." I crossed my arms, looking him in the eye. "I know. You'll have to ring the bell from now on. The old key doesn't work anymore." His face twisted in confusion and frustration, and I could see the gears turning in his head. He wasn't used to not getting what he wanted immediately. "This isn't funny," Jake said, his voice growing tense. "Mom said I could just move in, and now you're changing the locks?" "Yeah," I said coolly. "I am." He stood there for a moment, completely stunned. The usual manipulation, the pleading, the guilt trips, all of it was coming. But I was done. I wasn't going to back down this time. Jake stood frozen in the doorway, staring at me, his eyes wide with disbelief. For a moment, he just blinked, like he couldn't comprehend what was happening. I could almost see the wheels in his head turning, trying to figure out how to get the situation back under control. But I wasn't going to let him. I wasn't going to be the victim in this anymore. "Are you serious right now?" he said, his voice rising slightly, the frustration clear. "Mom told you I'm moving in. You can't just shut me out." I didn't flinch. "I can do whatever I want in my own home, Jake." His face reddened, and I could see the panic starting to set in. It was like watching a kid lose their toy, and it made me realize how much he had relied on others for everything, Mom and Dad, mostly. But now, he wasn't going to get his way with me. I stepped back, closing the door halfway, not wanting to make a scene in the hallway. But before I could fully close it, he shoved his foot in the gap, stopping me from shutting him out completely. Don't do this. I have nowhere else to go. His voice had lost its earlier confidence and now carried desperation. I'm sorry, Jake, but that's not my problem, I said calmly, feeling my heart pound in my chest, but forcing myself to stay steady. I told Mom I'm not okay with this. I told her I wasn't ready to have you here. You need to figure it out. His foot jammed further in the gap, and he pushed a little harder, trying to open the door. But I didn't budge. I wasn't giving in. Come on, just let me in. Jake's voice wavered now, no longer demanding but pleading. Mom will be mad if you don't. You know how she gets. She'll make everything worse for both of us. I could feel the guilt creeping in, like it always did when he played the victim card. He was good at that. But this time, I wasn't going to fall for it. I don't care, I said firmly, looking him dead in the eyes. You've always had someone to bail you out, but not anymore. Figure it out. Find somewhere else to stay. I watched as Jake's face twisted, a mixture of anger and helplessness flashing in his eyes. He couldn't believe I was actually doing this. It was like he couldn't understand that I'd finally set a boundary. For years, I had let him walk all over me, and now that I was taking control of my own life, he couldn't accept it. Fine, he spat, his voice low, the anger simmering just beneath the surface. You'll regret this, Emma. You always do. I didn't flinch. You'll be fine, Jake. You always are. Without another word, I finally closed the door. The sound of it clicking shut felt like the last barrier between my past and the new life I was trying to build. I leaned back against the door, my pulse still racing. The tension in my body didn't ease right away, but I knew I had done the right thing. I could hear him outside for a few minutes, pacing back and forth in the hallway, muttering to himself. I stayed inside, letting the quiet settle around me, trying to gather my thoughts. Mom called me an hour later. I let it ring 3 times before I finally picked up. Sweetie, what's going on? Jake said you shut him out? You can't just lock him out of your apartment like that. I leaned against the counter, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath before speaking. He's not moving in, Mom. I told you I wasn't okay with it. Emma, don't be so dramatic, she said, her voice sharp. You're being unreasonable. He needs help. He's your brother. I could hear her getting worked up on the other end, but I wasn't going to back down now. I don't care, I said, my voice steady. He's an adult, and he can figure it out. I'm not just going to let him walk all over me anymore. You don't get to make decisions about my life without even asking me. If he needs help, he can figure it out somewhere else. Mom was silent for a moment, the tension between us growing. You're being selfish, she finally said, her voice dripping with disappointment. What happened to being a family? He's your brother. You're supposed to help him when he's in trouble. I've helped him for years, Mom, I snapped. I've done more than enough. But I can't keep sacrificing my own peace for him. You're making a mistake, Emma, she said quietly, and I could hear the hurt in her voice. You're making him feel like he's not welcome, and that's not what family does. I rubbed my temple, feeling the headache starting to build. Maybe he needs to feel that way for once. Maybe it's time he learns that he can't always rely on others to fix his problems. He needs to grow up. The line went quiet again, but I could still hear Mom breathing heavily, the tension on the other side of the phone almost palpable. Finally, she spoke, her voice tight. Do what you want, Emma, but don't expect me to be happy about it. With that, she hung up. I stared at my phone for a moment before setting it down on the counter. I had just cut off the last string of control my family had over me. There was no going back now. Jake wouldn't just move in and ruin my life like before. I had to hold my ground. But deep down, I knew this wasn't the end. There was more to come. Jake wouldn't let this go easily. And Mom? She'd probably keep calling me selfish until the end of time. But I didn't care anymore. I couldn't. I just needed to get through this, and then maybe I could start living the life I'd always wanted. A life where I wasn't always the one who had to fix everything. The days that followed were a mix of tense silence and uneasy phone calls. Jake didn't call me after the door incident, but I could feel his presence in the air, hovering like a storm cloud ready to break. I thought I had made the right decision by standing my ground, but there was a nagging feeling in my gut. I knew my brother too well. If I thought he was just going to accept this and move on, I was wrong. It was a Wednesday evening when the first sign of trouble came. I had just returned home from work, still feeling the weight of the argument with Mom. The apartment was quiet, and I figured it would be a calm night. But as I walked to my door, I noticed something strange, a piece of paper wedged under the door. My heart skipped a beat as I bent down to pick it up, unfolding it carefully. It was a note from Jake. "You don't get to just shut me out, Emma. I'll get in. You can't keep me out forever. The door's not the only way in. See you soon. Jay." I stood there, staring at the paper in disbelief. My mind raced, processing the words. I had changed the locks. There was no way he could get in without a key. But this felt like a warning. It was like Jake wasn't just upset, he was escalating. The thought of him trying to break into my apartment made me feel sick. I couldn't let him do this. I couldn't let him make me feel unsafe in my own home. I quickly went to the door, double-checking the lock. It clicked securely, just as it had when I first installed the new one. But the unsettling feeling didn't go away. I felt like I was being watched, my every movement under scrutiny. The note had rattled me more than I cared to admit. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed in my living room, keeping the lights low, eyes fixed on the door. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared. Not for my physical safety, but for what Jake might do next. He'd always been able to manipulate everyone around him, including me. But this was different. This time, I wasn't going to let him have the control. The next day, things escalated even further. I was working from home when I heard a loud bang at my door. I froze. It wasn't a knock. It was a slam. I rushed to the peephole, heart hammering in my chest. There he was, Jake, standing in the hallway, holding a crowbar. I couldn't believe it. My mind raced as I watched him jamming the tool into the doorframe, trying to pry the door open. "Jake!" I shouted through the door, my voice shaking but trying to sound firm. "What are you doing?" He didn't answer, just kept pushing the crowbar deeper into the crack, grunting with frustration. I could hear the wood splintering, the sound enough to send a wave of panic through my chest. This wasn't just a temper tantrum anymore. This was an invasion. I backed away from the door, my mind working furiously. What was I supposed to do? Should I call Mom? No, that wouldn't help. This wasn't her problem anymore. It was mine. I grabbed my phone from the table, my hands shaking as I dialed 911. The operator picked up after 2 rings, and I tried to steady my voice. "Hello, I need help," I said, my voice tight. "Someone's trying to break into my apartment. They're using a crowbar on the door. I'm scared." The operator remained calm, asking for my address and reassuring me that the police were on their way. As I waited, I could hear Jake's grunts growing louder, the metal scraping against the doorframe. My heart pounded in my ears, the seconds feeling like hours. I heard him shout, his voice muffled through the door. "You can't do this to me, Emma. You'll regret it. Let me in." My fingers clenched around the phone. "No, leave me alone, Jake," I shouted back, my voice trembling with both fear and anger. For a few moments, there was silence. I thought maybe he had given up, but then the banging started again, louder this time. I could hear the door groaning under the pressure, the wood buckling with each strike. He wasn't going to stop until he got in. I backed away, looking around the apartment for something to defend myself with, just in case. The thoughts were swirling in my head. Should I go out the window? Should I lock myself in the bedroom? I had never imagined my own brother would do something like this. My chest tightened with dread, and I found myself paralyzed with uncertainty. Suddenly, I heard sirens in the distance. The sound of police cars getting closer made my heart race with a mix of relief and fear. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep the door intact, and I didn't want Jake to hurt himself, or me, trying to break in. And then, just as the sirens neared, Jake let out a frustrated scream. "I hate you. I can't believe you're doing this to me." His words were punctuated by a final, desperate slam of the crowbar. I heard him step back, and I hesitated, trying to listen for any sound that might indicate he was leaving. But it was too late. The door splintered, a jagged crack running across the middle. Jake had broken through. Before I could react, I heard the sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway. The police had arrived. "Police, step away from the door," a voice commanded. My heart leapt at the sound of the officers. Jake froze, his face turning pale as he realized what was happening. I could hear his breathing pick up, his eyes shifting nervously between the door and the officers. "Get back," one of the officers shouted. "Drop the crowbar." Jake dropped it immediately, his eyes wide with fear. For a moment, I just stood there, unable to move. My emotions were a jumbled mess of shock, relief, and disbelief at what had just transpired. My brother was still out there, his anger still smoldering, and I had no idea what would happen next. The officers moved in quickly, cuffing Jake and pulling him away from the door. He struggled, but they were fast, and within moments, they had him restrained. I stood there, my breath coming in shallow gasps, trying to process everything. I had never imagined that it would come to this. The reality of the situation was sinking in. Jake had truly crossed a line, and I was no longer the one who could fix things for him. One of the officers knocked gently on my door and entered, giving me a reassuring glance. "We've got him. You're safe now." But even as I nodded in relief, a part of me felt a strange emptiness. I had lost my brother, and I wasn't sure if I would ever get him back. "Are you okay?" the officer asked, noticing the shock on my face. I took a deep breath, trying to hold it together. "I will be," I said quietly. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. The police took Jake away in the back of their squad car, the sound of the engine fading as they drove off. My heart was still pounding in my chest, the adrenaline from the confrontation slowly wearing off. I felt like I was in some sort of surreal dream. My brother, the one I grew up with, the one I had always defended, had just tried to break into my apartment, my home, like a stranger. And I had to call the police on him. The officer who had been speaking to me, Officer Martinez, gave me a kind, understanding look as he stepped inside the apartment. "You've got a right to be shaken up," he said softly. "If you want, we can stay a little longer. Make sure you're all right." I shook my head, forcing a smile. "No, I'm okay. Thank you, though. I just need some time to process this." He nodded and placed a business card on the table. "Here's my number, just in case you need anything. If Jake contacts you or shows up again, call us immediately." I took the card with a nod, my fingers numb as I held it. "Thank you," I said again, my voice quiet, unsure of what else to say. After Officer Martinez left, I was alone. The apartment felt eerily quiet, the air thick with the weight of everything that had just happened. I walked through the living room, running my fingers along the edge of the table, not quite sure what to do next. My life had been turned upside down, and I wasn't sure how to fix any of it. I had always thought that, no matter what, family was supposed to come first. But after what Jake had done, I realized how wrong I had been. It wasn't just about family, it was about respect, trust, and boundaries. Jake had crossed all of those lines, and I didn't know if there was a way back from this. The phone rang on the coffee table, and I jumped. My stomach twisted as I saw the caller ID. It was Mom. I didn't want to answer, but I knew I had to. With a deep breath, I picked up. "Emma," she said, her voice strained and anxious. "I heard what happened. Are you okay?" I didn't know how to answer. "I'm fine, Mom. Physically, at least." My voice wavered as I added, "But Jake." He tried to break into my apartment. I could hear her silence on the other end, followed by a soft sigh. "I don't know what's gotten into him. He's been so angry lately. But I never thought it would come to this. I'm so sorry, Emma." I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "I've tried, Mom. I've tried to help him, but I can't do it anymore. He crossed a line, and I can't let him think this is okay." I heard a faint sniffle on the other end. "I understand. I'm just so worried about him. He's my son, and I don't know how to fix him. He needs help, Emma." I bit my lip, feeling the weight of her words. "I know he does, but I can't be the one to fix him anymore, Mom. I can't let him keep treating me like this." There was a long pause. I could hear Mom's breath hitching, like she was trying to hold back tears. I know you can't, but he's still your brother." I closed my eyes, the words stinging more than I expected. "He's not the person I grew up with anymore, Mom, and I don't know if I can ever trust him again." The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating, and I could feel the gap growing between us. "I'm sorry, Emma," she finally said, her voice small. "I'm sorry he did this to you." "I'm sorry, too," I whispered, my own tears threatening to fall. "But I need some space. I need some time to think." "I understand," she said softly, her voice breaking. "I love you, Emma. We'll get through this. I promise." I hung up, feeling the weight of the conversation settle deep in my chest. I wasn't sure if things would ever go back to normal. I wasn't sure if I even wanted them to. The next few days were a blur. Jake's arrest was the talk of the family, but there was little support or comfort for me. Mom had tried to call several times, but I didn't have the energy to talk to her. I was too hurt, too confused. And deep down, I was scared. I didn't know what Jake was going to do once he got out of jail. What if he came after me again? I stayed in my apartment, keeping the blinds closed and the doors locked. Every time I heard a car pull up outside, My heart raced, wondering if it was Jake. But nothing happened. Days passed, and then a week. The silence was almost as deafening as the confrontation itself. Then, on the 8th day, I got a message from Jake. It was simple. "I'm sorry, Emma. I messed up. I just didn't know how else to deal with everything." I was angry. "Please, can we talk?" I stared at the message, my finger hovering over the screen. A part of me wanted to ignore it, to block him and move on with my life. But another part of me, one that still remembered the brother I once had, felt a pang of sympathy. I sat there for what felt like hours, the message flashing on my phone screen. And in the end, I decided to respond. Not with forgiveness, but with boundaries. "You hurt me, Jake, and I can't let that go. You need help, but I can't fix you. I'm not your punching bag anymore. If you really want to make things right, start by getting the help you need. Until then, I can't talk to you." I hit send and set the phone down, feeling a strange sense of peace. It wasn't resolution. It wasn't closure. But it was the first step in healing. For both of us. And with that, I closed the door on that chapter of my life for good. My name's Aiden. I'm 28. I work in IT, live alone in a quiet apartment 2 towns over, and I've never really felt like I belonged anywhere, especially not in my dad's new family. My parents divorced when I was 12. Dad remarried when I was 15. And since then, there's always been this invisible wall, not built overnight, not even intentionally at first. But brick by brick, moment by moment, he put it up, and I was on the outside. It started small. A missed phone call here. A forgotten birthday there. At first, I blamed the chaos of divorce, new routines, blending families. I told myself he was just trying to adjust, that he still cared, that eventually it would even out. But then came the accidental exclusions, family photos I wasn't asked to be in, vacations I wasn't told about until the pictures showed up online, gifts labeled from Dad and Dana to everyone, except me. Dana, my stepmom, never pretended to like me. She had 2 kids of her own, and the 3 of them formed a neat little trio, all laughter and matching pajamas at Christmas. I was always the tag-along, the afterthought, the seat filler. If I sat at the kitchen table, Dana would just need to clean that side of the house. If I made small talk, she'd glance at her phone mid-sentence or suddenly remember something she had to do. I stopped trying by the time I hit college. Still, I showed up. Not for them, but because of my sister, Ella. She's 2 years younger, from Dad's first marriage like me. And unlike me, she was still in their good graces. Always played by the rules. Always smiled at Dana's passive jabs and Dad's weird silence. I think she thought if she kept the peace, she'd be safe from the drift. And for a long time, she was. So when Dad's 60th birthday came around and Ella asked me to come, just to show your face, please, I agreed. I bought a navy blue button-up for the occasion. Got a haircut. Even brought a bottle of wine. The party was at their house, a rented tent in the backyard. One of those slightly too loud jazz playlists humming under the buzz of string lights. Round tables with name cards. Fancy finger food. Everyone smiling in ways that didn't reach their eyes. As I walked in, I noticed my name wasn't on any of the seating charts. No chair reserved. Not even a spot at the cousins' table, which had at least 3 vacant chairs. I found one near the back by the fence and stood there like an extra on the wrong set. Ella came over, hugged me tight, and apologized under her breath. I shrugged, said it was fine, lied like always. The speeches started about an hour in. Dana went first, gushed about her man and how he was the rock of the family. Then her son, Nate, who once stole my hoodie and wore it like it was his, stood up and made everyone laugh with a story about how Dad taught him to shave. Her daughter followed with tears in her eyes and a voice that cracked perfectly, like a rehearsed scene in a school play. Then it was Dad's turn. He stood tall at the center, one hand on his wine glass, the other in his pocket, smiling like he was the king of something. He thanked everyone. Dana, her kids, his golf buddies, co-workers, the blended family that made life whole again. Then, right before sitting down, he scanned the crowd, landed on me, and said, "Let's raise a glass to the people who make life better, and not just show up when it's convenient." There was a beat of silence, then a few chuckles, a few raised eyebrows. Dana laughed, that breathy, fake kind of laugh that's half smug, half performance. "Don't act like you belong here," Dad added with a smirk. I didn't flinch, not outwardly, but something in my chest flickered. I stood, calmly lifted my glass like I hadn't just been gutted in front of 50 people, and said, "To 60 years, then." Ella stared at me. Her hand gripped the back of her chair so tightly her knuckles turned white. I saw her mouth open, but nothing came out. I walked over, quietly, slid a small black box onto the table in front of Dad. He glanced at it like it was a napkin I'd accidentally dropped. "Open it," I said, my voice low, calm, deliberate, "when you're ready to tell the truth." He rolled his eyes, leaned back, and chuckled. "Always the dramatics, huh?" But he opened it, and the second the lid lifted, something changed. His face, that smug expression, cracked. His hand recoiled like he'd touched fire. He dropped the box. It hit the table with a dull thud and tumbled over, spilling its contents right beside the wine glass. Silence. Everyone turned. Dana's laugh died mid-breath. Inside the box was a letter. An old one. A photo. And a paternity test. Ella stood slowly, reached across the table, and picked up the photo, the one I'd found last Christmas tucked into a drawer at my late grandmother's house. A photo of my mom and a man who wasn't Dad. A man I looked exactly like. She looked at me, eyes wide and glassy, and whispered, "How long have you known?" I didn't answer her question. Not right away. I just looked back at my father, or the man I believed was my father for 28 years, and watched him go pale in slow motion. His mouth opened slightly, like he wanted to protest, but nothing came out. Dana reached over with this awkward, confused expression, like she was waiting for someone to explain the joke. But there was no punchline. Just the photo, the letter, and the results. The paternity test wasn't some vague, maybe it's accurate kind of test. It was definitive, lab certified, dated 3 months prior. And it confirmed that Ronald Tate, the man throwing this party for himself, the man who used to carry me on his shoulders when I was 5 and push me away by 15, wasn't my biological father. I hadn't planned to drop it like this. Honestly, I debated whether to say anything at all. The test had been sitting in my apartment for weeks. I ran it in secret after finding the photo, the one of my mom hugging another man, a man with the same narrow nose and deep-set eyes I saw in my own reflection. I'd never seen him before, but Grandma knew who he was. I confronted her one night when she wasn't expecting company, and with her voice trembling and eyes misty, she told me everything. That my mother had fallen in love with someone else during the last year of her marriage. That she'd gotten pregnant. That Ronald had found out and stayed silent. On one condition. He'd raise me, yes. But he would never love me. Never claim me as his own. And he made my mother agree. Because he didn't want to be humiliated. Didn't want to be the man who got cheated on. So instead, he'd pretend, so long as she pretended with him. But when she passed away 6 years ago, all bets were off. No more pretending. That's when the real coldness began. Back at the party, the guests were frozen in place. Forks hovering midair. Glasses half raised. You could hear the faint buzz of a mosquito near the string lights. I could feel every stare on my back, but I didn't care. Not anymore. Dana broke the silence first. "What is this?" she snapped, waving at the table like it was contaminated. "What is this, Ron?" He didn't answer. His hand was trembling. That was a first. I'd never seen Ronald Tate look anything less than composed, always ironed, always smug. Now he looked like a statue halfway through melting. Ella stepped forward, eyes locked on mine. "Answer me, Aiden. How long have you known?" I looked at her, finally. Her face wasn't angry. It was something worse. It was broken. She wasn't just my sister anymore. She was someone caught between two worlds, trying to figure out if everything we'd grown up believing was a lie. 3 months, I said. My voice cracked despite my efforts. "I found a photo. Grandma told me the rest." Ella turned to Dad. "Is it true?" He didn't move. Didn't speak. "Dad?" she repeated, louder this time. "Is it true?" Dana stood from her chair. "What is she talking about? What is this test?" "I'm not his son," I said simply. "At least not by blood. He's known for years. Maybe since the beginning. He just never had the guts to say it out loud." The silence that followed felt like a chasm opening in the center of the backyard. All those friends and family members, co-workers and golf buddies, sat rooted to their chairs. Some looked away. Some whispered. One man, I think it was Dad's accountant, just quietly excused himself and slipped toward the driveway. Dad finally looked up at me. His voice was hoarse when he spoke. "You had no right." I blinked. "No right to what?" "Know the truth? Exist. You had no right to ruin this night." That made me laugh. Just once. Sharp. Bitter. This night? This perfect night where I was the joke at the end of your speech? Where I didn't even get a chair. I pointed at the box. That's not what ruined it. That box saved it. That box told the truth. Something you've avoided my whole life. Dana turned on him next. You knew? All these years, you knew he wasn't yours and you just… What? Pretended? You let me believe you had a deadbeat ex, a disrespectful son, and this whole time it wasn't even your kid. He stared at her, blinking slowly, like he was trying to find the emergency exit in his own mind. Ella stepped back, her face unreadable now. Then she looked at me and whispered, "So what happens now?" And that was the question, wasn't it? What happens now? Now that the lie was out. Now that every slight, every dig, every moment of distance made sense. Now that the family everyone believed was real had been split down the middle by a truth buried too long. I looked at my sister and took a deep breath. That depends, I said, on whether anyone else here is ready to start telling the truth. And just as I said it, someone at the edge of the tent stood up. An older woman, short gray hair, a pearl necklace. One of Dad's aunts, maybe. I barely remembered her. She was holding her glass, not of wine, but water, and her voice was clear. I knew, she said. Everyone turned. I knew. And I told your father to do the right thing. He didn't listen. He said, it would be easier if you just didn't know. My stomach turned. But I didn't speak. Because one confession had started the collapse, and more were coming. The cracks in the foundation were spreading. And I hadn't even opened my speech yet. The air in the tent thickened, like someone had draped a blanket over the whole scene, and no one dared move beneath it. Dad still hadn't said a word. His fingers were twitching against the rim of his wine glass, eyes locked on the box like it might spring to life and bite him again. Dana sat frozen, mouth parted like she was waiting for a line that never came. But all I could focus on was that one voice, the old woman who stood and admitted she knew. You told him? I asked, slowly turning to her. When? She nodded, wringing her hands. When your mother was pregnant. I was close with her. Closer than anyone else in the family back then. She came to me first, cried for hours, said she made a mistake, that she didn't know what to do. But Ron, he wasn't interested in reconciliation. He wasn't angry, not in the way you'd expect, just calculating. Why didn't you say anything? Ella asked sharply, stepping closer. If you knew. Because it wasn't my place, the woman whispered. That's what he told me. He said, he'll grow up with a roof over his head and my last name. That's more than enough. And I believed him. I thought, maybe that would be enough. But it wasn't. Not the way he treated you, Aiden. I could hear a hum somewhere in my head, just under the noise. A deep, dull vibration, the kind you feel in your chest during an earthquake, seconds before anything actually breaks. I stepped back from the table. There's more, I said. But I didn't come here to throw it all out at once. I came to give him a chance. One. Just one opportunity to finally say it himself. To look me in the eye and admit it. Because for 28 years, I've been trying to earn something he never even planned to give. I reached into my coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Thicker than normal paper. Slightly yellowed at the edges. I placed it beside the letter from the box. Ella looked down at it, then back up at me. What is that? His handwriting, I said. Grandma had it in a lockbox. It's from the week I was born. I didn't have to read it aloud. The first line was visible enough to anyone standing nearby. If she insists on keeping the child, then I want a signed agreement. No affection, no financial claims, no inheritance. I'll raise him in name only. Dana gasped. Ella staggered back like the air had been sucked from her lungs. Even the guests who didn't know me, people Dad worked with, friends of the family who smiled at me when I first walked in, looked around uncomfortably now, some of them standing halfway up from their chairs as if deciding whether they should leave or stay and witness the wreckage. Still, he said nothing. Nothing. Just stared at the words he'd written almost 3 decades ago. Ella was trembling. So you never loved him? Not even once. Dad blinked. I gave him everything he needed. No, I said. You gave me nothing. Mom gave me everything. Grandma gave me warmth. You gave me a chair in the corner and pretended it was family. The tension was a living thing now. It had taken form, curled up in the center of the room like smoke and regret. And still, I hadn't said the last part. The part that twisted in my stomach every time I saw a father teaching his kid to ride a bike, or hug his son at graduation, or show up to a birthday party without asking whose it was. So I reached for the microphone on the nearby speaker stand. I hadn't planned to use it, but now I wanted everyone to hear. I cleared my throat. My hand was shaking slightly as I held it. I'm sorry for interrupting your night. I know most of you came here to celebrate Ron's 60th, and I'm sure for some of you, he's been a good friend, a colleague, maybe even a mentor. But I need you to understand something. There's a difference between being a man and being a father. I paused. The silence deepened. This man, I said, pointing at him but not looking, let everyone think I was the disappointment. The cold one. The flaky son who didn't call, who didn't show up. But he never gave me the chance to be anything. Not to him. Because he decided who I was before I could speak. I looked out over the crowd. He made me believe love had to be earned. That every mistake I made was proof that I didn't deserve it. That showing up wasn't enough. Because I wasn't enough. I finally met his eyes. They were no longer cold. Just empty. But I'm done trying to prove my worth to someone who only sees me as a reminder of his pride. And I think, deep down, you know you lost me a long time ago. Tonight just made it official. I lowered the mic. Ella came to my side slowly. Her hand brushed against mine, uncertain, like she didn't know which direction her world was tilting. And I didn't blame her. She was still processing it. She'd probably be processing it for a long time. And then Dana, still sitting, white as a sheet, turned to him and said something I never expected. If you lied about this, what else did you lie about? His head snapped toward her, eyes narrowing. And that was the moment I knew the collapse had only just begun. Dana's question lingered in the air like gun smoke, thick, sour, and impossible to ignore. If you lied about this, what else did you lie about? Her voice cracked under the weight of it, not with weakness, but with the realization that the foundation of her marriage might be as false as the one I had been raised on. Dad, no, Ron flinched. For a man who prided himself on never losing composure, that twitch in his jaw was a crack in the dam. His mouth opened, shut, then opened again like he had something rehearsed, but the words just wouldn't come. For the first time in my life, I saw him hesitate, not out of consideration, but out of panic. He couldn't spin this. Not here. Not in front of everyone. Not with all the evidence laid bare and the truth already out. I stood in silence, watching as he tried to salvage control of the room. Dana, he started, this doesn't change anything between us. This was before. No, she snapped, her chair screeching as she pushed it back. You let me treat him like garbage. She pointed to me, eyes wild, tears brimming. You stood by while I called him ungrateful, lazy, a disappointment. You watched me do that. And you knew. He tried to reach for her hand. She yanked it back like he was diseased. You lied to me, Ron. For decades. Not just to him, to all of us. The murmurs around the tables grew louder now. People whispering, shifting. A few more stood and began gathering their things. This party was dead, and everyone knew it. But I wasn't done. I turned to Ella, who hadn't moved. She looked broken, arms folded across her chest, her shoulders trembling like she was trying not to cry. You're still my sister, I said gently. No matter what's in a lab result. She nodded, slowly. And you're still my brother, she whispered back. But I need time. I understood. She'd lived in the same house, under the same lies, and was only now realizing how far they reached. This wasn't just about biology. It was about betrayal. Ron stood now, hands shaking, face beet red. You came here to humiliate me. I raised an eyebrow. You humiliated yourself. I gave you a chance to tell the truth. You waited until someone else said it for you. You're angry because your legacy just fell apart. Not because of me, but because you built it on a lie. Don't be dramatic, he snapped, the edge returning to his voice. You got what you wanted. Attention. Pity. Congratulations. There it was, the version of him I'd grown up with. Bitter. Deflecting. Unable to admit when he was wrong. It wasn't just about pride, it was about control. And I had taken that from him. I didn't do this for attention, I said calmly. I did this because for 28 years I've been told, through silence, through neglect, through side comments, that I wasn't enough. That I had to earn your approval. That every little failure was proof I didn't belong. I stepped forward. And now I know I was never meant to. You decided that before I was even born. Ron didn't reply. His eyes had turned cold again, defensive, even spiteful, but the power behind them was gone. The authority he used to wear like armor was cracked and dented. He wasn't the man of the house anymore. He was just a man, small, exposed, and shrinking by the second. Dana crossed her arms and shook her head. "I want a divorce," she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Gasps followed. Someone at the cousins' table dropped a glass. Ron looked like he'd been slapped. "You think I'm going to stay married to someone who built a second life on deceit? Who kept secrets like this and let me carry water for him? I treated Aiden like dirt because you told me to. You said he was the problem, that he was selfish, that he was unstable, that he didn't deserve our time." She turned to me. "I'm sorry. I really am. I believed him because I didn't know better." "I know," I said, "but knowing now matters more." She stormed into the house without another word. Ron moved to follow her, but Ella stepped in his way. "Don't," she said quietly. He froze. "You lied to me too," she continued. "Every time I asked why Aiden didn't come to Thanksgiving, why you didn't call him after Mom passed away, why you never said, 'I love you,' when he walked out the door. You told me he was different, difficult. You said, 'You know how your brother is.' But I didn't, because you never let me." Her voice cracked, but she didn't cry. "You don't get to rewrite this. Not now. And you don't get to run after Dana just to save face. You chose silence. You don't get to choose how this ends." Ron stood there, stuck, surrounded by all the pieces of his carefully curated life, now shattered across folding tables and plastic plates of half-eaten cake. The man who spent his entire life controlling the narrative had just lost it all in one evening. He looked at me one last time, and there was something behind his eyes, not regret, not love, not even sadness. Just exhaustion. Like he finally realized there was no spinning this into something survivable. And I didn't feel sorry for him. I nodded toward the tent opening. "You should go." He looked like he wanted to fight it. But he didn't. He turned and walked out. Slowly. Alone. No applause. No farewell toast. Just the sound of his dress shoes dragging across the grass as he disappeared into the dark. The remaining guests left in waves after that. Some approached me to shake my hand. Some avoided eye contact altogether. I didn't care. I didn't need their approval. I hadn't come for them. Ella and I stood side by side under the tent long after the crowd was gone. The lights flickered above us. The cake was starting to melt. "You okay?" I asked quietly. "No," she replied. "But I will be." We helped each other gather the pieces. Not of the party, that was done, but of ourselves, of the relationship we still had. And when I got in my car that night, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt clean, like the weight I had carried for so long. The invisible burden of trying to be enough for someone who was never going to accept me had finally fallen away. The truth had hurt. For everyone. But it had also set something in motion that couldn't be undone. A new beginning. On my terms. With the people who chose to stay. And that, after everything, was enough. I was 17 the first time my parents looked at me like I was a criminal. Not disappointed. Not angry. Just cold. Like I was some stranger who had broken into their home and violated their trust. And all it took was one lie from my sister to flip the switch. My name's Daniel. I'm 27 now, but what I'm about to tell you started a decade ago. Back when I still thought family meant something. Back when I was still naive enough to believe blood was thicker than water. Back when I still trusted my parents. We lived in a modest, two-story home in a quiet suburban neighborhood. One of those places where nothing big ever happened. Where people waved at you from their driveways and gossiped at backyard barbecues. My dad, Richard, was a factory foreman. My mom, Lorraine, worked part-time at the library. And then there was my older sister, Rachel, the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. She was 19 then, already in community college, already being praised for her ambition and independence. And me? I was just Daniel. Quiet, studious, stayed out of trouble, helped around the house, got decent grades. But I was always compared to her. Always just a step behind in their eyes. Still, we were close once. Rachel used to walk me home from school when I was younger, ruffle my hair when I was sad, sneak me snacks when Mom said no. But something shifted as we got older. Maybe it was the way our parents doted on her, praised her every mediocre achievement while glossing over mine. Maybe it was the way she seemed to enjoy the power she held, the way our parents always believed her first. Maybe it was just who she was underneath it all, and I was too young to see it. The first real crack appeared on a rainy Tuesday in September. I came home from school drenched and tired, dropped my backpack by the door, and kicked off my soggy sneakers. My parents were in the kitchen, both of them quiet. Too quiet. Rachel was sitting at the table, arms crossed, lips pressed tight. She looked up at me and gave me this look. Not angry, not scared. Just smug. Like she was waiting for a show to start. Daniel, my mom said, not looking up from her mug. We need to talk. That phrase. The classic harbinger of doom. Okay, I said cautiously, my eyes darting between them. What's going on? My dad stood, walked over to the counter, and held something up. It was a small envelope. White. Torn at the top, my name scribbled on the front in blue ink. I found this hidden in the laundry hamper, he said. It's from my desk drawer. It had $300 in it. My stomach sank. What? I've never seen that before. Rachel stood now too. I told you, she said, voice calm and composed, like a practiced witness. I saw him sneaking around the office last night. I didn't want to believe it, but I wasn't in your office. I said, heat rising to my face. Why would I even take your money? Mom finally looked up, her eyes heavy with disappointment. We're not stupid, Daniel. You're the only one who would have known where Richard keeps his spare cash. But I didn't. Just admit it. Rachel interrupted, folding her arms tighter. It's pathetic that you're lying. You've always been jealous of me. Maybe this was your way of getting even. That word, jealous, hit me like a slap. Jealous? Of what? Of her constant manipulation? Of the way she twisted every situation to her advantage and got away with it? I didn't do it. I said again, this time quieter. Not because I doubted myself, but because I realized, in that moment, that it didn't matter what I said. The decision had already been made. That night, my parents didn't sit with me at dinner. Rachel smirked at me across the table while Mom and Dad ate in stony silence. My plate stayed untouched. By the end of the week, my dad had changed the locks on his office. My mom took away my laptop and said I couldn't be trusted. I wasn't grounded exactly. No one used that word, but the message was clear. I had broken their trust. I was no longer their son. I was a liability. Rachel, on the other hand, was showered with praise. Thank you for being honest. It took courage to speak up. You're such a good example for Daniel. I started spending more time at the library after school, claiming I had group projects just to stay out of the house. I knew I was walking on eggshells. I stopped asking for rides. I stopped speaking unless spoken to. I learned to make myself small. A month passed. Then two. Eventually, the $300 incident faded from daily conversation, but the tension never did. The air in the house remained thick, quiet, and cold. I began to notice things, missing pieces of jewelry, checks that took longer to clear, Rachel suddenly buying new clothes and gadgets, despite claiming she was broke. But I knew better than to say anything. I'd already lost the benefit of the doubt. Until the night it happened again. I was in my room, half asleep, when I heard the raised voices downstairs. My mom's voice was shrill, panicked. My dad's was booming, accusatory. I crept to the top of the stairs and listened. It was right there, my dad was yelling. The emergency envelope. I checked it last week. It had nearly $2,000. Rachel's voice was muffled, but I caught enough. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I take it? Then Mom, we need to call the police. This is getting out of hand. I froze. Were they going to accuse me again? I padded down the hallway and leaned over the railing. Everything okay? 3 heads turned toward me, and I immediately wished I'd stayed silent. Rachel's face was red, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glassy. Dad took 1 step forward. Don't play dumb, Daniel. You're not going to gaslight us again. Not this time. And there it was. Again. No evidence. No questions. Just blame. I should have stayed quiet. But something in me snapped. I didn't even know you had $2,000 stashed in the house, I said. And if I was going to steal from you, don't you think I'd at least try to make it look like someone else? Or not use the exact same method as last time? Rachel shot me a glare so sharp it could cut steel. Enough, Mom said. Just go to your room, Daniel. And I did. Because arguing was pointless. Because my words didn't matter. That night, I cried for the first time in years. Not because I was scared. Not even because I was angry. But because I realized that no matter what I did, I would always be the villain in their eyes. The scapegoat. The disappointment. I started to mentally count down the days until I turned 18. I had some money saved from tutoring jobs and odd gigs. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get a shared apartment and a used car. I just had to survive a few more months in that house. I didn't speak to Rachel again unless I had to. She kept her distance too, probably satisfied that she'd once again gotten away with whatever stunt she'd pulled. My parents didn't notice the tension. Or maybe they did and just didn't care. But then, 1 week before my 18th birthday, something happened that shifted everything. Not publicly, not yet, but inside me. I came home late from work to find Rachel sitting in the driveway in her beat-up car, frantically texting on her phone. I almost walked past her without saying a word, but she rolled down the window. "Hey," she said, her voice different, less smug, more desperate. "Can you lend me $50? Just until Friday." I stared at her, my expression blank. "You want me to give you money? After everything?" She blinked. "Oh, come on. Don't be dramatic. It's just 50. I said nothing. She huffed. "You still mad about that stupid money thing? You seriously need to grow up, Daniel." I leaned in a little, lowered my voice. "Did you take the money from Dad's drawer? And the emergency envelope?" She paused. For half a second, her eyes flicked away, and then she scoffed. "Please, you think I'd be dumb enough to leave a trail?" She didn't even deny it. "Not really." I stood there, frozen, the night air suddenly colder. That was the moment I decided I was done being quiet. Done playing the scapegoat. I didn't know how or when, but I knew one day I'd make sure the truth came out. And when it did, I wouldn't just get an apology. I'd get justice. And that justice would begin the moment they needed me most. I didn't say anything to Rachel that night. I just turned and walked into the house, quietly closed the door behind me, and sat on the edge of my bed in the dark, replaying her words in my head. You think I'd be dumb enough to leave a trail? Not a confession. Not quite. But it was close enough. And more than anything, it confirmed what I had been suspecting for years. She was behind the missing money. She'd been manipulating our parents, lying through her teeth, and somehow turning it all on me. And worse, they believed her. Every single time. Over the next week, I began packing what little I owned. Not in boxes, that would have drawn attention. Just little by little. Clothes stuffed into a duffel bag. My notebooks and tutoring materials neatly arranged in my backpack. The few personal keepsakes I had were tucked into the lining of my jacket. My plan was simple. Turn 18, take the job I'd been offered at a computer repair shop downtown, and move into the room a friend's cousin had available for rent. I didn't expect a goodbye. I didn't want one. My birthday came and went with almost no acknowledgement. Rachel gave me a half-hearted happy birthday at breakfast without looking up from her phone. My mom asked if I wanted leftover lasagna from 2 nights ago. Dad didn't even speak to me that morning. No cake, no card, no family dinner. Just silence, like I'd already stopped existing in their eyes. Fine by me. That afternoon, while they were both out running errands, I grabbed my things and walked out the front door without a word. The moment I stepped off the porch, I felt lighter. Like I could breathe for the first time in months. Maybe years. Life on my own was rough at first. The room I rented was barely big enough for a mattress and a fold-up desk. The walls were thin, the water pressure weak, and the rent ate up more than half my paycheck. But it was mine. No judgment. No accusations. Just quiet, blessed freedom. I didn't speak to my family for nearly 3 years after that. Not because I was being petty. Okay, maybe a little. But mostly because I needed space to become someone else. Someone who wasn't defined by their disappointment. During that time, I worked my way up from repairing cracked laptop screens and removing malware to actually building custom systems and managing the store's small team. I started taking community college courses in the evenings, mostly IT certifications, and even picked up freelance work on the side. My boss liked me. My clients trusted me. And for the first time in my life, I trusted me. But then, out of nowhere, came the message that dragged me back into their orbit. It was a Tuesday night. I had just finished helping a small business owner recover a nearly corrupted hard drive, and I was walking home, feeling pretty good about myself, when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. "Hi, Daniel. It's Mom. I know it's been a while, but we really need to talk. Please call me." I stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, rereading the message over and over. My heart started racing, not with excitement, but with something darker. Dread. Confusion. A flicker of hope I tried to immediately squash. I didn't reply. A few days later, another message came in, this time from Rachel. "Hey, I think Mom and Dad want to apologize. They're going through some stuff. Just talk to them. It's been long enough." The nerve. Apologize? After 3 years of radio silence? After letting me walk out of their lives without a second thought? And only now they wanted to talk? I ignored it again. But the messages kept coming. From my mom, my dad, finally. even a couple of family friends I hadn't spoken to in years. Something was clearly going on. And eventually, my curiosity got the better of me. I agreed to meet them for coffee. Neutral ground. Public place. No chance of a screaming match. When I walked into the cafe, they were already sitting at a corner table. Mom with her hands clasped tightly in front of her, Dad staring into his untouched coffee, and Rachel nowhere in sight. I almost turned around and left right then. Daniel, Mom said, standing quickly. You look good. Thanks, I said cautiously, sitting down across from them. There was a long, awkward pause. Then Dad cleared his throat. We owe you an apology. I raised an eyebrow. That's new. He winced. We were wrong. About a lot of things. Mom jumped in. Rachel, she's not the person we thought she was. And just like that, it all came spilling out. Turns out, Rachel had been stealing from them for years. Not just the envelope incidents, but bigger things too. She'd taken credit cards out in their names, racked up debt, pawned family heirlooms, lied about tuition payments, and spent the money on trips with her boyfriend. It all came to light when the bank called about a foreclosure warning they'd never seen coming. She told us you did it, Mom said quietly, tears in her eyes. And we believed her. I don't know why. I guess we didn't want to see the truth. I sat there listening. Part of me wanted to scream. Part of me wanted to cry. But most of me just felt empty. Like I'd waited years for this moment, and it somehow meant nothing now. We're sorry, Dad said again. We were fools. I looked at them. Really looked at them. They looked older, more tired. Worn down. What do you want from me? I asked finally. They exchanged a glance. We need help, Mom said. Financially. Of course. And there it was. The real reason they reached out. Not because they missed me. Not because they wanted to rebuild the relationship. But because they were broke, desperate, and I, the son they cast out, was now their best chance. I didn't answer right away. I told them I needed time to think. And I walked out. That night, I dug through my cloud backups and pulled out the old voice memo app one used to use on my cracked iPod Touch. I remembered recording a few things back in the day, back when I felt like I needed proof of my side of the story. Just in case. And sure enough, there it was. A scratchy, low-quality recording from my room. Rachel's voice, as clear as day. You seriously think I'd be dumb enough to leave a trail? Please. If they want to keep handing me money and blaming you, that's their problem. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. I tried to warn them. Subtly. Carefully. Years ago, I'd left a note in Dad's desk drawer with suspicions about Rachel's spending habits. After the second time I got blamed. I'd even emailed Mom once anonymously with screenshots of Rachel's public Venmo transactions, showing expensive brunches and shopping trips. They never listened. But I kept the receipts. All of them. And now they were begging me for help. I smiled for the first time that day. Because I finally had something they couldn't ignore. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was stressed, far from it, but because I couldn't stop replaying every single moment from the last decade. Every lie, every sideways glance. Every time I came home to cold stares and slammed doors. Every instance where I second-guessed myself and wondered if I was the problem. And now, the same people who once looked at me like I was something they scraped off their shoe were sitting in a cafe begging me for help. The irony was almost poetic. I stared at the dusty old iPod Touch resting on my nightstand. That single recording, it wasn't enough to burn everything down, but it was something. It was proof. Not for them. They already knew the truth now. But for me, it proved I hadn't imagined it. That I wasn't crazy. That the years of exile and silent treatment weren't the result of a misunderstanding. It was all real. And I had survived it. But I wasn't interested in revenge. Not yet. First, I had to rebuild what they tried to destroy. After our reunion, I ignored their follow-up texts. They sent a few more messages over the next week. Long, desperate paragraphs about their financial situation, how they were at risk of losing the house, how Rachel had run off after being confronted. No apologies anymore, just subtle guilt trips laced between pleas for help. But I had my own life to worry about. The truth was, even though I'd found a semblance of stability since leaving, I wasn't exactly thriving. I was still in that tiny room, still juggling work and classes, still eating too many instant noodles and skipping dentist appointments. I was proud of how far I'd come, but it wasn't enough. Not for what I wanted. Not for what I deserved. So I made a decision. No more just surviving. It was time to build. I started with my job at the computer repair shop. My boss, Brian, had always liked me, said I had a good head for problem solving and didn't panic under pressure. He also mentioned, more than once, that he was looking to expand. One evening, after closing up, I stayed behind and pitched him a plan. Let me take on the mobile clients, I said. Small businesses, home calls, on-site support. You don't have the time, and I've already built a good rapport with half the people who walk in here. Brian leaned back in his chair, skeptical. You want to go freelance? No, I said. I want to start something under your brand. A branch. I get a cut, you get the expansion. Low risk for you, and I do the legwork. He rubbed his chin for a long time before nodding. You put together a plan, and we'll talk. That weekend, I skipped my usual downtime and built a proposal. Pricing tiers, marketing strategies, service outlines, the works. I even built a basic website and designed a logo using a free trial on a design site. Brian was impressed. Within a month, I was taking calls directly, setting appointments, walking into offices and homes wearing a navy blue polo with our logo embroidered on it. I bought a used hatchback, organized a mobile toolkit, and spent evenings polishing up the website and writing blog posts for SEO. The work was exhausting, but it was mine. And slowly, the money started coming in. Not a flood, but enough to start saving. I moved out of the cramped room and into a small studio apartment. Nothing fancy, but it had a real kitchen and a balcony that caught the afternoon sun. I bought a second-hand couch, a real desk, and even a tiny espresso machine. Small luxuries that felt like monuments. Around the same time, I finished my certifications and started bidding on larger freelance contracts. Network setups, server management for local shops, cybersecurity audits for clinics and law firms. I was always honest about being a solo operator, and people respected the hustle. Still, I kept to myself. No social media, no family updates, no old friends, just the grind. And then, one day, I got a message I wasn't expecting. From Rachel. It was short. Too short. I know you hate me. I don't blame you. But I need your help. I stared at the screen for a while. Part of me wanted to delete it. Another part wanted to reply with a string of insults I'd been mentally drafting since I was 17. But instead, I did nothing. I left her on read. Over the next few days, I got more messages from unfamiliar numbers. Clearly burner phones. All variations of the same theme. Please talk to me. I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to go that far. I'm in a bad place. I have nowhere to go. I didn't respond. Until one message stood out. Mom and Dad told me you have money now. That you're doing well. I'm happy for you. Just remember who looked out for you when we were kids. You don't have to shut me out forever. I almost laughed. Looked out for me? That was rich coming from the girl who ruined my reputation and stole from our parents while framing me. But it was that last sentence that stuck with me. You don't have to shut me out forever. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't remorse. It was entitlement. As if she deserved forgiveness simply because she existed in my past. That was when I knew I hadn't hit rock bottom when I moved out. That moment was rock bottom, when I realized how deep the damage went. When I realized that no matter what I did, these people would always try to crawl back in through the cracks if I left them open. So I sealed them shut. I blocked her number. I changed my email. I added call filters to my phone. I didn't do it out of spite. I did it for peace. Months passed. The business grew. Brian officially made me a partner. We rebranded the company together and opened a second location. I hired my first employee, a kid named Felix who reminded me of myself at 17. Smart, quiet, and desperate for someone to believe in him. Life felt good. Not just stable good. And still, I didn't talk to my parents. Until one afternoon, I came home to find an envelope taped to my apartment door. No name, no address, just my first name scrawled in familiar handwriting. I opened it cautiously. Inside was a letter, handwritten, from my mother. She wrote about how hard things had become, how they'd sold the house, how they were living in a rental apartment now, barely able to afford groceries, how Dad had lost his job, how Rachel had disappeared again after borrowing money from one of their remaining friends, how she sometimes woke up and wished she could go back in time. And then, tucked at the bottom, was the kicker. We're sorry, Daniel. We know we failed you. But please, if there's any way you can help us, even just a loan, we'd be forever grateful. We're not proud of asking, but we're desperate. We don't know who else to turn to. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't manipulation. It was pure, raw desperation. And for a moment, I felt something stir in me. Not pity, but an old ache. The part of me that used to crave their approval, that had once looked at them like pillars, that had once just wanted to go home. But I couldn't go home, because there was never really a home to begin with. Still, I didn't throw the letter away. I placed it on my desk, sat with it, thought about it, and then I opened a drawer and pulled out the old iPod Touch again, the one with Rachel's voice. And I thought about all the times I tried to warn them, all the subtle signs they ignored, the truth they refused to see. And I remembered the email I had sent Mom all those years ago, the one she never replied to. So I did something I hadn't done in 10 years. I printed that email. I printed the screenshots I had taken. I transferred the audio file to my laptop and had it transcribed. I stapled everything together, wrote a short note that said, "I tried. You just didn't want to hear it." And I mailed it to their address. No return label. No contact info. Just silence. I don't know what they did with it. But I do know that a week later, I got one last text from an unknown number before changing my number entirely. It simply said, "I didn't know," and I never replied. For a long time after that final message, I didn't know. Things were quiet. No more letters on my door. No more desperate voicemails from numbers I didn't recognize. No more shadows from the past creeping in through the blinds. But quiet doesn't mean peaceful. Because peace, for me, would have been closure. And there's no such thing as closure when the people who broke you are still out there, still breathing, still trying to spin the story in their favor, still painting you as cold, distant, ungrateful. I hadn't just walked away. I had won without ever having to say a word. And I knew that must have driven them crazy. That should have been enough. It should have. But every now and then, I'd hear whispers through old connections, mutual acquaintances, old classmates, people who still orbited the dying star that was my family. She said Daniel abandoned them when they needed him most. They lost everything, and he wouldn't even give them a loan. They treated him like royalty growing up, and this is how he pays them back. I didn't care about gossip. Not really. But it lingered, like smoke after a fire, the kind that clings to your clothes long after you've walked away from the flames. And then, one afternoon, Felix, my employee, came into my office holding a clipboard and looking a little pale. "Hey, you got a minute?" he asked, shutting the door behind him. "Sure," I said, spinning in my chair to face him. He hesitated, then held out a printed form. "I think this is a joke or something, but this came in through our contact page." I took it and scanned the top line. It was a service request form, one we usually used for business clients who wanted longer-term contracts. Name, Rachel Hawthorne. Company, Hawthorne Digital Solutions. Requested services, network installation, on-site security upgrade, cloud backup configuration. Estimated budget, $12,000. My heart skipped. Rachel? Opening a business? And using our form? I looked up at Felix, who was shifting awkwardly. "You didn't reach out to her, right?" "No. I figured you should see it first." "Good call." I reread the form 3 times, just to make sure it wasn't a mistake. But the phone number matched hers. The email was her name too, not even a burner. Bold, if nothing else. I sat back in my chair, letting the silence settle. So she was back in town. Or maybe she never left. And she was starting a business? Something about it felt off. Rachel wasn't the start-a-company type. She wasn't a builder. She was a siphon. She took. She maneuvered. She manipulated. But she didn't create. Unless, of course, someone else had created it for her. I spent the rest of the day looking into it. Public business registry? Yep, Hawthorne Digital Solutions was listed under her name, filed 2 months ago. No listed partners. No official office location. Just a mailing address linked to a co-working space downtown. I dug deeper. Her business had a website. Glossy, slick, way more polished than I expected. SEO optimized. A full about page that painted her as a digital strategist with 10 years of experience managing high-profile IT projects. I almost choked laughing. Her experience consisted of stealing passwords off sticky notes and blaming it on me. But the part that really got my attention? Her client list. Most of them were vague. Local marketing firms, healthcare consultants, retail technology systems. No names. Except for one. Midstate Logistics. That name I recognized. They were one of the bigger contracts I'd been pursuing for nearly a year. A regional shipping company that needed a full-scale IT overhaul. We'd had coffee, meetings, sample quotes. And then, radio silence. Now I knew why. They'd chosen her. That's when the switch flipped. Because this wasn't just Rachel being Rachel. This was Rachel stepping into my world. My turf. And I knew her. I knew she'd never been able to land a contract that size without someone else's help. And I knew exactly whose name she must have dropped to get it. Mine. I leaned back in my chair and whispered to myself, "You just opened the wrong door, Rachel." Because I wasn't 17 anymore. And this time, I had leverage. The next day, I started planning. Step 1. Verify how she got the contract. I reached out to a contact I still had at Midstate, an old classmate named Eliana who worked in procurement. We weren't close, but we'd kept in touch here and there. I sent her a casual message. "Hey, I saw Hawthorne Digital landed your IT contract. Just curious. I thought we were still in talks." Her reply came 15 minutes later. "Hey Daniel. Yeah, honestly, I was surprised when your name didn't come up in the final quote. Rachel mentioned you two were still professionally linked, and that she'd be representing your branch. Thought it was a weird setup, but her quote came in lower." I stared at the screen. Professionally linked. She used my name. I felt the anger rise again, but I kept it in check. "Thanks. That helps a lot. Just clearing up a miscommunication." Eliana replied with a thumbs up emoji. Step 2. Gather receipts. I pulled all my past correspondence with Midstate. Quotes, emails, meeting notes, timestamped PDFs showing my name and logo, all dated before Rachel even filed her business paperwork. Then I did something I hadn't done in years. I went back through my parents' public financial records. It didn't take long to confirm what I suspected. After selling the house, they received a settlement from a lawsuit, something about workplace injury and a botched insurance payout. It wasn't a massive windfall, but it was enough to explain how Rachel suddenly had the money to fund a company. She'd used their money to start her business. The same money she had helped drain through years of lies and theft. It was too perfect. Step 3. Watch and wait. I didn't want to burn her immediately. That was the old me, the reactive kid who just wanted them to feel bad. This was different. This was surgical. I started building a portfolio, a dossier. Every fabricated credential on her website, I documented it. Every lie about her experience, I pulled metadata from LinkedIn screenshots. I even found an old resume she'd sent to a temp agency that contradicted the timeline she was currently selling. I also hired a virtual assistant to pose as a small business looking to work with Hawthorne Digital. She recorded the entire Zoom consultation. In it, Rachel mentioned me by name at least twice. Oh yes, I modeled our packages after some work I did with my associate Daniel. We've handled several high-end clients together. The kicker? She sent over my sample contract. The one I'd written, word for word. I had everything I needed, and I was still just getting started. I waited exactly 3 weeks before I made my move. Not because I needed more time to prepare. I already had everything. The files, the audio clips, the fake consultation recording, the proof that Rachel had stolen my work, used my name, and defrauded a company into hiring her under completely false pretenses. No, I waited because revenge is best served cold, but also slow. It needed to simmer. And Rachel? She had no idea the pot was even on the stove. She kept growing bolder, too. Posting selfies on LinkedIn, acting like a corporate queen, writing smug captions like, "Nothing like watching your hard work pay off." She even uploaded a video where she sat in a minimalist office, clearly rented, and gave advice on scaling your digital brand. I had to pause halfway through because I couldn't stop laughing. But the final straw came when she posted about expanding. Another contract, another client, another step toward legitimacy in a world she had no business being in. So I gave her the legitimacy she so desperately craved. It started with a package, sent directly to Midstate Logistics. Attention, Eliana Torres. Inside was a manila folder. No branding, no note, just proof. Proof that the resume Rachel had submitted was fabricated. Proof that her quote was plagiarized. Proof that she had never worked with me. In fact, quite the opposite. Transcripts of old voicemails she left me when she was desperate for money. Audio of her casually admitting to lying and stealing. And a signed affidavit from me, stating that I had no affiliation with her company, had never granted permission to use my name or materials, and had evidence of intellectual property theft. I didn't need to add commentary. The facts spoke for themselves. I sent a similar folder to 2 other companies listed on her website. One of them emailed me the same day. Short and to the point. "Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will be conducting an internal review immediately. Please let us know if you are willing to speak further on this." I wasn't finished. I sent the final package to a small business watchdog group that ran a newsletter for local companies. They had a section titled Spotlight on Fraud, where they exposed dishonest vendors and companies for misleading claims, fake certifications, and deceptive practices. I made sure to include a USB with side-by-side screenshots of Rachel's website and mine, highlighting where she'd copied my layouts, word-for-word blurbs, and pricing structures. And then I waited. 1 week later, everything unraveled. I found out from a mutual connection, a guy who used to run SEO campaigns for us and had since moved on, that Rachel's name was being passed around in local tech circles. Not in a good way. One of her new clients had pulled out. Another had requested a refund and reported her to the Better Business Bureau. And Midstate? They didn't just cancel the contract. They blacklisted her. Publicly. They issued a statement to vendors warning about a consultant who misrepresented their credentials, falsified project experience, and engaged in deceptive contract practices. They didn't name her, but everyone knew. 2 days later, Hawthorne Digital Solutions' website was taken down. Her LinkedIn profile vanished. Her business email started bouncing. She was disappearing, or at least trying to. But I wasn't done yet. Because while Rachel's crash was satisfying, there were still 2 people who had spent nearly a decade believing her lies. People who threw me out, dismissed me, and came crawling back only when they needed help. I hadn't spoken to my parents since mailing that envelope, the one filled with proof that I'd been trying to warn them all along. I hadn't planned on contacting them again. But then I received an email. It was from my dad, sent to my work inbox, which wasn't publicly listed. Subject: we understand now. Daniel, we've seen the news about Rachel. We received a letter from one of her clients with links to everything you sent. We didn't want to believe it. But it's all true, isn't it? We failed you. Not just once. Over and over. I don't even know how to ask for forgiveness. But if you ever want to talk, the door is open. Dad. I didn't reply. I forwarded the email to my personal inbox, archived it, and marked the original unread. They didn't deserve closure. And they certainly didn't deserve me. But what they did deserve was a mirror. So I wrote back, not to Dad, but to a small community newsletter in our hometown. The one that used to post wedding announcements, school achievements, and hometown success stories. I submitted an article under their Local Voices column. Not a tell-all, not a rant, just a story. The story of a young man falsely accused, cast out by his family, who started with nothing and built something meaningful, only to find that the same people who betrayed him were now reaching for his hand as they fell. I didn't use names, but the details were unmistakable. The story went viral locally. Comments poured in. People speculated. Some asked if it was real. A few even recognized the timeline and figured it out. I heard, through the grapevine, that my parents were mortified, that they stopped showing up to church, that they deleted their Facebook accounts, that their friends were quietly distancing themselves. All I had done was tell the truth. And the truth did what it always does. It burned away the lies. Rachel? She eventually resurfaced under a different name. Tried to start over in another city. I saw a press release months later where she was listed as Rachel H., consulting for a company in Oregon. But her reputation had holes in it now. Holes that didn't patch easily. As for me, I kept building. I hired 2 more employees. Expanded to another city. Invested in a co-working space for freelance tech workers. Built a mentorship program for young IT students who didn't have a support system. And I started living, really living, without constantly looking over my shoulder. One day, Felix asked me why I'd never spoken about my family. He wasn't being nosy, just curious. I smiled and told him the short version. They thought I stole from them, I said. Turns out, I was the one they couldn't afford to lose. He laughed, not realizing how true it was. And I realized, in that moment, that I was free, not just from them, but from who I used to be. They had tried to bury me in lies. But I used every ounce of their dirt as the foundation for something better. And in the end, they were the ones who had to live with what they'd done. I just had to keep building. They cut me off when I had nothing, and came crawling back when I had everything. So I gave them the one thing they never gave me: silence. Hey Reddit, I've been thinking about sharing this for a while. It's something that's still on my mind, and honestly, I can't believe how bad things got. So, a bit about me. I'm Zach, 29 years old. I grew up in a small town, and let's just say, things were never easy. My family? Well, they're your typical group of chaotic, entitled people. But up until last year, They were just another set of characters I had to deal with on the holidays. Let's just say, I've had my share of weird family gatherings, but nothing quite like the Thanksgiving that changed everything. Before this all happened, I was your average guy. I worked a regular 9 to 5 job at a tech company, lived in a modest apartment, and kept to myself for the most part. Things changed, though. You see, a few months ago, I stumbled upon a massive opportunity at work. It was one of those once-in-a-lifetime situations where I had a chance to work on a project that ended up paying off in ways I didn't expect. Long story short, I ended up making a lot of money from it, like millions of dollars. I didn't tell anyone about it, at least not at first. I wanted to enjoy my success quietly, without people hounding me for handouts. But, well, that was before Thanksgiving. It all started innocently enough. My family invited me over for the usual turkey dinner. I didn't think much of it. I hadn't seen them in a while, so I figured it would be good to catch up. Plus, my aunt was always trying to outdo herself with her cooking, so I figured I could stomach the awkwardness for a good meal. I show up at my aunt's house, and already, the tension is thick. I can tell everyone's been gossiping about something, but I had no idea what it was. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and immediately sense that something's off? That was me. I sat down and tried to ignore it. As dinner progressed, it was all normal enough, except for the fact that people kept sneaking glances at me, and I couldn't help but notice the way some of my relatives kept whispering amongst themselves. Then, my cousin Sarah, who I hadn't spoken to in years, leaned over and casually asked, "So, Zach, I hear you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately, huh?" I froze. I didn't know how she'd found out. But before I could even respond, my uncle chimed in. "Oh yeah, we've heard about your big promotion. How's that working out for you? Must be nice to have money to throw around." I forced a smile and nodded, not wanting to get into the details. "It's good, you know. Things have been great at work." But of course, that was just the beginning. My aunt, who's always had a way of asking too many questions, leaned in and said, "So, how much money are we talking about here, Zach? You've been keeping it a secret for so long. I bet you could help us all out with a little extra." I wasn't sure how to react. It was as if all these people I hadn't really seen in months or years, had just assumed that my financial success meant I owed them something. At this point, I was still trying to stay calm. I just shrugged it off. "Nah, it's not like that. I'm just doing my job, nothing special." But the whispers didn't stop. My cousin, Sarah, suddenly stood up. "Well, come on, Zach. We're family, right? Surely you can share some of that wealth. I mean, everyone's been struggling lately. Some of us have bills to pay, you know." The whole table went quiet. Everyone's eyes were on me now. The subtle hints turned into full-on demands. "You could pay off my mortgage," my uncle said, as if it was no big deal. "I've been behind on payments for months now. Maybe you could help me out with that." "I'm sure Zach could chip in for the kids' college tuition," my aunt added, her voice dripping with entitlement. I mean, it's the least he could do. I was stunned. My family had always been dysfunctional, but this was next-level entitlement. It was as if they all thought that just because I had money, I should be their personal bank. "Now, I know what you're thinking. Why didn't you just shut it down, Zach?" Trust me, I wanted to, but I didn't know how to react. I mean, these people were family. How could they just come out and say this stuff? It was surreal. I tried to brush it off, but it didn't work. Sarah, sensing that I wasn't giving her the reaction she wanted, leaned closer. "I mean, it's just a loan, right? You can pay it back when you can. It's not like we're asking for a handout or anything." That's when I snapped. I put my drink down, stood up, and looked around the table. I wasn't going to let them think they could just walk all over me. "Actually," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "I have a better idea." Everyone went quiet. I could tell they weren't expecting that response. "What do you mean?" my uncle asked, raising an eyebrow. I smiled, leaning in just a little. "Well, how about instead of paying off your debts, I give you all something much more valuable. The opportunity to learn how to not end up in this situation again. I think it's time for you to figure things out on your own. No handouts. No quick fixes. Just hard work and responsibility like everyone else." My aunt gasped. Sarah looked at me like I was crazy. "Are you serious?" she asked, her voice dripping with disbelief. "You can't be serious. We're family. You can't just leave us hanging like this." I didn't answer. I simply turned and walked out of the room. I could hear the argument starting up behind me, but I didn't care. They had crossed a line, and I wasn't about to let them take advantage of me. But this was just the beginning. I thought walking out would be the end of it, but I was wrong. My family wasn't going to let me off that easily. The next few days after Thanksgiving were a blur. I was getting bombarded with texts and calls, mostly from Sarah and my aunt. They weren't happy. In fact, they were furious. Sarah started with a text. "What is your problem? You think you're better than us now? I thought you were family. You've changed, Zach. I can't believe you'd do this." Then came the guilt trip from my aunt. "You're being so selfish. We've been there for you your whole life, and now you can't even help us when we're struggling? It's shameful." I didn't respond at first. I didn't want to get sucked back into their drama. But eventually, after a few days of this nonstop harassment, I figured it was time to call Sarah. I needed to set some boundaries, and if she wasn't going to respect them, I'd have to be more direct. "Hey, Sarah," I said when she picked up the phone, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Zach, finally, you pick up. You've been ignoring me for days. I'm done with your little game. You owe us. No, you owe me." She sounded almost unhinged. "I didn't come to you for a handout. I came to you for help because I thought you cared. You think you can just walk away from all of us?" "Sarah," I interrupted, trying to stay calm. "You don't get it. I don't owe anyone anything. Just because I'm doing well for myself doesn't mean I have to bail you all out of your mistakes. You don't get to guilt trip me into doing something I don't want to do." Her voice grew louder. "You're just like them. You've changed, Zach. You've become some cold-hearted, selfish person. You think you're better than us now. Well, newsflash, you wouldn't have anything if it weren't for us. We helped raise you. We helped you get this far." I felt my patience start to wear thin. "That's not true, Sarah. Yes, you were there when I was growing up, but that doesn't mean I owe you forever. It doesn't give you the right to come into my life and demand money. But we're family," she screamed. "You can't just forget about us. I'll never forgive you for this." I let out a deep sigh, feeling the weight of the conversation. "I'm not forgetting about you. I'm just saying no. I'm not your ATM, and I'm not going to let you guilt trip me into thinking I should be." There was a long pause on the other end, then a sharp intake of breath. "Fine," Sarah finally spat, her voice dripping with venom. "But don't think this is over. I'm going to make sure everyone knows what you really are." And with that, she hung up. I sat there for a few moments, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. What had just happened? I was trying to set some boundaries, and instead of respecting them, she was threatening me. As if things weren't already bad enough, a few hours later, my aunt called. She was far more diplomatic than Sarah, but just as persistent. "Zach, sweetheart, I really think you've misunderstood the situation," she said, her voice saccharine sweet. "We're all family, and we've always been there for you. It's just hard for us to understand why you'd shut us out now when we need you most. It's not about the money, darling. It's about us being together. You've always been so generous, so why are you being like this now?" I knew where this was going, and I wasn't having it. "Aunt Linda, I'm not a bank. If you want to talk about being together, we can, but I'm not giving anyone a cent." "I'm sorry you can't see that." There was a brief silence on the other end before she spoke again. "You're making a huge mistake. You'll see. We'll figure something out, but you'll regret this." Regret? The only thing I regretted was not standing up for myself sooner. I ended the call and put my phone down, hoping it would all blow over. But I knew deep down it wouldn't. Sarah had already made it clear this was far from over. The next few days were filled with more attempts at manipulation. Calls, texts, even a few passive-aggressive posts on social media. Sarah started sharing things about me with the rest of the family, and I could hear the whispers growing louder. They were painting me as the villain, the greedy, selfish cousin who had forgotten where he came from. But I wasn't going to give in. Not now. Not after everything I had worked for. I spent the next few weeks laying low, focusing on my work, and ignoring the endless family drama. I didn't even attend the next family gathering. The texts slowed down, but they never stopped entirely. And then came the final straw. One day, I got a call from my mom. She sounded frantic. "Zach, where are you? Your aunt and Sarah are here, and they're furious. They're demanding you pay up. You need to talk to them." I froze. The situation had escalated to this point? "They're threatening to tell everyone that you don't care about your family," my mom continued. "They said they'll make your life miserable unless you give them what they want." That was it. I was done playing nice. I wasn't going to let these people tear me down anymore. I made a decision right then and there that would change everything. I smiled to myself and replied, "Don't worry, Mom. I actually have a better idea." The decision had been made. I knew it was time to stop letting my family dictate my life and get even for everything they had done. But I needed a plan. I couldn't just hand them the money and hope they'd leave me alone. No, this needed to be something bigger. Something that would force them to see that they couldn't walk all over me anymore. The next few days were intense. My mom had stopped calling, but I knew Sarah and Aunt Linda weren't going to give up. I could almost feel their pressure building, their sense of entitlement festering. I could hear Sarah's voice in my head. "You'll regret this, Zach. You'll see." But I didn't care. The more they pushed, the more determined I became. I wasn't going to let them win. The opportunity came when I received a text from Sarah inviting me to another family gathering. "You're not getting out of this one. We need to talk. You owe us an explanation. The family deserves to know what you're really about." I stared at the screen. I started getting angry. She was still playing the victim, acting as though I had done something wrong. I knew this was my chance to confront them, to make them realize I wasn't the person they thought I was. So I went. The gathering was at my aunt's house, a few miles outside the city. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be a peaceful conversation. As soon as I walked through the door, the tension was thick. Sarah and Aunt Linda were sitting at the kitchen table, their arms crossed, their faces twisted in anger. Well, Sarah sneered as she looked me up and down. "You decided to show up. Let's see if you've got the guts to say it to our faces." I took a deep breath and walked into the room. "I'm here, aren't I?" I said calmly, my voice steady but firm. "And I'm not leaving until we get this sorted out. So let's talk." Aunt Linda stood up slowly, her expression full of disbelief. "Zach, you don't understand. We've always been there for you. We raised you. You're acting like you're above us now. All we've asked for is a little help, and you won't even do that. You're turning your back on your family." I shook my head. "You're missing the point, Aunt Linda. I don't owe you anything. You weren't there for me the way you think you were. I don't owe anyone a dime just because I've worked hard to get where I am." Sarah stood up, her face red with fury. "You think we're all just a bunch of beggars? You think we don't deserve any help? You've changed, Zach. You're not the person I used to know. You used to care about us. Now you just think you're better than us." I could feel the heat rising in my chest. The frustration, the anger, the sense of betrayal. It was all bubbling to the surface. "You don't get it, Sarah. I didn't change. I just woke up. You and Aunt Linda are so used to me being your safety net that you think I owe you forever. But I don't. I'm not your ATM, and I'm not your charity case. You need to figure out how to stand on your own 2 feet instead of constantly trying to drag me down." Aunt Linda's face twisted with rage, her eyes flashing. "You ungrateful little brat. You wouldn't be where you are if it weren't for us. You wouldn't even be alive if we hadn't been there for you. And this is how you repay us." I took a step forward, my voice low and controlled. "You didn't do anything special. You were just family. You weren't my saviors, Aunt Linda. You helped raise me. Yes, but that doesn't mean I owe you the rest of my life. And Sarah, you need to get over the idea that you can just come to me whenever you're in trouble and expect me to fix it. I'm not your father, and I'm not your bank account." Sarah's face turned bright red. "You think we'll just sit here and take this? You think we'll let you walk away without consequences?" I took another deep breath. "You've made it clear you don't understand boundaries. You think you can walk all over me, but it's not going to happen anymore. You want to make me the villain? Fine. But know this, if you want my help, it's going to come with a price. I'll give you something, but you won't like it." Aunt Linda's eyes narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" I smiled, my eyes locking onto hers. "You'll see soon enough." I could feel the tension rising in the room. Sarah and Aunt Linda were both waiting for me to make the next move, expecting me to cave or back down. But I wasn't going to do that. I had one more card to play, and I played it. I pulled out my phone and tapped a few buttons. A moment later, I handed it over to Aunt Linda. "Here, this is my proposal," I said coolly. She took the phone, glancing down at the screen. Her eyes flickered over the content, confusion slowly turning to realization, then anger. "What is this? A contract? You're going to—" "Yep," I interrupted, feeling a rush of satisfaction. "It's a contract. If you want money from me, you're going to have to work for it. I'm not giving you a handout anymore. You want to fix your problems? You can start by doing something productive for once. Sign the contract, and I'll consider it. But no more freebies. You'll work for it." Sarah's face twisted with disgust. "You think we're going to work for you? You think we're your employees?" I gave them a cold, satisfied look. "No, I think you'll either sign the contract and start taking responsibility for your lives, or you'll keep crying about how I owe you everything. The choice is yours." There was a tense silence in the room. Aunt Linda stared at the screen in disbelief, her face pale. You can't be serious. I crossed my arms, the smile on my face growing wider. Oh, I'm dead serious. At that moment, the door opened, and my mom walked in. She looked between us, clearly confused by the tension. What's going on in here? Aunt Linda looked up at her, her voice shaking. Zach is threatening to cut us off completely if we don't sign this ridiculous contract. My mom glanced at me, her eyes filled with concern. Zach, what is this? I turned to her, my tone still calm but firm. I'm not letting them guilt trip me anymore, Mom. They want something from me. Fine, but they're going to work for it. If they can't respect my boundaries, then they don't get to keep playing the family card. My mom shook her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. You're taking this too far, Zach. This isn't how we do things. But I wasn't listening anymore. I was done being manipulated. Just as Aunt Linda started to open her mouth to argue, I cut her off. The contract's on the table. You can take it or leave it. But know this, if you choose to walk away, you'll never see a dime from me again. I watched their faces as the words sank in. The room was thick with tension, the air charged with unspoken threats. The drama had reached its boiling point, and I could see it in their eyes. They knew this was the moment that would define everything. Would they take the deal, or would they walk away and forever lose the chance to get anything from me again? And then, just as I was about to walk out the door, Sarah spoke up. I'll sign it, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I looked at her, a smirk tugging at my lips. You'll sign it, I repeated. But remember, this is only the beginning. The room was dead silent after Sarah spoke those words. The tension was palpable. Aunt Linda looked like she might explode, her face turning a shade of red I didn't even know was possible. Sarah, on the other hand, stood with her shoulders slumped, clearly not expecting me to call her bluff. But I wasn't backing down. I held out the phone with the contract in front of Sarah. Good, but you better read the whole thing. It's not just some formality. This is your chance to fix everything, but it comes at a cost. No more free rides. You want something from me? You'll work for it. Sarah snatched the phone from my hand, glaring at me. I could see the gears turning in her head. She wanted to fight it, to scream, to throw a tantrum. But she also wanted that money, and she wanted it bad. I'll sign it, she muttered. Aunt Linda, still fuming, finally broke her silence. You think this is funny, Zach? You think you can just walk in here, throw money around like it's nothing, and treat us like employees? She was practically trembling with rage now. We're family. We've always been there for you. And now you want to treat us like we're beneath you. I didn't flinch. You've always been there for me, huh? That's funny, because the only time I ever saw family from you was when you needed something. So, now, I'm making you work for it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you can't handle it, then don't sign the contract and keep living in your fantasy world where you think I owe you everything. Aunt Linda's eyes were wide with disbelief. For a second, I almost thought she might cry. But instead, she stormed toward the door. I don't need your money, Zach. I don't need your charity. You can keep your contract. I'm done here. She slammed the door behind her, leaving a heavy silence in the air. I glanced at Sarah, who had already started scrolling through the document, her brow furrowed. She was obviously mad, but I could tell she was starting to realize I wasn't bluffing. I'm not signing this, she finally said, shaking her head. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're not. She looked me dead in the eye. No, I'm not. You want to play hardball? Fine, but I'm not your puppet, Zach. You don't get to control me. I was done with this. Done with their manipulation, done with their threats. They thought they could walk all over me because I had money. Well, they were about to learn the hard way that this game wasn't going to go the way they expected. I stood up straight, walking toward the door. That's fine, Sarah. If you don't sign, then I guess that's it. You'll never see a dime from me again. And you can tell Aunt Linda the same thing. Your entitlement got you this far, but it won't get you any further. Sarah stood there, frozen. The room felt like it was spinning around me, but I didn't care. The emotional weight of the years of manipulation, guilt, and financial demands had finally lifted off my shoulders. I felt lighter, freer, more in control than I ever had before. I walked out the door, and as I did, I couldn't help but feel a rush of satisfaction. I had finally taken control. For years, I had been the one giving, the one compromising, the one constantly expected to bend to their whims. But that was over. I had drawn the line, and I wasn't going to let them cross it anymore. The next few weeks were tense. My mom tried to reach out, asking me to reconcile with Sarah and Aunt Linda, but I held firm. I wasn't going to back down. I wasn't going to give in. They would either come to me with respect, or they wouldn't come at all. And, in the end, they didn't come at all. It took months before I got another message from Sarah, but when I did, I could tell she had been humbled. The tone of the message was entirely different. "Zach," it said, "I know I messed up. I want to talk. I understand now what you were trying to do, and I'm ready to work with you, not against you. Can we meet?" I stared at the screen for a long time, my finger hovering over the reply button. Part of me wanted to just block her number, to walk away and leave them in their mess. But another part of me wanted to see if Sarah had really changed, if she was finally ready to take responsibility for her own life. I thought about it for a while before typing a simple reply, "Let's talk," but on my terms. A few weeks after Sarah's message, I met her at a coffee shop. It wasn't some grand gesture or emotional reunion, just a simple conversation where we laid everything out on the table. I wasn't going to make it easy for her, and she knew that. I wasn't interested in empty apologies or promises that she wouldn't keep. She admitted she had been wrong, that she had let the idea of my money cloud her judgment, and that it wasn't just me she'd been treating like this. She'd been pushing other people away too, all in the name of getting what she thought was owed to her. I could tell she was genuinely remorseful, but I wasn't going to rush into trusting her again. "I get it, Zach," she said, her voice soft but firm. "I was being entitled, and I'm sorry for everything. I want to earn your trust back, not just take from you." I took a deep breath. "It's going to take time, Sarah. I'm not going to give you a dime unless you prove you've changed. You have to do the work. It's the only way I'll even think about helping you." She nodded, and I could see she understood. There was no magic fix here, no quick resolution. We both need to rebuild what had been broken. It wasn't going to happen overnight. Aunt Linda didn't reach out after that, and I didn't care to hear from her. I wasn't about to fall into the trap again, where I was expected to fix everything just because I had the means. I learned my lesson the hard way. Months passed, and things slowly shifted. Sarah did come through on her end, working hard to prove she was serious about changing. She took on a job she'd never considered before, one that didn't rely on handouts or family connections. It wasn't glamorous, but it was a start. And slowly, bit by bit, she began to rebuild her life on her own. I'm not saying everything is perfect now. There are still moments of tension, still the occasional awkward silence when we're all together, but we've moved past the entitlement and manipulation. I've learned to set boundaries, and they've learned that I'm not someone they can take advantage of anymore. In the end, it wasn't about the money. It was about control. Taking back control over my own life, my own choices, and how I let others treat me. And maybe, just maybe, it helped Sarah realize that money isn't everything. Respect, honesty, and hard work? That's what matters. I used to think having a gifted older brother was something to be proud of. You know, like one of those badges you wear around at school. My brother goes to MIT, or he won the science fair 3 years in a row. Except in my case, it was all anyone ever talked about. My name's Evan. I'm 24 now, but this story starts a few years ago, back when I was 19 and freshly dropped out of college, sitting at the kitchen table with a notebook full of half-baked startup ideas and a family that looked at me like I'd joined a cult. To be fair, I wasn't exactly making a compelling case for myself at the time. I had just left my second year of computer science at a mid-tier college because I realized I couldn't take another semester of theory-heavy lectures while my brain was spinning with real-world ideas I actually wanted to build. It wasn't a dramatic exit. No big explosion, no viral post about leaving the system, just a quiet decision that I'd rather try and fail on my own terms than spend 4 more years preparing to maybe start afterward. But my family? They took it personally, especially my brother, Kyle. Kyle is 3 years older than me, and for as long as I can remember, he's been the golden child. Perfect SATs, full ride to Stanford, summer internships at places like Tesla and Google, and a LinkedIn page that probably gives venture capitalists goosebumps. My parents worshiped the ground he walked on, and I mean that literally. There's still a framed photo of Kyle shaking hands with Elon Musk in our living room. Meanwhile, I think the only framed photo of me is a blurry elementary school soccer picture stuck on the fridge with a cracked magnet. When I told them I was leaving college, Dad just sighed and walked out of the room. Mom said, "Are you having a breakdown?" But Kyle laughed. Actually laughed. He leaned over the kitchen counter, still in his perfectly pressed dress shirt from some networking event he'd just come from, and said, "So what? You're going to build the next Facebook from Grandma's garage." He didn't even try to hide the smirk. I could feel my ears burning. But I didn't say anything. Not yet. That night, I stayed up sketching out the rough framework of an app I'd been thinking about for weeks. A platform to help independent tutors monetize and scale their services without needing to go through giant companies like Udemy or Coursera. It was a niche idea, but I saw something in it. I had a few friends who tutored on the side and always complained about how much these platforms took in fees. I wanted to build something lean, simple, and peer-to-peer. For the next 3 months, I lived like a ghost in that house. I coded during the day, watched tutorials at night, and only emerged from my room for food and coffee. I was broke, jobless, and rapidly losing the respect of everyone around me. Kyle would pop by every couple of weeks and ask how my tech empire was going with that smug tilt of his head, like he couldn't wait to see me crash and burn. But I kept working. Eventually, I got something usable. Not pretty, but functional. I called it Clarity Link. I even onboarded a couple of real tutors from a Reddit thread, just to test it. They liked it. They actually liked it. One of them messaged me and said it felt more human than anything else they'd used. That one line kept me going for another month. Then one day, Kyle knocked on my door, which was weird. He never came to my room. Usually, he barked from the hallway or texted like I was some distant cousin he barely tolerated. But this time, he came in with a mug of coffee and a sudden interest in what I'd been working on. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe he was trying to be supportive for once. He asked questions, good ones, actually, about scalability, payment processing, what market I was targeting, how I planned to deal with regulations around online education. I was surprised. It felt like, for the first time, he saw something in me that wasn't just a screw-up younger brother. We ended up talking for almost 2 hours. Looking back, I should have been more careful. Over the next few weeks, Kyle started showing up more often. At first with casual curiosity, then with feedback, then ideas. He mentioned he was working on a thesis project for one of his graduate classes that kind of aligned with some of what I was doing. He asked if he could look at my pitch deck, not to steal, of course, but just to see how I was structuring it. I want to give you pointers, he said. I was hesitant, but this was my brother. I mean, we had our differences, sure, but we shared bunk beds for 10 years. We used to team up to sneak cookies at night. I figured, maybe this is what growing up looks like. Maybe he's finally seeing me as an equal. I shared the deck. I even walked him through the slides. Big mistake. A few weeks later, he stopped replying to my texts. At first I assumed he got busy. He was graduating soon, probably swamped with finals and job interviews. But then I saw a post on LinkedIn. Kyle's LinkedIn. That made my stomach drop. It was a photo of him standing in front of a whiteboard, mid-pitch, in one of those startup incubator meeting rooms, with the caption, "Excited to introduce PeerLink, a platform connecting educators with learners in a more equitable, decentralized way. Built with passion. Stay tuned." PeerLink. PeerLink. My app was called Clarity Link. I clicked through the slideshow he posted. My hands were shaking. It was my pitch. My exact pitch. Word. For. Word. Even the diagrams. Even the tagline. Decentralizing education, one lesson at a time. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, mouth dry. I scrolled to the comments. Genius idea, Kyle. Brilliant execution. Can't wait to invest. One of the top comments was from a former Stanford professor. Let me know when your seed round opens. My vision blurred. I spent the rest of the night pacing my room like a maniac, flipping through my notes, my prototypes, everything I'd built. I knew what this meant. If Kyle was presenting this in a formal incubator setting, it meant he'd already filed the pitch under his name. Maybe even the IP. Maybe more. But the worst part? My parents were proud. When I brought it up to them the next morning, told them that Kyle had copied my project, they acted like I was being petty. Mom said, "You should be flattered he thought it was good enough to pursue." Dad added, "You should have done more with it. You let it sit on your laptop for months." I was stunned. "Wait," I said, "you're seriously okay with this? You're okay with your son stealing from your other son?" Dad didn't even blink. "He's making it happen. That's what matters." I wanted to scream, but instead, I just left. I packed up my things, drove 3 hours to a friend's couch, and didn't look back. That was the day I realized something important. Kyle wasn't just arrogant or entitled. He was dangerous. And if he thought he could steal from me and get away with it, he had no idea who he was dealing with. And I had no idea, then, just how far he would take it. or how far I'd have to go to get it all back. I spent the first night on my friend Ben's couch staring at the ceiling, replaying every conversation I'd had with Kyle over the last few months like a detective combing through surveillance footage. Every little moment that had felt odd or off, his sudden interest in my mock-ups, the overly detailed questions, the not-so-innocent, just curious texts, now took on a new light. He hadn't been curious. He'd been casing the place. And I'd handed him the keys with a smile. Ben didn't ask too many questions. Just offered me some old hoodies and cleared a corner of his apartment for my monitor and keyboard setup. I didn't tell him the full story at first. It felt too humiliating. What was I supposed to say? Yeah, my older brother tricked me into revealing all my startup plans and then presented them as his own at Stanford like he was Tony Stark giving a TED Talk. But I couldn't avoid it for long. I was spiraling. I'd go to take a bite of cereal and suddenly lose my appetite, open my laptop to write code, and just stare at the blinking cursor. Every day I'd see another peer link post pop up on my feed. Kyle with his polished jawline, holding coffee at some panel, talking about reshaping the education economy, like he didn't steal the entire concept from me. He even wore the same damn blazer I remembered from my high school graduation, as if he hadn't changed at all, just upgraded the mask. Eventually, I told Ben everything. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, just staring at me for a few seconds. Then he whistled. Dude, he said, this is like evil genius level. And not in a fun way. I nodded. Yeah. But like, you have proof, right? That stopped me. Proof. I had my original GitHub commits. I had timestamps on documents, early builds, even Slack messages from the 2 tutors I'd onboard during my prototype phase. I had sketches in my notebook. But somehow, none of it felt solid. Not in a courtroom sense. Kyle was clever. I'd shared some of that with him in conversation, not via email or doc invites. And he'd repackaged everything with just enough changes. Different name, slicker UI, fancier buzzwords. It was like he'd watched my house being built, brick by brick, then constructed his own on the same foundation but painted it a different color and called it original. Still, I started compiling everything. Backups, screenshots, dated prototypes. I told myself I was just protecting my work, but deep down, I already knew. I wasn't going to just let this go. Not anymore. Meanwhile, Kyle's fame was growing. He got into a high-profile startup accelerator, one of those flashy, Silicon Valley darlings that loves throwing buzzwords like disruption and impact around. He did interviews, podcasts, even got featured in a top 30 under 30 article on some startup newsletter that my mom printed out and laminated. I kid you not. She put it on the fridge, right next to my 3rd grade art project and a coupon for frozen lasagna. She called me that day. Did you see what your brother accomplished? I did, I said flatly. You must be so proud of him. You always looked up to him, remember? I stayed quiet. Then she added, maybe you could help him out? Be part of the team. He said you were interested in education tech, right? That's when I hung up. I sat there staring at my phone like it had just burst into flames in my hand. It wasn't just that they didn't believe me. It was that they didn't care. Kyle could have announced tomorrow that he also invented the light bulb and cured polio, and my parents would have just asked if he needed help filing the patents. I wanted to disappear. But something else was happening inside me too, like a slow burn. Anger, sure, but something sharper too. Not rage. Focus. That was the day I decided I wasn't going to wait for justice. I was going to make it. Still, I didn't know how. Not yet. I started with something small, reaching out to those original tutors I had on board. One of them, Mari, remembered me immediately. She even still had our chat logs and a screenshot of the Clarity Link prototype I'd sent her. The timestamp predated any of Kyle's activity. She said she'd noticed a similar platform being promoted on LinkedIn and thought it looked awfully familiar. I told her I was building a case and might need a statement. I'm in, she said without hesitation. That guy gives me the ick anyway. One small win. But the next day, I got an email from a Stanford address I didn't recognize. Subject line, PeerLink founder's request, urgent. It was from someone named Rishi Patel, Kyle's co-founder. Apparently, Kyle had brought him in recently as technical lead, and Rishi had started poking around in the back-end systems, cleaning up the architecture and prepping for a product demo to some angel investors. Only he found something. The email was short but loaded. Hey, Evan, you don't know me, but I think we should talk. Soon. It's about some files in the early build of PeerLink that don't make sense. My heart thudded in my chest. I called him the second I finished reading. Rishi picked up right away, and the first thing he said was, "Did you work on this platform before Kyle launched it?" I paused. "Yes. I built the whole thing." "What?" "I thought so," he said. "Because some of the code comments, they're signed Evan_dev and date back to before Kyle even got accepted into the incubator. Some modules are identical to a GitHub repo I found under your name." He sounded nervous. "I didn't want to believe it," he continued. "But I ran the diffs myself. The entire initial build was forked from your project." He changed the repo name, rewrote the comments, and wiped the commit history. Sloppy job, honestly. I was silent. "I don't know what you want to do with this," he added. "But I'm out. I'm not risking my name for some guy who built his house on someone else's blueprints." I thanked him. Then I hung up. Then I screamed into a pillow. Because this changed everything. This wasn't just inspiration theft. This was code theft. Actual, verifiable IP infringement. Now, I had the proof. But then, not even 24 hours later, Kyle called me. He never called me. Not once since all of this had started. His voice was weirdly calm, like the kind of calm a surgeon has right before delivering bad news. "So," he said, "Rishi told me he reached out." I didn't answer. He sighed. "Look, I get it. You're upset. I may have overstepped, okay? But the product's already out there now. I've done the hard work of scaling it. The team's growing. Investors are excited. If this becomes a legal thing, nobody wins." "Is that supposed to be an apology?" I asked. "I'm saying," he said, "maybe there's another way." Silence. Then he added, "I'll give you a cut. 5% equity. Maybe even 10. I actually laughed. Laughed out loud. 10%. I said, "You think this is about money? You're not going to get anything otherwise," he said. "No one will believe you. I've got lawyers. A company. A name. You have some code on your laptop and a few emails. Come on, Evan. Be smart." He said it with that same tone he used to use when we were kids, like I was the stubborn little brother refusing to give up the controller after losing in Mario Kart. Like he was doing me a favor. I hung up on him too. But this time, I didn't feel helpless. I felt like a loaded slingshot. And Kyle? He'd just pulled the band all the way back. A week later, I got my chance. I'd been quietly sending out a few feelers, nothing loud, just some direct messages to startup blogs, a couple of tweets with vague threads about plagiarized code, and one private email to the startup accelerator PeerLink was part of. Most people ignored me, but one blog bit. It was small, run by this journalist named Tanya who had a column called Silicon Valley Shadows, where she did exposés on shady practices in the tech world. She called me at 10 p.m. on a Thursday and listened to the whole story. Every detail, every file, every screenshot. By the time I was done, she was silent for a long time. Then she said, "You know what the craziest part is?" "What?" "This is going to be huge." She was right. But I didn't know then that Kyle still had one more betrayal up his sleeve, something so cold-blooded, it would make everything before it feel like child's play. And when it happened, it broke something in me. I wish I could tell you that after that phone call with Tanya, the journalist, everything started turning around. That justice came knocking, Kyle got exposed, and I walked out of the shadows triumphant. But that's not how these stories go. Not in real life. In real life, things get worse before they get better. It started with the article. Tanya published it a week later under the headline, "The Brother Behind the Code: How a Stanford Startup May Have Been Built on Stolen Work." It was long, detailed, and filled with screenshots. She quoted timestamps from my original commits, Mari's testimonial, Rishi's code diffs. She included redacted emails. Even a side-by-side comparison of PeerLink and ClarityLink's UI elements. There was no denying it. And for a moment, I thought that was it. The match had been struck. Now all I had to do was watch the fire spread. But Kyle was ready. The same morning the article dropped, PeerLink's official Twitter account posted a slick press statement. "We are aware of false claims circulating online and take intellectual property accusations seriously. PeerLink is built entirely on original work, and our legal team is handling the matter. We remain committed to empowering educators around the world." False claims. He called my work false claims. I read that statement a dozen times, each word hitting like a slap. And then came the calls. Not from family. No, they stayed suspiciously quiet, but from investors, from people I didn't know, asking for proof, for clarification, for a reasonable explanation. Some were polite, some weren't. One VC left a voicemail saying, "I should be careful with the allegations I'm making unless I want to get sued into the dirt." I saved that voicemail because it marked the start of the worst month of my life. Suddenly, I was the thief, the jealous dropout, the nobody trying to ride the coattails of a Stanford golden boy. Reddit threads tore me apart. Twitter trolls quoted the article just to mock it. Tanya even reached out to apologize, said some of her editors were getting pressure from high places to pull it. The article stayed up, but it stopped gaining traction. And that's when the silence hit. No one else picked up the story. No legal action came. No support from platforms or forums. The tutors I had on board got scared and stopped replying. Even Rishi ghosted me after a week. I went dark for a while. Stopped coding. Stopped leaving the apartment. I barely talked to Ben, even though he was trying. He'd knock gently, leave coffee outside my door, check in with texts that I never answered. But I couldn't bring myself to face the world. I wasn't just humiliated. I was empty. This thing I'd built from scratch, Clarity Link, it wasn't just an app. It was me. My first real attempt at building something that mattered. I had poured my soul into it. Every bug I fixed, every line of code I wrote while everyone else was sleeping, it was all me. And Kyle took it. Not just the code. He took the pride, the validation, the right to say, "I made this." And now the world was treating him like the innovator, and me like the parasite. I started getting panic attacks. Real ones. The kind that show up at 3 a.m. and make you think your chest is caving in. I'd wake up sweating, gasping for air, clawing at the bedsheets like I was drowning. Some nights I'd just sit on the floor with my back against the door, eyes wide open until the sun came up. I remember one night in particular. It was raining outside. Hard. The kind of rain that turns the street into a river and makes you feel like the whole world is crying with you. I sat by the window in Ben's spare hoodie, holding the original notebook, the one where I'd first sketched Clarity Link. The pages were curled and stained with coffee, but the handwriting was still there. My writing, my diagrams. And I remember whispering to myself, "You're not crazy. You made this." That was the first time I didn't cry that week. Eventually, I hit bottom. And strangely, that's when things started to change. Ben sat me down one morning with 2 cups of coffee and a breakfast burrito he barely knew how to cook. He didn't ask if I was okay. He just slid a laptop across the table. "Look," he said, "I know it feels like you lost, but you didn't. You still have the code. You still have the skills. You still have you. So either you sit here and rot, or you rebuild." I didn't say anything. He unwrapped the burrito. "Start over, Evan. Start smarter." The idea sounded insane at first. Why would I build again when Kyle had already poisoned the entire market? Why try to breathe life into something that had already been stolen and twisted? But then I opened my laptop. I clicked on my old folders, my backup files, my diagrams, and I saw something. There was still value here. Not just in the app, but in the idea. Clarity Link wasn't just a prototype. It was a vision. PeerLink was bloated and corporate and too VC polished. My version was lean, community-driven, real. And more than that, it wasn't just tutors anymore. I started thinking bigger. There were thousands of creators out there, artists, coaches, translators, fitness instructors, all trying to monetize one-on-one sessions without giving away a chunk to middlemen. What if Clarity Link became something broader? A platform for anyone to sell personalized expertise directly? I spent the next 6 weeks rebuilding from the ground up. New brand, new name, new structure. I called it Signal Spark. Ben helped me register a domain. A friend from college I hadn't talked to in years helped with the front-end polish. I tapped a guy from Reddit to help with a more secure payment system. Slowly, quietly, we stitched together a product. No ads, no social media posts, no drama. I wasn't trying to fight Kyle anymore. I was trying to outlast him. In the meantime, I also took some advice from a lawyer friend of Ben's. We organized all the IP evidence, filed copyright claims, laid down some early legal groundwork, not to sue immediately, but to be ready. Every time I thought about Kyle's smirk, I imagined what it would feel like to wipe it off his face in front of people who used to worship him. But that day would come later. Right now, I was still rebuilding. And rebuilding meant starting small. I launched Signal Spark in beta mode, just 10 users. All people I knew or had been referred to by friends. I wanted feedback, bug reports, real usage data. No flashy onboarding or VC decks. Just a quiet test. And the crazy thing? They loved it. One guy, a guitar coach from Toronto, said it helped him double his weekly bookings. Another, a language tutor in Berlin, messaged me saying, "This feels like the future." Little by little, Signal Spark started growing. I didn't need a launch party. I didn't need hype. I just needed users who actually cared. And I had them. One night, around 2 a.m., I looked at the live dashboard and saw a notification, 100 session completed. I just sat there and stared at the number. 100 real sessions. No PR team. No Stanford credentials. No billion-dollar valuation. Just me. And my work. And then, right as things were stabilizing, the call came. It was from my dad. That alone was rare. I answered cautiously. "Hey." His voice was tight. Not angry. Not excited. Just tense. "You need to come home," he said. "Now." "Why?" "It's Kyle," he said. "Something's happened." There was a pause. Then he added, "And I think you're going to want to see it for yourself." I hung up. And I stood there, phone still in hand, heart racing. Because something told me. This was the moment everything would change. The drive home felt surreal. It had been almost 5 months since I left. 5 months of silence, bitterness, and distance carved by betrayal. I wasn't even sure why I agreed to go back. Maybe I wanted to see for myself if something had really changed. Or maybe a part of me still wanted to be seen, not by Kyle, but by the parents who had written me off like some failed lottery ticket. It was a 3-hour trip down winding highways and through empty suburbs that hadn't changed a bit. Same potholes, same gas station with the broken ice machine, same sleepy neighborhoods where the only difference between Tuesday and Sunday was how long the mail took to arrive. But I wasn't the same. When I finally pulled up to the house, I didn't feel like a son coming home. I felt like a man walking into a boardroom he was about to quietly dismantle. My dad opened the door before I knocked. He looked older, more tired than I remembered, a line of worry between his brows that hadn't been there before. He didn't say much, just nodded toward the living room. I stepped inside and was immediately hit with the smell of the same old lemon cleaner Mom always used, like the house had frozen in time. Except the silence was different. It wasn't the quiet of a lazy Sunday afternoon. It was the silence of tension, of secrets. I walked in and saw Kyle sitting on the couch, shoulders slumped, hair disheveled. He didn't even look up at me. That alone was jarring. Kyle never looked anything less than meticulously put together. This was a guy who'd once ironed his hoodie before a family dinner. But now, he looked like he hadn't slept in days. Mom stood nearby, arms folded, eyes darting between us like she was waiting for a bomb to go off. No one spoke at first. Then Kyle muttered, "They pulled out." I blinked. "Who?" "The investors," he said. "All of them." PeerLink's seed round collapsed. The accelerator dropped us. Our legal counsel backed out. It's all gone. I just stood there. It took everything in me not to smile. Dad cleared his throat. Apparently, one of the lead VCs got access to the code audit logs. And that journalist resurfaced her article with some new updates. It snowballed. Kyle finally looked up at me then. And for the first time in my life, he didn't look superior or smug. He looked scared. "You did this," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "No," I said. "You did this. I just stopped covering for you." He didn't respond. Just stared at the floor like it might open and swallow him whole. Mom spoke next. "Can't you just let this go? You made your point. What's the point of destroying your own brother's life?" I turned to her, incredulous. "You think I'm destroying his life? He stole from me. Lied to everyone. Used me. He was just trying to make something of himself," she snapped. "You don't understand the pressure he's been under. You're so focused on revenge." I cut her off. "No, I'm focused on the truth." And for once, Dad didn't defend her. He just looked away. That's when I knew. They weren't calling me home to warn me or apologize. They were hoping I'd stop, that I'd back off now that the empire was crumbling. But I wasn't done. Because this wasn't about public shaming anymore. This wasn't about the investors or the news articles or Twitter commentary. This was about setting the record straight. Permanently. After I left that night, I called Ben. "Is it time?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Let's build the presentation." We spent the next few weeks planning everything. This wasn't about rubbing Kyle's nose in failure. It was about reclaiming what I built. For real. No more whispers. No more, maybe he helped rumors. I wanted the world to know exactly how PeerLink was born and exactly who gave it life. The opportunity came faster than I expected. Tanya, the journalist, reached out again. Apparently, The article had found its second wind after the VCs pulled out, and now a few tech ethics forums were buzzing with interest. One of them was hosting a panel in San Francisco, Ethics and Innovation. Who really owns the idea? She asked if I wanted to speak. At first, I hesitated. Public speaking wasn't my thing. My palms got sweaty reading off index cards in high school. But this wasn't about giving a TED Talk. This was about planting a flag. I'm in, I told her. Ben and I spent hours rehearsing. We didn't just want to tell a sad story about a brother stealing from his sibling. We wanted to show it. The receipts, the emails, the side-by-side comparisons, the Slack logs. Rishi even sent a written statement verifying everything he'd seen. We weren't just presenting a sob story. We were presenting evidence. The panel was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon. Tech writers, startup founders, a few venture firms, even students from Stanford and Berkeley. Tanya said some of the people who originally backed Kyle might even be in the audience. Perfect. That morning, I stood backstage in a dark blue button-down, staring at the spotlight as the moderator introduced the session. My hands were cold, my throat dry. But when I stepped out and saw the room full of eyes looking up at me, something inside clicked. This wasn't fear. It was clarity. I started with a simple sentence. Hi, I'm Evan, and I'm the guy behind the app you probably know as PeerLink. There was a ripple of whispers. And then I told the story. No embellishments. No melodrama. Just facts. Dates. Screenshots. Descriptions. I walked through the early days of Clarity Link, how I shared it with my brother, how he mirrored the code base, how he tried to erase the origins but couldn't scrub the details. And then I dropped the final slide. Signal Spark, built by creators, for creators. From the ground up. No middlemen. No lies. The applause didn't come right away. But when it did, it wasn't just polite. It was real. After the panel, people came up to shake my hand, ask questions, invite me to coffee. One founder said he wanted to talk partnerships. Another said, I've seen dozens of pitch decks this year, and yours is the only one that felt like it came from the heart. I walked out of that building lighter than I'd felt in months. Not just because I'd won a battle, but because I had finally stepped out of Kyle's shadow. But Kyle wasn't done. Because a week later, I got served a formal legal notice. Kyle was suing me for defamation. It was ridiculous. Every claim I'd made was backed by logs and files and dated documentation. But this wasn't about winning in court. It was about intimidation. He was hoping to drown me in legal fees, force me to settle, shut me up. But what Kyle didn't know was that while he'd been busy pretending to be a founder, I'd quietly become one. Signal Spark had just secured its first round of funding, real funding, from ethical backers who believed in transparency, not corporate spin. We weren't flush with cash, but we had enough to fight back. And I was ready. I wasn't the same kid he'd mocked in the kitchen for dropping out. I wasn't the ghost coding in silence while he gave interviews. I was building. I had traction. I had proof. And soon, I'd have something even better. The upper hand. Because Kyle had made a fatal mistake. He brought the fight to me, in public. And now, I was going to dismantle his last shred of credibility, in front of the one audience he could never afford to lose. I didn't flinch when the legal notice arrived. If anything, I smiled. Because Kyle had finally played his last card, and it was weak. A defamation suit against me, a man with logs, source code, contracts, backups, witnesses, and receipts, was like throwing a wet match onto a bonfire and expecting it to snuff the flames. Still, I didn't act impulsively. We let it sit. My lawyer, Nina, a quiet, unshakable beast of a woman with the precision of a scalpel, reviewed the filing. She blinked once after reading the claims and said, He just handed us the microphone. You ready to talk? More than ever, I said. Step 1 was simple. File a countersuit. Copyright infringement. IP theft. Fraudulent misrepresentation. We attached everything. The original Clarity Link files. Metadata from my GitHub repo. Chat logs. Rishi's audit. Mari's testimonials. Tanya's updated article, now with over 100,000 shares. The conference footage. Ben's notarized statement from the early prototype phase. And then we did what Kyle would never expect. We took it public. Tanya ran the update first. Startup sibling scandal escalates. Original founder files copyright suit after defamation attempt. Her headline wasn't subtle. She didn't need to be. Every tech outlet followed within hours. And the story exploded. Again. But this time, No one came to Kyle's defense. Not the VCs. Not the accelerators. Not even our parents. Because this time, I brought everything. On my own blog, I posted a full timeline, not just of the code base and the plagiarism, but of the personal betrayal. I wasn't trying to play the victim. I was telling the truth. And I ended the post with a link to Signal Spark's public beta. That link got 20,000 signups in 3 days. Ben and I spent every hour after that fighting to keep up with the traffic. New tutors, new creators. We had podcasters offering coaching, therapists opening safe space sessions, even musicians selling one-on-one lessons. The floodgates were open, and Signal Spark didn't just stay afloat. It thrived. Meanwhile, Kyle? He was drowning. It turned out his original PeerLink code was riddled with bugs, half-patch modules he barely understood, and plagiarized logic he couldn't explain. With his co-founder gone, his dev team dissolved, and legal fees piling up, he did what Kyle always did when things got hard. He vanished. By the time we got to court, he had already lost the public battle. Now he was about to lose the legal one. I sat in the courtroom across from him, the same room where they called roll and read out cases in that stiff, echoing voice. Kyle wouldn't even look at me. He looked hollow. No fancy blazer. No confident smirk. Just a deflated shell in a cheap suit his lawyer probably picked out for him. The judge was methodical, quiet, focused, and mercilessly efficient. The evidence was stacked too high to ignore. Our claim was airtight. Kyle's countersuit crumbled under 5 minutes of cross-examination. He admitted, under oath, that he had accessed my prototype and took inspiration from it. Inspiration, he said. The judge interrupted. Are you aware that copying code, UI structure, and user flow verbatim, even from a sibling, constitutes theft? Kyle nodded. His lawyer didn't even try to object. Judgment was ruled in my favor. Kyle was ordered to pay damages. The court mandated him to issue a public retraction, take down PeerLink entirely, and cease development of any related educational tech based on the Clarity link source for a minimum of 5 years. But none of that was the real victory. The real victory came a week later. My parents called. I didn't answer the first time, or the second. On the third, I picked up. My mom's voice was thin, uncertain. Evan, we read the article. Everything. We didn't know how bad it was. We didn't understand. No, I said. You didn't want to understand. There was silence. Then a small, broken sentence. We're proud of you. It didn't feel warm. It felt late. I didn't build Signal Spark to make you proud, I said. I built it because I had something real to offer. You just couldn't see it until strangers told you it mattered. Another silence. Then, we miss you. I ended the call without responding. Because some things, once broken, don't go back the same way. Signal Spark kept growing. Within a year, we had over 50,000 active users. A new office. A real team. We stayed independent. No VC interference, no corporate corruption. Just creators supporting creators. And every time someone asked how it started, I told the truth. Not to gloat, but because truth matters. A year later, I was invited to speak at another panel. Resilience in Tech. Building After Betrayal. I stood on the same kind of stage Kyle once dreamed of, in front of a sold-out room. I looked out at all those young founders, some scared, some skeptical, all hungry, and told them the story. All of it. I ended with the same line I told myself that night on Ben's couch, back when I felt like nothing. You're not crazy. You made this. Afterward, a kid maybe 19, just like I was, came up to me, hands shaking, eyes wide. My brother's trying to take credit for something I built, he said. No one believes me. I handed him my card. Now someone does. Last I heard, Kyle moved across the country, took some forgettable job in middle management, deleted most of his social media. He never tried to rebuild, never apologized, and I never needed him to, because I didn't rebuild to get revenge. I rebuilt to remember who I was before they made me forget. And when I look back now, at the theft, the silence, the laughter, the courtroom, the applause, I don't feel bitter. I feel clear. Because when you build something with your own hands, no one can take that away from you. Not forever. Not even family. And when the truth finally shows up to the table, it doesn't shout. It just sits down, and everyone else goes quiet. My name's Eric, I'm 31, and I've always been the fixer in my family. You know the type. Quiet, reliable, never the loudest in the room, but somehow always the one expected to clean up the mess. I work in finance, which apparently means I'm made of money, At least, that's the impression my family has clung to for the last 5 years. Ever since I landed a good job out of grad school and started pulling in bonuses bigger than what my dad used to earn in a year, things changed. Not with me, with them. Suddenly, every get-together came with a question. Eric, do you mind covering this? Eric, we were thinking of renovating the kitchen. Just a little help? Or my personal favorite, you're single and childless. What do you even spend your money on? I used to laugh that stuff off. At first, it felt like helping, like I was taking care of the people who raised me. But then it became routine. Entitlement disguised as tradition. Guilt wrapped in family values. My mom was the master of it. She could make "you owe us" sound like a compliment. So when I got the call for just dinner, Eric, just us, I didn't think twice. It was a Thursday, and I'd just landed a $9,800 bonus from closing a major account. I hadn't even told anyone about it. I figured maybe my mom wanted to talk, or maybe my sister needed help with the baby stuff. She was 5 months along, and things had been tight for her and her husband, Mark. I didn't mind. They were family. That word used to mean something. The moment I pulled into the driveway, I knew something was off. Cars lined the street like it was a block party. My sister's front lawn had balloon arches, silver streamers, and in the middle of the porch, a massive white and pink banner that read, "Congrats on baby Emily." My heart dropped. I sat in the car for a second, engine still running, and stared at it. Baby Emily. No one had told me the name yet. No one had mentioned a baby shower. And definitely no one said anything about 76 people showing up for just dinner. I got out of the car slowly. I wasn't angry, not yet. Just confused. Tired. A sinking sort of tired that creeps in when you realize you've been left out of the planning, again, but expected to foot the bill. My sister, Claire, came bouncing down the steps, hands outstretched like a Hallmark card. Surprise. Isn't it beautiful? Behind her, I could see people clinking glasses. I recognized neighbors, some cousins I hadn't seen in years, even the woman from the Pilates studio my mom dragged me to once. It wasn't just a party. It was a production. Mom said it was just dinner, I murmured. Claire laughed. Yeah, well, we figured you'd find out eventually. This just felt more festive. Before I could respond, Mom appeared behind her, cheeks flushed, holding a tray of mini quiches like she was starring in a cooking show. Eric, there you are? Doesn't it look wonderful? And oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. We used your bonus. It was for the family anyway. I blinked. What? I asked low and slow. Mom didn't miss a beat. Your account. The joint one, it was just sitting there. You said you opened it for family stuff, remember? And when the bonus landed, I figured, well, what better way to celebrate little Emily? I hadn't even processed how she knew about the bonus. I hadn't told anyone. Not yet. But she'd somehow gotten access. Or maybe never lost it. That account was something I set up years ago when Dad was recovering from surgery and they needed help paying the bills. I'd forgotten it even existed. I hadn't touched it in almost a year. $9,800. Gone. Used for balloons, hors d'oeuvres, and a cake shaped like a pacifier. I didn't say anything. Not then. I just smiled. A small, tight smile, the kind people wear in courtrooms and family portraits. I stepped inside, greeted the guests, even held a couple of gift bags. I gave Claire a hug. She smelled like vanilla and manipulation. Then I sat down in the corner with a drink and watched my name vanish from every conversation. No one mentioned me again. Not for the rest of the night. I left early, around 9:30, claiming a meeting the next morning. My mom gave me a kiss on the cheek and whispered, "This meant so much to Claire. You did good." I nodded. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor of my apartment with my laptop open, just staring at the login screen of the old joint account. I'd changed the passwords years ago, or so I thought. Turns out I'd missed one. She'd used an old access code tied to our family phone plan, something I hadn't updated since 2021. My fault, but not for long. I locked down every digital trail, froze all linked accounts, reversed the 12 most recent transfers, 8 of which had SHWR in the memo line. I submitted a fraud report. Then, I opened the deed file, the one they never remembered I still had access to. Because 2 years ago, when I helped them refinance the house, they made me co-owner just in case. It was temporary, a formality, just until Dad recovered. They forgot to remove my name. So I did what any moody, single uncle would do at midnight on a Thursday. I contacted my lawyer. And by sunrise, something about the deed had changed. At first, it was quiet. Then my phone buzzed. One call, then 5, then 30. By 7:15 a.m., the notifications stacked like dominoes. I didn't answer any of them. I made coffee, ate toast, watched the news. The first voicemail that made me pause came from my sister. "Eric, what's going on? Mom's freaking out. She said you froze the accounts and something's wrong with the house. Please call me." I didn't know she used your bonus, I swear. Then Mom's voice, sharper. "Eric, this is not okay. Whatever you did, undo it. You're being selfish. This was for your niece." And finally, Dad, calm, nervous, tired. "Son, I think we need to talk. I don't know what your mother told you, but let's sit down, okay? We can fix this." But they weren't calling to fix anything. They were calling because the mortgage payment had bounced, because the utilities were no longer on autopay, because their just dinner had turned into a legal mess they didn't see coming. And that was before I logged into the family group chat and saw the most pathetic display of damage control I'd ever witnessed. The chat was exploding with a chaotic mix of confusion, backpedaling, and performative concern. Claire had posted, "Hey everyone, tiny hiccup with the house stuff, but nothing to worry about. We're resolving it. Thanks for all the love yesterday." Right underneath, Mom chimed in, "If anyone gets weird calls from the bank, just ignore them. It's all a misunderstanding. Family first." I didn't reply. I just watched. People started asking questions. Aunt Marie was the first to poke holes. "Wait, what happened? I thought you owned the house." Then came Uncle Ray, who never liked Mark. "So who's responsible for the mortgage now? That was in Eric's name too, right?" And finally, someone dropped the hammer. "My cousin Lauren, a paralegal. If Eric's name is still on the deed, and you used his money without consent, that's not a hiccup. That's fraud." Silence followed. It was surreal. Like watching a building collapse from the outside. You're not in it, but you feel the tremor. I think that was the moment Mom realized I wasn't going to roll over this time, that I'd stopped being their personal safety net. By noon, the calls had slowed but not stopped. They tried every tactic. Claire sent a photo of the baby bump with "she already loves her Uncle Eric." Mark texted me something about bro code and "let's not let the ladies ruin our bond." My dad offered to meet privately, just the guys, as if he hadn't stood silently for years while Mom managed the puppets. But the real cherry on top came from Mom 3 minutes before I left for work. "You're hurting the family, Eric." All over a party. I stared at that message, reread it twice, then typed back, slowly, deliberately, "You stole from me. You used me. And now you're mad that I stopped letting you." Then I blocked her. That evening, I met with my lawyer again. We had coffee in his office as I laid out every detail. The unauthorized access, the transfer trail, the text messages, the joint deed. I thought maybe I was being too harsh, that maybe I'd regret this. But then he looked at me and said something I won't forget. "They didn't ask for help. They decided you owed it. That's not family. That's entitlement," with a smile. We filed the paperwork that night. Meanwhile, the fallout continued. Mark apparently got into it with Claire after finding out she knew about the bonus beforehand. She tried to spin it, said she was just trying to give Mom something special, that she thought I wouldn't mind. He wasn't buying it. My cousin told me Mark stormed out during brunch and hadn't been home in 2 days. I didn't feel sorry for either of them. They made their choices. The best part? A week later, I got a certified letter addressed to me, hand-signed by my mother. It was almost laughable in its desperation. She'd written out a full-page monologue about how family means sacrifice, how she was just trying to bring everyone together, and how I was breaking this family apart for no good reason. But the kicker? She closed it with, "You're not too old to be grounded, Eric." Grounded? I'm 31. I almost framed it. Instead, I scanned it, attached it to the fraud report, and archived the original. By the time the second mortgage payment failed, the bank had already flagged the account. Since I now legally controlled half the deed, and my name was on all the financial rescue documents from 2 years ago, their refinance was about to hit a very painful snag. Mom tried going around me by asking Dad to reapply for assistance on his own. Unfortunately for them, his credit history isn't quite what it used to be. 3 days after that, I received a voicemail from their realtor. "Hi, Eric. We're having an issue with the sale process. The title office flagged your name on the deed, and we can't move forward without your authorization. Could you please give us a call as soon as possible? It's, urgent. I didn't call back, because by then, the family had already started turning on each other. My aunt messaged me privately, asking what really happened. When I told her, when I laid it all out in a voice memo with no emotion, just facts, she paused for a full day before responding. Then she wrote, "They always said you were too quiet. I think they forgot quiet doesn't mean weak." Word started spreading in the extended family. About the bonus. About the account. About the house. Suddenly, people weren't so quick to take sides. The sympathy train for Claire and Mom derailed. Apparently, when you steal almost 10 grand from your son and try to hide it behind pink balloons, even the nosiest aunts raise their eyebrows. Meanwhile, I got a notification from my bank. One of the reverse transfers, the catering bill, had been charged back successfully. I didn't even smile. I just closed the tab and went back to work. It's funny. I always thought revenge would feel fiery, explosive, loud. But the quiet ones? We don't need fireworks. Just facts. And silence. Because sometimes the most satisfying revenge doesn't come from shouting your side. It comes from watching the people who used to smile while taking advantage of you suddenly realize you were the one holding the umbrella the whole time. And now, they're stuck in the storm. But you're already dry. After I blocked Mom, Claire, and Mark, I didn't expect peace. But I didn't expect them to unravel this fast either. They'd built a dynamic where I was always the one who came around eventually. The one who apologized even when I didn't do anything wrong. The one who, when shamed, would bend. But this time, I wasn't responding. And that silence? It was driving them insane. Claire went first. She sent me a handwritten letter because apparently, when texts and DMs fail, people revert to cursive desperation. I didn't open it right away. It sat on my kitchen counter for 2 days, unopened, beside a used coffee mug and a stack of utility bills. I stared at it the way you'd stare at a letter from a company that already charged your card. What was the point? But late one night, when sleep wouldn't come, I opened it. It started the way I expected. "Eric, I love you, and I'm sorry things got so out of hand." But the rest, that was the real kicker. She admitted to knowing about the bonus before the party. She said Mom saw the deposit notification pop up on the shared phone plan account, that she brought it up casually during one of their baby prep brunches, and the two of them planned the party around it, believing that it wouldn't be a big deal. Claire said she felt pressured to agree and that she didn't want to start drama by defending me. The part that actually stung? You know how Mom gets. I just didn't want to make things worse. That sentence hit harder than I thought it would. Because she was right. I didn't know how Mom got. Manipulative. Convincing. And when she didn't get her way, cruel in the most calculated ways possible. But Claire had always been the golden child. The baby. She never had to resist. That was my role. To absorb, to fix, to protect. And now? She was blaming her cowardice on my history of compliance. I didn't respond to the letter, but I took a picture of it and added it to the digital folder I'd been building, a little archive labeled, in case they try something. Because that was the next thing I realized. They weren't just trying to win me back. They were trying to prepare for damage control. I found out from my cousin Lauren, the paralegal, that Mom had started reaching out to certain relatives with her version of the story, that I was going through something, that I was lashing out over the family growing and not being the center of attention anymore. The implication? That I was jealous, that I'd become bitter because I was unmarried, childless, and used to being the successful one. I couldn't believe it. After everything I'd given, the bills I'd covered, the sacrifices I'd made, now I was being painted as insecure? A jealous, lonely brother throwing tantrums because people were having babies without him? It would have been hilarious if it wasn't so insulting. Lauren offered to set the record straight. I told her not yet. Let them dig. Let them scramble to patch a ship that was already halfway underwater. What they didn't know was that the mortgage company had already contacted me to inform me of a pending foreclosure warning. Not because I wanted them to lose the house, but because the payments I'd stopped making had never been replaced. Mom and Dad had missed 2 consecutive payments by then, and since my name was still on the deed, I got every notification. I knew they'd try to call the bank and beg for more time. I also knew their refinancing plan had been blocked, thanks to my lawyer sending an affidavit confirming I wouldn't authorize any new financial activity tied to the property until we had a full legal review. They were stuck. And worse, they were now being watched. Meanwhile, I started getting calls from unknown numbers. Not just blocked or private, but small-town area codes I didn't recognize. I answered one out of curiosity, and sure enough, it was one of Mom's friends from church. "Eric? Sweetheart. It's Janine from the ladies group. Your mother's been very upset, and we all just want to make sure you're okay. She says she hasn't heard from you, and well, she's devastated." I paused. Then I asked, "Did she mention the $9,800 she took from my account to throw a party I wasn't told about?" Dead silence. "Did she mention that I'm still legally tied to a house she's trying to sell without my permission?" More silence. Then I think I've called at a bad time." I said, "No, I think you just called with bad information," and hung up. After that, I stopped answering unknown numbers altogether. But the damage was already spreading. Only this time, not to me. Word got around that I wasn't responding to the guilt campaign, that I was, in fact, holding my ground. And suddenly, people stopped jumping to defend Claire and Mom without asking questions first. A few even messaged me privately, saying things like, "I didn't realize how bad it had gotten," or "I thought you were just quiet," not carrying everything. It was weird. I wasn't used to sympathy. Not from family. Especially not for not giving in. Meanwhile, back at the house, things started falling apart. Claire had a second baby shower planned. A smaller one this time, supposedly just for her friends. But the vendor emails began bouncing back. The venue she'd booked canceled without explanation. And the food service she tried to hire refused to process the deposit. Why? Because all of it had been routed through the same shared payment system tied to the old joint family account. The one I'd frozen. The one that flagged any new transaction for manual review. Every time they tried to spend, the system locked them out. By the third week, Mom sent me one last message, not directly, but through a cousin. I just want him to remember who raised him, and to ask whether that's really worth destroying. That sentence rolled around in my head for hours. Destroying what? A fake sense of unity? A house built on lies? A system where I paid, and they praised each other? No, what I was destroying wasn't family. It was a throne they'd built on my back, and gotten angry when I stood up. And by now, the cracks were showing on every side. I'd heard that Dad had started sleeping in the den again, not because of me, but because he was done. Apparently, he told my aunt that he was tired of being blamed for things he never touched. That Mom had gone too far this time. That Claire should have stepped in. The family group chat had gone silent. The baby shower photos that did exist looked off. Awkward smiles. Forced poses. Mark standing 6 inches away from Claire like someone photoshopped them together. But the best part? The house was now officially flagged in the real estate system. Any sale would require my signature, and I wasn't in a generous mood. And still, through all of this, I hadn't said a word publicly. Not one post. Not one speech. Just silence. And the occasional push of a button. The final domino fell 2 weeks later. It came in the form of a printed letter from the bank, slipped into a crisp white envelope and hand-delivered to my apartment. It was the formal foreclosure notice. The house was now in default. 3 missed payments, 0 communication from the other listed owner, Mom, and multiple rejected attempts at refinancing. The letter laid out the timeline. If the account wasn't brought current by the end of the month, the property would be repossessed and placed into public auction. I stared at it for a full minute before I even moved. Not because I was shocked, but because it was finally real. After years of being used, guilt-tripped, and manipulated, the house they once called the family home was now legally on the brink. And there was only one way to stop it. They'd have to come to me. And they did. First, it was Dad. He asked to meet. Just us. No Mom, no Claire. We met at a diner near my place. The same one he used to take me to after Little League games. He looked 10 years older. Tired. Shoulders hunched. Eyes dull. He didn't touch his coffee. He didn't apologize either. But he did speak honestly for once. I should have said something earlier. About all of it. Your mother. She's always had her way. I got used to letting her run things. And I let her run you over too. I didn't respond. I waited. She thought you'd come around, like always. And Claire, she was just afraid to rock the boat. But you? You were the only one who ever paid attention. You were the reason we stayed afloat the last few years. Then he looked me in the eye, and I think she resented that. It hit me harder than I thought it would. Not because I needed validation from him, but because it was the first time someone in my family actually admitted what I'd always felt. That I wasn't crazy. That I hadn't imagined it. Dad asked if I'd consider helping. Not for Mom. Not for Claire. But because if the house went into foreclosure, it would tank his credit too, and he was nearing retirement. I didn't answer right away. I told him I'd think about it. He nodded and didn't press me. The next day, I made a decision. I didn't pay off the house. I didn't bail them out. But I did buy them time. I contacted the bank, explained the situation, and filed paperwork to assume full ownership of the mortgage. I paid the outstanding balance in full, but only under one condition. They had 30 days to vacate. My lawyer drew up the documents. A legal transfer of ownership. Once they signed, the house would be mine, free and clear. No more dual names. No more shared control. And no more pretending that we were still a united family. Mom refused to sign it first. She screamed, cried, threatened, claimed I was trying to steal her legacy, told me I was being cruel, vindictive, that I'd broken her heart. But the real kicker came when she tried to guilt me one last time. You're really going to put your pregnant sister out on the street? I looked her dead in the eye. No, you did that the moment you threw a party with my money and didn't even tell me I was invited. In the end, Claire signed first. Mark was already halfway out the door. Turns out their marriage wasn't doing so hot under financial stress. She didn't even fight it. She just signed, took her copy, and left in silence. Mom eventually caved too, because she had no other option. And on a quiet Friday morning, exactly 30 days after the paperwork was finalized, I pulled into the driveway of the house I now owned. A U-Haul sat parked at the curb. Boxes lined the front porch. Dad stood there, helping the movers, not meeting my eyes. Mom sat on the porch swing, arms crossed, bitterness radiating off her like steam. She didn't say a word when I walked past. But I did. I paused at the door. Look back. You said I was destroying this family, I said quietly. But the truth is, I just stopped letting you destroy me. Then I walked inside. The house was mine. Fully. Legally. Emotionally. Not because I took it from them, but because they gave it away, piece by piece. Every time they decided I was only valuable when I stayed quiet and paid up. I renovated the guest room first. Not for visitors, but for me. I set up a desk, a proper workspace, and a shelf full of books I'd never had time to read. The kind of space you build when you stop pouring your energy into people who only take. I didn't invite them to the housewarming, but I did send a picture of the freshly painted living room. Just one. No caption. Claire didn't respond. Mark blocked me. Mom texted, I hope it was worth it. I didn't reply, because it was. Not just the house, not just the money, but the peace. The freedom of no longer being their fallback plan. Their walking ATM. Their silent scapegoat. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even sad. I was just done. And sometimes, being done, that's the best revenge of all.